So, you guys like Explained series, huh? What if I tried out something new? This is going to be a weird project for me, because in a sense it's something entirely new to this channel, but on the same hand, it's also exactly what I've been doing previous. Been Drowned is far from the only ARG out there in the internet sphere, and far from the only one that's caught my attention. What we're going to be covering today is interesting, because it doesn't end in the ARG itself. The Somnium Files is a very special experience for me, because it's not just a game, and it's not just an ARG. It's both. It's neither. It's a wonderful time. The Somnium Files is a game that is helmed primarily by Kotaro Uchikoshi, a Japanese game director who mainly focuses on work on visual novel series such as the Infinity and Zero Escape series. His style is pretty niche compared to the gaming sphere as a whole, but those that have experienced his work almost unanimously praise the level of detail in his philosophy, plot twists, and humor. Kotaro Uchikoshi is one of my favorite writers of all time, and it's no secret that the Zero Escape franchise is one of my favorites of all time. Let's just ignore the problems this one caused, okay? So, when he revealed to the world he was working on a new game called Project Sync, let's just say I was a little more than just excited. This reveal came on March 2nd, 2017 at the GDC conference, where we see a teaser image of the project name and a cybernetic eye. The image itself will be a very important one for the project in full, as Uchikoshi brings up the word "I" is a homophone for the Japanese word for love. I. This information and others like it comes from various fans in the community who have compiled this data from pre-release, so I want to take a minute to thank their efforts and source any information I come across from it. First and foremost, a lot of the recap information on this pre-release info comes from the The Somnium Files Reddit user Funyurimpa000. I love that name, by the way. Most of the other information I'll be using comes from the The Somnium Files wiki, which I'll also link in the description of this video. And if you're a member of the Somnium Files Discord, stop by and thank the fine folks over there for help keeping the information clear on the game. I'm personally not at the moment, but that's only because I have a brain the size of a goldfish and can't multitask in Discord servers for too long. Uchikoshi has a tendency to list the various inspirations he uses in the stories he writes, and with this game he is no different. Over the course of the next few weeks, he discloses that Project Sync will likely involve the concept of communitarianism, or the philosophy that people are shaped by the environment around them. Similarly, Uchikoshi has revealed that the concept of the Bohemian Grove will also likely feature in the game at large. The Bohemian Grove is a place where, to put it bluntly, rich assholes go to hang out and commit illegal acts outside of the eye of the law. On March 23, 2018, Spike Chunsoft has taken to Twitch to announce 4 new localizations on their end, one of them heavily hinted to be Project Sync. Here we see the teaser image again, but this time we get a full reveal on the project, The Somnium Files. Did you perhaps notice anything odd in that segment here? Like some letters that almost look like they made phrases? Well then, you're right, because Uchikoshi has this way about revealing some of the concepts in his games in teasers/intros. So we'll try to analyze this trailer here and see what we come up with. So right here at the start, we have letters in sync, meaning that this word's going to be important moving forward and isn't just the teaser name of the project. Now, going from left to right, we seem to have chemical plant explosion. This one here seems to be bloody polar bear, which is fine. It's honestly just fine. It's fine. Over here on the right, we have abandoned child. Right here in the front, we have Advanced Brain Investigation Squad. Just to the left of this one, we can almost make out Chocolate Collector. Up here we have Serial Killer Cyclops. And right here we have Secret Society Nice-At-Lots. And this one here says Prisoner number 89. This one's easy to see as Generalized Amnesia. Now, here we get a look at what seems to be the protagonist of the game, Detective Kaname Date, as he seems to be investigating a merry-go-round. The scene shifts to a nightmarish version of the same merry-go-round with another figure standing up to seemingly investigate as well. We'll get more context for this later on, but for now, this is when we learn the title of the game is The Somnium Files. We also learn that the setting of the game is Tokyo, and our goal is to catch a serial killer who has taken the left eye of their victim. Also, interestingly enough, we see here that Date has a fake left eye that is a cybernetic implant, suggesting a history between these two. His fake eye is described as having an AI unit inside, so his artificial eye, his eye, has an AI in a game called I, meant to symbolize I. The theming with this is so good. Here we're also introduced to Iris, a YouTuber in the universe of The Somnium Files. Now, this is going to be one of the most important characters for the ARG, but specifically why we'll get to later. So, this video ends with the confirmation Iris is from Japan, and we'll be seeing more of her soon, as well as the confirmation of her surname being Saga. Next, on January 30th of 2019, we get the introduction of two avenues of information, a YouTube channel and a Twitter account that will be our in-character methods of interaction. The YouTube channel, Lemniscate English, appears to be the in-universe channel that Iris posts to under her agency, Lemniscate. Her Twitter also shows this as her handle is Lemniscate ASAT. The name ASAT here is one that's very important and we'll go over it in a minute. But first, let's analyze that first name, Lemniscate. A lemniscate is a shape that looks similar to a figure 8 on its side, or more commonly, the infinity symbol. It's an algebraic expression that also symbolically has been used to visualize a pair of eyes. I think that both of these meanings are intended, as eyes are a very, very hot topic surrounding the game's story right now. And infinity is a hot topic with Uchikoshi, as some of his first projects that he helped create are a set of visual novels dubbed under the Infinity series, stories that echo through his future works in Zero Escape, and, as we'll experience later, The Somnium Files. I may tackle the Infinity series someday in full, but if we get to important connections to the series, I'll cover them here. For now, we'll just take it as an important focus for the ARG at large. If we were to take both meanings from the lemniscate, you could almost see it as a message, infinity/I, or into something we as human beings can understand, always watching. So there may be forces outside of Iris herself that may interact with this YouTube channel. Starting off, Iris tweets about the very first upload to the YouTube channel saying, "Good evening, good morning, and hello. My name's ASAP, but my fans call me Tessa. Today, Uchikoshi introduced my debut single, Invincible Rainbow Arrow. Here's the official video." So before we get into the video proper, I want to make a quick note that I don't really see anybody else making connections of. This introduction, good evening, good morning, and hello, is very similar to the catchphrase of the main character in The Truman Show, a movie that released what seems like ages ago now, but it's starring Jim Carrey, so you should watch it if you haven't. But in that movie, the main character tends to say the phrase,
"Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night."
And the only reason I bring this up is because the themes present in The Truman Show do come around in this ARG much later, and in the game much later. So, interesting little connection there. Alright, with that said, and before we go into the names ASAT Tessa, let's watch the first video and see what we think of this single. We have our first official video in the ARG titled Uchikoshi Introduces Idol ASAT. The description contains the following. "Nice to meet you. I'm soon-to-be internet superstar ASAT, you bet. I'm so excited to announce the game creator Kotaro Uchikoshi and Spike Chunsoft have collaborated to produce my very first video. Today, Mr. Uchikoshi introduces my debut single and dance, Invincible Rainbow Arrow. I plan on making tons more videos for you guys, so look forward to that. See ya! Subscribe to my channel. Follow me on Twitter."
Hello everyone, Kotaro Uchikoshi. Yo! ゲームクリエイターの、内越幸太郎です。よろしくお願いします。最近SNS とかで内越さん最近何やってるのってよく聞かれるんですけれども、去年ですね7月にアニメエキスポの方でソムニウムファイルというゲームを発表させていただきました。この作品なんですけれども、頭の中から目玉が飛び出す。
I just want to interrupt this real quick to say that Uchikoshi is a national treasure and we must protect him at all costs.
ぐらいに、面白い大傑作となっております。今日はですねその宣伝のために、来たわけではないのです。実はスパチューンさんとですね今アイドルのプロデュースをしておりまして、こちらのですね、アイドルの女の子を今日は皆さんにご紹介しようと思ってやってきました。はい、ではサガンイリスの登場です。イエーイ。キャーかわいい。というわけでですね、このサガンイリスなんですけれども、今18歳の女子高生をしていまして、ネットアイドルをやっております。衣装、有名なイラストレーターの小崎祐介さんがデザインしてくれました。本当に僕にとって愛娘のように本当に可愛い女の子で、ぜひこのサガンイリスを応援してもらいたいなと思っています。今日はそのイリスがですね、なんと皆さんにダンスを披露してくれることになっています。それではイリスよろしくお願いします。
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's Tessa, soon to be internet superstar, also known as ASET. You bet! My producer just told me some good news. Yes, it's true! The music video for my debut single, Invincible Rainbow Arrow, that's right, is finally complete! It's here! I'm so excited! So now, check this out! Everyone watching this video gets to see this very special music video! Do you want to see? I bet you do! I do, Tessa! Okay, if you insist. Okay, dragging it out like this really drains Spike Chunsoft's budget. So let's get on with it! Here we go! My debut single, The Invincible Rainbow Arrow! Teacups that are flying, on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying, this old tale of mine. A journey through time. A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre. Fruit never expires, you've seen in your eyes. You've seen in your line. While the old bow their heads, while the blind meet the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let the sparks of this world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. Knock back.
やあイリス。
Did you guys like it? That song was produced by the president of Lemniscape, Mr. Okiura, and the lyrics were done by me! Your very own ASET! You bet! Oh man, what will I do if I win a Grammy?
イリス
I have nothing to wear! I wish I had some celebrity friends! I could just take some of their clothes!
サガンイリス。
Uchikoshi! You're not supposed to tell them my real
あ
name!
あそうだったね、ついうっかり。というわけで皆さん A セットの応援よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, support me! And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned! Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already! If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro!
それでは皆さん、次回の配信をお楽しみに。
Thank you for watching! See ya!
皆さん、全力で応援の方よろしくお願いします。
Okay, so that was something. I won't lie and say that the idle angle was a weird one to play into, but looking at everything from an outside perspective and having knowledge of what happens in the game, there are definitely things to keep in mind from this video. So, first we start with the introduction to our idol, Aset, you bet. Aset's name, and really anything Iris herself goes by, has heavy mythological ties, mainly to Egyptian mythology, but there's a bit more than just that. We're going to cover this bit by bit. Aset is very similar to the Egyptian god of deserts, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners, Set, or also called Seth. Aset is also the original Egyptian name for the goddess Isis, who we can see bears a striking resemblance to Aset's real name, Iris. Isis in Egyptian mythology is heavily tied to her slain husband, Osiris, who, once again, is very similar to the name Iris. And protects his heir, Horus. Horus is a name we'll be coming back to much later down the line, but keep it in mind as its relation to Isis and Osiris, because it will come up again. Now, for Tessa, the fan nickname that the characters will sometimes refer to Aset as is a reflection of her username. Reflections are a recurring subject that we'll be bringing up again as we move forward, but for now, that's all we have on that. Finally, for Iris, there's a little bit more to her real name that ties all the themes we've seen thus far. In Greek myth, there's a goddess named Iris, the goddess of rainbows and the messenger to the gods. This is why her singles name is Invincible Rainbow Arrow, in reference to the Greek myth. One of the Greek gods that Iris sends messages to is the Greek god Hypnos, whose Roman name might be familiar to some of you, Somnus, as in Somnium, as in relating to dreams or other unconscious states of mind. Uchikoshi has also confirmed that the fact that the rainbow theming is also able to be seen as a bridge, as rainbows tend to act on bridges to heaven. So Iris is our bridge to the world of I, the Somnium Files, both existing in our world as a YouTuber, and in her world in much the same way. A reflection of two worlds. Next, we have the obvious connection of Iris as the colored membrane found inside one's eye. The eye allusions in her name go even further though, as her last name, Sagan, in Japanese means left bank, meaning that together, Iris Sagan makes the phrase left eye, which directly relates to the serial killer we heard talked about in the reveal trailer. The killer that takes victims' left eyes. So, are we done with the mythological allusions yet? Actually, no. Because during her music video, we get two. One is this line here.
You see the golden goddess with wings of rainbow, set sail through the night sky to embrace you.
See the golden goddess with wings of rainbow is a pretty direct callback to Iris of Greek myth. Next, we harken back to Egyptian myth with the fanny pack Iris has. It's themed after the Egyptian goddess Bastet, who is typically depicted as a cat, tying together with the cat ear headset she wears constantly. Okay, gods and goddess talk over. For now, at least. But it's definitely very interesting how much we can learn just from a few design choices and use of names. Another name to look out for here is the producer of this video. It's shown here once, but also name dropped later in the video. Renju Okiura seems to be Aset's talent agent from Lemon Escape. We're going to go back to Aset's Twitter, which, for a quick note, in-universe she refers to as Twitter. It seems to be the reflection of our own Twitter, as her posts on Twitter appear on our side as well. Interestingly enough, Twitter almost seems like a phrase by itself. Twitter, which means the following: to speak at length on a trivial subject, which perfectly describes Uchikoshi's writing style from previous games, while also being commentary on Twitter itself and other social media sites. Funny reflection there, huh? Next to be up, Aset posts about her new single as it's now been uploaded to the Lemon Escape channel by itself. The footage is the same as the previous, so it's basically if you just wanted the music video without the talking from Uchikoshi or Aset herself. This was uploaded on the same day as the previous video, so it's not counted in her weekly upload schedule. However, the next episode drops on February 6th, 2019, as Tessa's top 3 favorite snacks and mascots. The description is as follows. Good evening, good morning, and hello. Today from the Lemon Escape office, I give you my top 3 favorite snacks and mascots.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, also known as ASET. You bet! Today, I'll be reporting from my talent agency, Lemniscate. It's run by the guy who produced my single, Invincible Rainbow Arrow, Mr. Okiura. A while back, I used to upload dancing videos to YouTube, and Mr. Okiura found me one day. Then he recruited me! He's also the owner of the maid cafe I used to work at. He's a super ultra dedicated president! Yeah! Hey, how about next video I take you on tour through Tokyo? You want to see the maid cafes, don't ya?
Well, now I feel called out.
Now, let's take some questions from Twitter. Here are my top 3 favorite snacks. Here we go! 3rd place, Kokororo Colony, Nebula flavor. 2nd place, Color Candy, Big Ring. And finally, 1st place! Ta-da! Remember, after you eat the candy, don't put the stickers on the walls. Do you like milk chocolate or dark? It all comes down to this. Number 1 snack! Odoroki Man Chocolate! These, right here! I love these! The stickers are so cute! I was so excited when I got the super rare Tsundere Robo Bear! And it's still in my collection! He lays waste to the city with red-hot fire, but has a heart of gold. He's so tsundere. I love my tsundere Robo-Bear. Sorry about that. You still with me, guys? Next question. Favorite characters. Here we go. 3rd place. Whoa, you're tough. Who the heck are you? Well, as you can see, I am a cat. Amnesiac mascot cat, Tama!
Tama here is a reference to another visual novel made by Chunsoft before they merged with Spike, 428 Shibuya Scramble.
2nd place, it's punishment time. The ultimate despair bear, the best mascot character ever, Monokuma!
This one should be an easier read, but Monokuma here is from Spike Chunsoft's sister series to Uchikoshi's own, Danganronpa.
The honor of 1st place goes to... Hop, hop, rabbit goes hop. He comes from the future, but oh boy, this future must have been rough.
Okay, there's a lot here even if it doesn't seem like it. Add a rabbit here being from a future that is rough almost seems like it's a reference to Zero the Third from Uchikoshi's previous work, Virtue's Last Reward. The name of Add a Rabbit in Japanese is also a Zero Escape reference, as it's called Usarinpa, a reference to the omnipresent being lambasted as a joke in 999, the Funyarinpa. Next, the pink substance on Add a Rabbit's arms and legs here visually similar to the art style and how blood is portrayed in Danganronpa, which could be reinforced by Monokuma being ASET's 2nd favorite mascot. 3rd, and probably most interesting, is the 3rd eye that Add a Rabbit has on his forehead, and the phrase that she says here in reference.
Eye of Wadjet, open!
If you had any doubt that Egyptian references were intentional, cast those doubts aside. We're going straight into deep lore here. Also, remember when I said to keep Horus in the back of your mind? Well, he's here. And he's not just here in the concept of the Wadjet. All-seeing eye. Where did we hear something like that before? If we were to take both meanings from the Lemon Escape, you could almost see it as a message. Infinity/I, or into something we as human beings can understand. Always watching. Oh, that's right! What we said for Lemon Escape. Always watching. That could very well be a disambiguation of all-seeing. Also, for a fun note we'll be coming back to later, The Waja is commonly called the Eye of Providence, which is also commonly associated with the Illuminati. Yes, they will be referenced again coming soon. And finally, for the references back to Zero Escape, one of the organizations that's commonly seen as the antagonistic force throughout the series is dubbed Free the Soul, although their name used to be Free the Soul of Y, although it has since dropped the of Y focus. The reason for the original name was because the fact that it becomes an anagram of the left eye of Horus. This fact won't become important for a very long time, but I will be referring back to it when we actually complete coverage of the game.
Otter Rabbit is so adorable, isn't he? My friend Mizuki showed me this stuffed animal one day, and he's been my favorite character ever since! I've been looking for his merchandise everywhere! Just look at his ugly, cute face! Don't you love it? Oh! By the way, the Eye of Wajet refers to Horus's lost eye from Egyptian mythology. Horus lost his left eye when he was fighting his arch nemesis Set. After Horus got socked in the face, his eye popped out and flew all around Egypt, gathering wisdom and knowledge and stuff. Then the god of the moon and time Thoth found it. He healed Horus! That's why the Eye of Wajet is the all-seeing eye. It symbolizes healing, royal power, and restoration. Ah, so cool! I love myths and urban legends and stuff. They're so fantastic! For real! Okay, anyway, that's enough for today. Thank you, everyone! And I'll be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned, unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for watching! See ya!
And finally, we get reference to a character named Mizuki here, being one of Aset's best friends, and the one who introduced Aset to Otter Rabbit. Before this, I haven't mentioned the thumbnails for these videos, but I need to for this one. It's just too good. Tessa Visits Maid Cafe Sunfish Pocket is the third video to be released a week later, and this obvious clickbait YouTube vlog thumbnail is just too good. Also, we get an introduction to a new character here in the thumbnail, and interestingly enough, he's going to get his own Twitter account as well. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
Water!
Wet, sweat, ASET.
Fears!
Upset, regret, ASET.
Shadows!
Threat, silhouette, ASET.
It's internet sensation Tessa! ASET! You bet!
Yup.
Today my friend Ota came to support me.
Hello. Thank you, thank you.
And today, we're filming from the Maid Cafe Sunfish Pocket.
Ta-da! What?
Huh? What's that you say? Where are the maids, you say?
Wow.
Well, believe it or not, they're right here. Introducing Sunfish Pocket
I
Mermaids.
want to see you in that outfit, Tessa.
Mr. Okiura, the president of Lemnis Gate, is the owner. I used to have a part-time job here.
That's right.
In Japanese, it's Mambo. In English, Sunfish. And in Indonesian, it's Ikan Matahari.
Oh.
It all means fish of the sun.
Uh-huh.
Sunfish are kind of round and flat, so they look like the sun.
Wow.
That's why they have the same name across the world. On the other hand, my name, Aset, was a suggestion from my uncle.
Your
I think
uncle?
it sounds really cool. I hope my name spreads across the world too.
I'll make sure it does.
Anyway, tomorrow is Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
It's still a day away, but my fans have already given me tons of messages and
I did.
presents. Ooh, thank you so much, everyone.
Of course.
I'll give it back on White Day.
Really?
Now, I'd like to read some of the Valentine's messages I received.
What? You're gonna read them out loud?
Let's see, what kind of messages did I get?
Tessa, maybe you shouldn't. Please ignore it.
Oh, this one feels like a winner. Is this a poem?
No.
This is creepy. This is creepy.
Hey, I was the one who sent that.
You sent this? Well, let's see.
Seriously?
Tessa, happy Valentine's Day. I would like to show you my gratitude that I am able to be under the same sky, breathe the same air,
and was born in the same era as you.
To me, you are a dream, hope, peace of mind, the purpose of life, the light, the stars, the sun, a goddess, air itself, the laws of the universe, the ideal ultimate beauty, an angel, a princess, a lover, a sister that isn't blood-related, a cute girl printed on a body pillow, a beautiful heroine in another world, a saint, a waifu, a lord, my life, the object of my worship, everything good in this world, and I'll make this vow to you. I'll always support you, Tessa.
Ota. Yikes.
I mean, there is more. I just couldn't get myself to say it. Well, to be honest, Tessa, I love...
Well, that's all for today!
Aww.
Thanks, everyone! I'm still uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned, unless I get abducted or something.
You won't, Tessa! I'll protect you!
Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already.
Please do!
If you don't, you'll make me so aggro!
So cute!
Thank you for watching!
Thank you very
See
much!
ya!
So, Ota Matsushita is very upfront about his feelings toward Aset. So much so that we can see he clearly has got the largest affection for her out of all her fans. Thankfully, she seems to be aware enough to give him the big ol' yikes, but likes him enough to consider him a friend. As previously mentioned, Ota is one of the two characters we've seen now get a Twitter account. These two Twitter accounts and Uchikoshi's are the only ones I'm going to be looking at in context of in-character content, but they also have foreign variants for the Japanese audience. Ota's Twitter isn't as important, as he's usually just liking lewd pictures he sees online or replying to Aset's posts. That sums up Ota pretty perfectly. In fact, we can even see Ota replying to Aset as early as when her last video about her favorite snacks and mascots was uploaded. At Digital Booklet says to her, "What a great video, Tessa. Your taste in mascots is morbidly cute, cute, cute. I want to hear you talk more about urban legends and mythology." And Aset replies, "Aw, thanks. You bet I'll talk more about urban legends." Then at Gabby Snyder sends to Aset, "Thank you for uploading such a cute video. All those snacks sound super tasty. It would be cool to hear more about mythology in a future video. Please keep making more videos." And Aset responds, "Thanks for your support. I'll keep making more videos." Now, interesting enough, in this video we get introduced to a new character, but we don't learn her name or anything else about her aside from the fact that she works at the Mermaid Bar. The bar itself has some interesting things about its name. Sunfish Pocket is actually an anagram of Spiked Chinsaw. The more I know. Next, on February 20th, we get the video. There is no way this trespassing idol can be this cute. The thumbnail for this video has some weird artifacting on the right hand side that almost looks like a QR code, but it's unsolved to this day. The video's description is as follows. Good evening, good morning, and hello! In today's video, I'm reporting from an abandoned amusement park. The fact that it's abandoned makes everything that much creepier. I thought it'd be the perfect spot to tell you guys a spooky urban legend I heard. Aset. An abandoned amusement park, huh? Seems like we should harken back to the initial reveal trailer, as the first time we saw Date was inside what could be described as an abandoned amusement park. Anyway, seems like we got a bit more of an interesting video. Let's get started, and I'll stop at interesting points along the way.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the sneaky superstar of the net, Tessa, aka Aset. Today, we're here. We're going to explore an abandoned amusement park, so I have to be quiet. And of course, I'm trespassing! Please don't ban me! Please don't ban me! This amusement park is in the Kawasaki district. It was made off-limits 6 years ago after the chemical plant explosion.
Hold on. Chemical plant explosion? That was one of the phrases we picked up on in the reveal trailer. Interesting.
Oh, if my mom sees this and finds out I snuck in here, she'll be so mad! Oh, by the way, this is my mom. I'm trying to get her on the show. Sorry, Mom. My curiosity got the better of me.
A quick note here about Aset's mom. Her style of clothing here is very reminiscent to the dress that Akane wears from Zero Time Dilemma. Twitter activity outside of this video helps strengthen this fact. I'm not saying Iris's mom is Akane, but it's another connection to Zero Escape we have to keep in mind.
That reminds me of an urban legend my mom told me once. A family was visiting this very amusement park, and their little girl was riding the merry-go-round. They gave her a cell phone with GPS on it so that she wouldn't get lost in the park. It had an alarm set on it so their phones would beep if she got too far away. Anyway, there she was, riding the horse, smiling and waving, and the whole time, the dad was filming on his cell phone. But for some reason, on camera, her face was blurred out, like she was missing her head. The dad was terrified. He was sweating bullets and shaking, just waiting for the ride to end. But the merry-go-round spun for one more turn. She went around the column, and then... beep! The GPS alarm went off. When the horse came back around, it was empty. Their little girl was totally gone. It was like she had never been there. The mom and dad couldn't believe their eyes. They checked the GPS, but it said she was still right there on the ride. But they didn't find her or the phone. When they tried to call her, the phone was off. They even texted her, but that didn't work either. They were about to give up completely, but then they got a mysterious text. It said, "Daddy, Mommy, I can't find my head." A few years later, after the amusement park closed, they were breaking down the rides and stuff. When the workers were digging under the merry-go-round, they discovered the skull of an elementary school child. They kept digging, of course, but they never found the rest of the skeleton. Ah! That's so scary! Mom! That story is so much scarier when you tell it right here, surrounded by these creepy horses! I was thinking they could be like headless spirits, like the Doulahan.
The Doulahan is an Irish mythological creature that is comparable to the Headless Horseman. It is said to be the embodiment of the Celtic god... oh god, forgive my pronunciation. Crom Dubh, I think?
Maybe it's linked to Nyzet-Laws. Nyzet-Laws, or Nyz, is a devil-worshipping demon cult.
Okay, gold mine here, gold mine here. Knights at Lots is a very important topic here, and I need to explain some things before we continue with this video. Knights is a secret society that Aset puts it worships the devil, who we can see in this picture here is represented by the demon Baphomet. Baphomet represents the symbolic duality, or equilibrium of opposites. Half human, half animal, male and female, good and evil. Baphomet is usually associated with the image of a pentagram, usually in the shape of a star. And do we remember what images were imprinted on Adarabbit's ears? Yep! Why bring up Adarabbit, you may say? Well, remember when I talked about the Eye of Providence / Adarabbit's third eye here, and how it related to the Illuminati? Consider Knights at Lots to be the in-universe variation of the Illuminati, which, if you remember from earlier, plays heavily into the concept of the Bohemian Grove. Politicians, the wealthy, and elite all coming together to perform nefarious deeds out of the public eye. Now, something interesting about knights is when you actually get relevance when you reverse their name, Zoltaxian. So, explaining Zoltaxian is a little complicated. This was a conspiracy theory that floated around the internet, and especially in Japan, about 5 to 6 years ago after users reported seeing answers on their iPhone's AI assistant, Siri. Zoltaxia was a fictional planet that was reported to have chocolate rivers and animals like that on Earth. It grew in popularity to almost reptilian human levels of conspiracy, to where Zoltaxia was theorized to be a society that was governed by AI. Now, we get Knights at Lots when we reverse Zoltaxian. But what about if we reverse the origin of the conspiracy, Siri? We get Iris. Interesting. We'll have to keep that in mind. Let's keep watching. The rest of this video is super interesting, so we're gonna watch it full and once.
They do ritual sacrifices and torture, dancing into the night around satanic bonfires. Their members are important people, like politicians, businessmen, and even though the group is so big, no one knows who their higher-ups are. No one knows who's running it. Did you hear something? Oh, I'm getting chills. Okay, anyway, that's enough for today. Thank you, everyone. And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned. Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro. Thank you for watching. See ya. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Okay, so we get visual glitches from the mere mention of Knights at Lots, and then a message cuts in.
Stop this broadcast immediately or suffer the consequences.
Someone is watching Aset's feed live as she's recording, and actively hijacking it. Her outro is even affected as she keeps the footage in she normally cuts out of her, going to turn off the camera. Someone else seems to turn the camera back on after she leaves. Or we get a second POV looking at the amusement park with Aset gone from the scene. After this, Aset replies to Gabby Snyder on Twitter asking about the weird editing quirks, which she responds that the weird happenings weren't there when she was editing the video. A week later we got a new upload in, Tessa's Matsushita Diner Review, Omelette Rice Edition. The thumbnail for the video has 3 sets of 2 QR codes split in half on the left hand side of the video. The first one, when reassembled, takes you to the Eye of the Somnium Files website, and the second brings you to a Wikipedia page about death. The description is as follows. Good evening, good morning, and hello. I'll have the omelette rice, please. I'm reporting from Matsushita Diner, where they have the best, perfectly balanced, gastronomically perfect omelette rice. It makes my stomach rumble and my mouth water. Tessa. And we begin the video.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the networld, Tessa, aka Aset, you bet! Today, I'm here at Oka's house, Matsushita Diner! Ota and Mizuki went to the convenience store to go buy some snacks, so I thought I'd record a video while they're gone! I wanted to introduce Mizuki to you guys today, but she's out now. Anyway, Mizuki is my super ultra mega best friend forever! We eat together and have sleepovers all the time! She doesn't have a mom at home, and I don't have a dad, so we have that in common. We help each other out when we're lonely. Her roommate's teaching her martial arts. She's strong, super strong, freakishly strong. She's like a BFF, a best fighter friend! The person who runs Matsushita Diner is Ota's mom, Mayumi. The omelette rice that she makes is amazing! If you're in the area, you should definitely stop by. I really want Mayumi to come to one of my concerts with Ota, but I don't think she likes me. She thinks I'm a witch or something. Tessa, the witch, is here! Tessa, divine star! Now, it is true that Ota's omelette rice is pretty good, but the omelette rice Mayumi makes is so good! It's so fresh it feels like the eggs are gonna hatch in my mouth! Anyway, remember last video when I talked about Naizat laws at the amusement park? It's spelled Naixatloz. They usually just go by knives. They're a secret society involved in governments and big businesses around the world. They control the government and army, major businesses and banks from behind the scenes for money and power. And they'll do anything to get what they want. That's who we're dealing with. One theory is Nais is being controlled by aliens. They're working together to trick the human race into believing that everyone's living in some kind of simulation or something like that. kidding! I'm making it all up!
This hard cut into talk about knights is very concerning, and definitely sounds like something we'll have to keep an even closer eye on.
And also...
Tessa, we're back!
Oh! Ota! Mizuki! Hey guys! Okay, that's enough for today! Thank you everyone! And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned! Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro! Thank you for watching! See ya!
After this video, we have a Twitter exchange between Ota and Aset on Twitter. Aset, are you home? Stay right there, I'm coming over. Don't answer your phone or talk to anybody but me, okay? What is this? I swear this was not in the video when I uploaded it. What's going on? Should I take my videos down? I'm really scared. Ota's at the door. I'm gonna go offline for a bit. Thank you for your concern. On the next day, Aset tweets out, "You know what? This is all really silly. I talked it over with Ota, and this is just some stupid prank." That's right, Tessa. Obviously, ignorant haters who just saw your shining star and wanted to tear it from the sky. But we won't let them, will we? Anyway, nothing can get me down. I hit 1,000 followers on Twitter today. Hooray! Thanks for your support. A week later on March 6th, we get Aset Reservations Unknown, whose thumbnail is, let's just say, troubled. The description is interesting too, because it's the first one so far not written in first person. Follow Aset on her fun, carefree tour of Tokyo. The destinations were chosen at random, but we were always right behind. Nothing is off limits. She's going somewhere she's never been before. Immortality, wouldn't that be a dream? Immortality refers back to the Ankh we saw back in the last episode, and it really is weird that this bit about immortality comes after saying nothing is off limits.
Hello and welcome to Aset's Reservations Unknown. Where are we off to for today's show, Tessa?
This is something I've been wanting to do for a while. A tour of Tokyo!
Oh, that sounds like fun. But before we get started, let's do the intro.
Hey! Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, also known as Aset, you bet! So, the first stop today is Ikume Shrine! Ta-da! Ha! This shrine is said to house a very special fruit, the fruit of immortality. If you eat it, doodle-loo-loo-loo, sha-sha, you become immortal!
An interesting connection here with this fruit of immortality is from Aset's music video. If we look back on this line here,
a permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre, fruit never expires, you serve. Fruit never expires, you
fruit never expires. This makes it seem like this song is going to have relevant lyrics for the rest of the story in one way or another.
So cool! So cool! Next, we're here at Golden Yokocho! Doo-doo-doo-doo! Huh? Marble? Is it a toy store? Let's take a look!
Hey, Tessa, I don't know about this. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Hello? That was not E for everyone.
I tried to warn you.
There was like a cryptid in there.
Well, that's kind of rude.
Anyway, where are we going next? Bam! The Harbor Warehouse District in Ariake! Speaking of harbors, the Fisherman's Wharf is a famous harbor located in San Francisco. Fisherman's Wharf is famous for being full of a very special animal. Pop quiz! Ta-da! What is that animal? Here's your hint. Arf, arf, arf. Arf, 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 arf. Sardines. Sardines. The correct answer is organs! Sorry if my hint wasn't very good. Anyway, the reason I bring it up is because next week I'm going to San Francisco. There's a convention there called GDC, and I have the honor of doing a very special all-access report on the convention. So everyone keep an eye out for the next video.
Huh? Where is this place?
What is... Let's get out of here!
Wait for me!
That was close. Those people looked really suspicious. Nyes Outlaws! Maybe they're a part of Nyes! That would have been bad. I heard that Nyes sells human organs on the black market. The buyers are supposed to be wealthy politicians, society's elite. Some even say that they're used in demonic rituals. It's some really dark stuff.
Those familiar with ARGs might notice what's going on here. We've got some code breaking to do. Here at the mention of knights, the video starts corrupting, and we get a code at the end. 1111-0-1111. Some might think this is binary because of the ones and zeros. However, most strings of binary runs in sets of 8. And this code here is 9, so it seems to be out of the question, at least on first glance. Translating it from binary grants us one symbol: division. One thing to note is that there's an alternative interpretation for the division symbol known as the obelisk. It's typically shown as a small cross in print that's used to reference when someone has died. You may often see the obelisk in your favorite wiki when looking at dead characters' pages. A second definition of an obelisk is in ancient times, an obelisk was used to mark that a word or passage was corrupt or doubtful. It's almost like Knights is trying to tell us that either Aset is not to be trusted, or what she's saying about them is not to be. Either way, it doesn't spell good things for Aset, which doubles especially when you think of the code's other translation. If we convert the original code into decimal, we can get the number 495. If we transcribe this number using an alphanumeric conversion, the word we get is die. A week later, 5 days before GDC 2019 is set to begin, a new video is uploaded to the channel. If you thought things would turn out okay after the last video, well, we have 6. The thumbnail QR code when reassembled leads to the Wikipedia page for Baphomet, implying Knights is behind the events of the video. The description has a file name, implying the file name of the video uploaded as m715.mkv. The name itself is significant because it can be taken one of several Bible verses. Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Mark 7:15. There is nothing from without a man that entering into him can defile him, but the things that which come out of him, those are they that defile the man. Micah 7:15. According to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt will I shew unto him marvelous things. Now, interestingly, the added.mkv portion also means something significant. It's a video file format that's formerly known as the Matryoshka video format, named after the Matryoshka dolls. Those are those little Russian dolls that open up to have a smaller identical doll inside, which also has a smaller but identical doll inside, on and on. Now, for the video itself, this video is themed after the number 6, hence the title, but it goes deeper than that, and ties into the Baphomet imagery in the thumbnail and the Bible verses in the description. This video is 1 minute and 6 seconds long, or 66 seconds overall. The video is playing on Iris's home, that we see the introduction video from with Uchikoshi, but she's not present. 6 seconds after the video begins, the camera glitches. 18 seconds in, the same thing happens. Why 18? Well, because 6 plus 6 plus 6 equals 18. 666. After this corruption, the picture frame in the back falls off center, and the camera refocuses, and the feed remains constant until the very end, where a quick image of the Moscone Convention Center is shown. This center is the location for GDC 2019, implying something is up with ACET's scheduled appearance at GDC. Finally, I want to cover a difference that appears on the Japanese side of this video. As in the description, there are 3 rows of hiragana, although when read horizontally, it's gibberish. However, if you read it vertically, you get miru na, which is don't look in Japanese, and, let me try this, bia kanle, I think, which is actually Chinese for stop looking. So the reason why it's gibberish when read together is because it's actually 2 different languages reflecting off of one another. Next up, we get Ota discovering the recent video and going to ACET's Twitter to ask what's going on, as the video she was supposed to upload was going to be centered around White Day, which in Japan is sort of like a response to Valentine's Day, where those who received chocolates return the favor. He begins the conversation. Tessa, what is this? Can you call me, please? Tessa, are you okay? I thought this video was going to be about White Day. Ota, have you heard from Tessa at all? Not since she left for San Francisco. I left her a voicemail and like a million Nile messages, but nothing. A quick note. Nile is a parody of a popular messaging app in Japan called Line. It's basically the reflection of Line. Oh no, I hope she gets back to you soon. This is really scary. Okay guys, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to try to contact Tessa in a few more times tonight, and I'll let everyone know tomorrow. Then Uchikoshi himself takes to tweeting about ACET's whereabouts, saying, I can't get in touch with ACET. I'm very worried about her. ACET, if you read this, please contact me. I hope nothing bad will happen. On the next day, Ota tweets, okay, I spoke with Tessa's mom, and she says she can't get a hold of her either. But she for sure left to go to the airport. Ask your mom for her flight number and call the airport. Have you tried contacting Lemniscate? Like her manager, maybe? Do you know what hotel she was supposed to be staying at? Maybe you can see if she checked in or leave a message for there when she does. Maybe we can track her cell phone? Ota then replies to these messages in one swoop. Thanks for your suggestions, guys. I'm really scared, but I promise, I'll find her. I'm gonna protect her no matter what. A day later on March 15th, Ota comes back with some more information. Okay, I stayed up all night, but I finally got some answers. I called the hotel she was supposed to go to and the airline. They haven't seen her either. And on March 16th, did a little bit more digging. Tessa's in Tokyo. I'm sure of it. I'm sorry I haven't been more active. I just don't feel very good. I can't say more. I really can't. I have to find her. She's more important than any of you understand. But you'll see. You'll hear her music just like I did. Then you'll see. On March 17th, Uchikoshi posted a video of him arriving in San Francisco and searching for ACET. Guys, I think I found something. I didn't find her exactly, but her phone is connected to a Wi-Fi signal somewhere near the water. I can't narrow it down much, but a name keeps coming up. Kramer Diavolo. Does that make sense to anyone? Okay, well, Diavolo means devil, and Gabriel Kramer studied something called Devil's Curve, which, get this, makes a lemniscate on a graph. Looking at the actual image for the devil's graph, we can see that it does make a lemniscate. It's interesting, though, to notice that the message Ota tells us about uses the common mispronunciation in Diavolo, meaning devil, whereas it's normally meant to be Kramer Diabolo, the game that the shape is named after. Uchikoshi meets up with David Cage and posts the results of their meeting the next day on March 18th. He obviously posted it in celebration of my birthday, of course. And then he says his duty is to find Tessa. Ota follows up with more information on Kramer Diavolo. I followed up on that name. Thanks, everyone. I found something I think is linked to Tessa. I think it has something to do with what happened. It's a series of numbers that comes all the time with Kramer Diavolo. And then he posts a long string of numbers. I don't think it's a credit card number. Maybe a routing number? Or an address? Whatever it is, it was buried in rows and rows of numbers. But this one comes up all the time next to Kramer Diavolo. Reversing it using a A1Z16 decoding cipher takes us to Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. You might want to get there ASAP, or she might get cold. That's in the Harbor Warehouse District! I know you want to find her ASAP, but please don't rush in alone. Bringing Mizuki or anyone else you really trust would be smart. I don't trust anyone else with this. I don't even trust myself. Tessa's everything to me, do you understand? Why doesn't anyone understand? I do understand she's important, but please know Tessa wouldn't want you to get her either trying to help her. Sorry, I'm just really upset right now. I'll figure this out. I finally found out the place where she seems to be getting caught. But she was not in there. Where has she gone? Is she safe? Tomorrow I might be able to see someone who knows the truth in the Moscone Convention Center. The next day on the 20th, Uchikoshi's tweets continue. Her friend Oda thinks she's still in Tokyo, specifically the Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. You might want to wrap up your business in SF and then jet back home ASAP. Really? Uchi, you're gonna have to act quick and wrap up GDC if you have any luck of finding Ace. You're our best shot. Am I being manipulated by bogus information? Or is this world starting to distort? Later in the day, we get some more tweets from Ota, who has come to a decision. I spent all day psyching myself up to do this. I don't want to admit it, but I'm terrified right now. But it's time. Nothing is gonna stop me. I found the cold storage warehouse. I'm inside. This is where the trail ends. She has to be in here somewhere. What the fuck? Where the fuck is she? Before we tackle the pictures that Ota uploaded, we have a new video to look at. This is Ru Nu Peret Ma Herwa. The name of this video looks like gibberish, but it's actually the name for the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It is a collection of magical incantations to help assist a dead person's soul through the Duat, or the realm of the dead in Egyptian mythology. It was a collaborative effort from many priests over a 1,000-year time span. The Japanese version of this video has a different name, that being Final Somnium, leading some to believe this is the final video of the ARG. We will come back to this later. This video became the shortest upload on the channel, even shorter than 6, at 49 seconds long. The description was as follows. Kramer Diavolo, plus the same string of numbers that Oda tweeted just earlier in the day. The same Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse was the solution. And now, for the video itself. Well, hello everybody. It's been quite some time since the last the Somnium Files video, so we're going to do a quick recap so we can get back up to speed. I'm going to be linking the original video down in the description, but for something quick, Lemniscate is an agency sponsoring creative talent led by Renju Okiura, and the prime subject of our story is a YouTuber named Aset, you bet. Her real name is Iris Sagan, and it follows her wacky journeys like talking about her favorite mascots or visiting abandoned amusement parks. However, we've got strong mythological ties and references to reflections or mirror objects hidden under the surface. And even more is revealed when Iris begins talking about a secret society of devil worshippers named Knights-Elots. When revealing information about Knights, Her video feed on multiple occasions gets hijacked, and we even get video splicings of Iris saying that she's making it all up.
Anyway, remember last video when I talked about Naizat laws at the amusement park? It's spelled Naixatloz. They usually just go by Nais. They're working together to trick the human race into believing that everyone's living in some kind of simulation or something like that. Just kidding! I'm making it all up!
During a trip to GDC 2019, Iris goes missing, and a mysterious video titled 6 is uploaded to the Lemniscate channel. Ota Matsushita, Iris's friend, is concerned for her well-being, so he goes to check up on her. When he's unable to find her, he discovers coded messages referencing the Devil's Curve, an algebraic expression that forms a lemniscate on a graph, along with coordinates to the Okiura Warehouse District. Note, the same name as the president of Iris's talent agency. When Ota arrives, he finds the warehouse empty. Nothing there, no evidence of anyone ever being there. However, on the last video that we touched on last time, we saw a person in a polar bear costume. Another term from the initial trailer of Bloody Polar Bear, prepping Iris on a table with her left eye gouged out. It's important to see here that Iris is still breathing, simply unconscious from the trauma to her eye. However, unfortunately that isn't true for long, as the saw is brought down and shreds at her abdomen. Now, it's important to realize that Ota was at the warehouse when this video was uploaded, meaning that the events that have happened here in this video could not have happened in the present, as Ota would most likely have seen any evidence of such. After this video, Uchikoshi goes to Twitter to talk about how he's seen a girl that looked a lot like Iris in San Francisco, so it must definitely be her. Fans of the ARG thus far took to commenting about the strange new upload, confirming Iris' fate back in Tokyo. Uchikoshi asks then what video everyone's talking about, implying he's unable to see it. After this event, things are quiet for the rest of the week, until Tessa makes a tweet on her Twitter, where she seemingly confirms that she attended GDC and will be uploading a new video that same night. This is strange. Think about this for a moment. We have ASAT appearing in a video, seemingly dying. That much is pretty clear from the get-go. And then at the exact same time, we have Ota arriving at that same warehouse with no evidence of any such murder ever taking place. And then ASET confirms she's been at GDC all along? Things aren't adding up here. We'll have to keep this in mind. Ota takes to Twitter to explain his side of things after bursting into the warehouse. He explains that he knows he was trespassing on private property, so after the initial scan through, he ducked out and laid low for a while to avoid any suspicion being placed on him. After this, he seems to question the fact of ASET's tweet and posits the possibility of her actually going to GDC, and then asks her to denial him, which is their universe's version of Line, a messaging app that's huge over in Japan. ASET's new video drops on March 27th, 2019, titled ASET's GDC All Access Convention Report. This video's thumbnail returns to the old style of showing Iris with the large bold scale font. So, I'm going to play this video and we'll stop whenever something concerning comes up.
Good evening, good morning, and welcome!
Okay, that was fast. So, the video here starts with the visual glitches that intersperse the blood spatter from the previous video, Iris's murder. Now, immediately after this, we see Iris alive and seemingly well. But there are some things that are off about this video. I'll play it in full through once again and we'll round back to see if you catch any of them.
It's the brand new star of the net world, ASET, also known as Tessa! It feels like it's been forever. Does everyone still remember me? Sorry that I was out for 2 weeks, sorry! Believe it or not, I got abducted. Sorry, that came out wrong. Actually, I went to the United States of America! San Francisco! Yay! GDC! 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 Again! GDC! 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 Woo! Okay! GDC stands for the Game Developers Conference, and it is the world's largest video game convention. It's the premier event for fortune and fame in the game industry. It's like a utopia. And I was lucky enough to go with my producer, Uchikoshi. Usually I'm more of an introvert. I don't even like getting out of bed. Let alone international travel. What about VR? Couldn't we just do VR? But I do have to admit, I actually did wind up having a lot of fun! And I have some exclusive shots of Uchi at the convention! Let's take a look at the slideshow! Here we go! This is the GDC venue! Wow! Look at that! Look! That's Uchi! You see him? He's surrounded by media! When you see him like this, he's kind of handsome, isn't he? Like a celebrity! Not like when he's in Japan. Looks like he went to a lot of stuff. I wanted to do the Alcatraz tour, but I thought I might get locked up for being oh so cute. Well, even if I did get caught, I could break right out. Yuchi is so cute! Yeah! Cute! Where is your phone, Mr. Producer? Did you forget it somewhere again? Oh, let's watch the footage and see! There it is! That's a relief. Uchikoshi went back to the hotel room. And soon, he'll be just another dreamer. Sort of dangerous to be walking around alone at night, isn't it? Be careful, or you'll end up stabbed. You know, it's been kind of hard for me these past few weeks. My mind, it feels like I'm still catching up with everything. Where did GDC go? Okay, anyway, that's enough for today. I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so stay tuned and keep your eyes open. And make sure you subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. You better subscribe or you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for the views, everyone. See ya!
So, catch a few things off from normal, right? No? Maybe a few? Maybe none at all? Well, that's what I'm here for. So, starting from the top, ASET's introductions to our videos always begin...
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, also known as ASET, you bet!
And this one begins...
Good evening, good morning, and welcome! It's the brand new star of the net world, ASET, also known as Tessa!
implying something is wrong here off the bat. It's highly likely this isn't Tessa, and instead some imposter. There's even more evidence to go along with this. The music played in the opening is different to the normal ASET videos. Iris's captions here are colored a different kind of pink, a brighter shade toward normal, and weirdly enough, she seems to imply that no videos were uploaded to this channel for the past 2 weeks, pretending like the 6th video and the murder video don't exist. So, we've got plenty of evidence to suggest that this isn't the ASET we've been dealing with since the start. For the sake of convenience, I'm going to call the imposter by a colloquial fan name B-Set. B-Set's personality is also off compared to A-Set's. After downplaying claims of being abducted, she gets really quiet and introspective, which is nearly the opposite of how the Iris we know is like. She seems to realize this too. After a jump cut, she's back to peppy and energy field like nothing ever happened. And finally ending out the video, Her outro is similarly changed, as her plea for viewers to subscribe is a bit more, how to say, disingenuous? Normally she says,
Okay, anyway, that's enough for today. Thank you, everyone! And I'll be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned, unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for watching! See ya!
whereas here she says,
Okay, anyway, that's enough for today! I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so stay tuned and keep your eyes open! And make sure you subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. You better subscribe or you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for the views, everyone! See ya!
and then there are 0 jokes about her being abducted, which is interesting to note. Now, we're gonna head back over to Twitter to find Uchikoshi's response to his appearance in the last video. Uchi states, "What's going on? The man in the video is not me." And we're left to wonder if there's an Uchikoshi imposter running around, guiding the game's development astray with every single motion of his hands, until he follows up this tweet with exactly why we know it's not him. It's because he can't vomit rainbows. Nice. Ota tweets that he's been hanging out with Tessa, which is most certainly B-set, and that she's going to be preparing for a new performance soon. Activity on A-set's Twitter continues on April 3rd when B-set tweets out, "I'm a surrogate, I'm archetypal, and itinerant." These are the opening lyrics to the song Proxy by Tesseract. Huh. Tesseract, like the naming inspiration behind Ota's nickname for Iris, Tessa. The song is also really good, go check them out. Next, a new episode is launched on the same day, Sneaking into Abyss.
Good evening, good morning, and welcome! It's the brand new star of the Networld, Aset, also known as Tessa! We solve the case before it even begins! We are Abyss! Hey everyone, have you heard of the special investigation team called Abyss in the MPD? They're the detectives of the dream world. They get inside people's minds and read their thoughts to catch the criminal before they even commit the crime. If you see them, it's already too late. They'll do whatever they want. Dirty stuff, too. I'm serious. Would this face lie to you? I'm an honest woman. Anyway, I came here with Uchikoshi to find the truth behind this outrageous urban legend. Without further ado, here's the footage! Hello! Today I'm reporting to you from somewhere secret that not even the cleaning ladies are allowed to go. This place is amazing, Uchi! There's so much stuff! Abyss is Advanced Brain Investigation Squad. It's an acronym that spells Abyss. The members of this top-secret squad are these people who don't even look like police officers. And yes, recording is usually prohibited, but I'm working it out with Uchikoshi. Relax. Anyway, here's the team. She looks like she's in charge. They call her boss. She's a cool, sexy, take-charge woman who's capable of anything. I wonder how old she is. And this room! Is all this stuff trophies from past cases? Wow, is this a place where they store evidence or something? This room is 6 stories underground, nearly 100 feet, so there's no windows or anything. It's like a prison down here. I was getting real worked up on the elevator ride down here. It felt like I was going straight to hell. Maybe this boss woman decorates her office with all this stuff to distract her from the crushing loneliness of her existence. Hey, wanna go out sometime? Next is Abyss Investigator. Look at him, so good looking. Perfect posture, beautiful hair, thin-toned body. Those sharp eyes. Oh, he has different color eyes. one must be a fake. It looks so pretty. His personality, on the other hand, is disappointing. He lost his memory 6 years ago or something. I guess you really shouldn't judge someone based on their looks. That's how prejudice is created, you know. Is that an alien? Just kidding. That's Pewter. He has the mind of a genius. He's a savant with new technology. In fact, he was the one who programmed the sync system, the cornerstone of Abyss. See? I told you not to judge by appearances. Alien! Another alien! Somebody bring me a net and a stun gun! Oh. Pewter made this too? What is it? Like Date's pet? It talks to him? Abyss is crazy! And I heard that, you probably won't believe me, but they have a machine that lets you go inside people's dreams. Abyss is crazy! Apparently, you can use the sync technology to dive into a person's subconscious. They call it Somnium. It's the subject's dream world. I kind of understand why, considering the people they run into. People who lie, people who won't talk, people with psychological damage, people who are flat out insane. You don't have to deal with that if you're inside their minds. And the machine that makes it all possible is right here. If they could read my mind while I'm on the train to work, I would die of embarrassment. Oh, I just heard the news. Uchi is using his influence. They're going to let us try out the sync machine. Oh, no, I don't. I'd rather not. It doesn't have to be me. Uchikoshi, why don't you go? Okay, I guess I'm doing it. At Uchikoshi's insistence. Hey, don't give me that look. Perfect. I didn't expect this to happen. Does it hurt? It won't hurt, right? Anyway, thank you everyone, and I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so stay tuned and keep your eyes open! And make sure you subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Also, follow my Twitter too! You better subscribe or you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for the views, everyone! See ya!
After this video goes up, B-Set posts more song lyrics on her Twitter, this time from the song Forget Not by Ne Obliviscaris. Fun fact, the translation of Ne Obliviscaris is Forget Not, so it's eponymous. Renaissance of Death echoes, eternally. All's not lost, echoes, it echoes, forget not. And then after that, this tweet and the previous song lyric tweet are deleted. And then 3 days later, we get even more song lyrics in the form of Ocean Planet by Gojira. I see the smallest part of me. My mind is alive, but I'll never bow to this again. Then after these lyrics are posted, they are deleted as well. And 2 days later, we get even more song lyrics. This time, Heaven and Weak by Maudlin of the Well. Secretive men slowly insert the dagger again. Just like before, it is deleted. The day is now April 10th, and after the last song lyric tweet is deleted, we get a new upload in the form of Exploring a Dream World.
Good evening, good morning, and welcome! It's the brand new star of the net world, Aset, also known as Tessa! Last time, Uchi's expert negotiation tactics landed Tessa an exclusive sync experience! What is syncing? What's gonna happen to me? Now! Pewter! Go ahead! Do what must be done! Because today... we're going to experience a sync simulation using a recording from someone else's dream. I don't know whose dream it is, but I've really been looking forward to seeing people's dreams. I want to see inside Uchikoshi's dream. I wonder if he'd let me. Would he let me alter it? Well, anyway, let's take a peek at the sink. So this is somebody's dream. This is the amusement park I went to that time. But that merry-go-round, it's spinning so fast! You'd get churned to butter! Oh, she's gorgeous! An avatar? Oh, I like her already! Oh, the panda head is spinning like crazy! Let's spin it more! Yeah! Oh, what? Wow! The merry-go-round is spinning super fast! This is fun! Yay! Looks like there's a door here. I'm gonna open it. I wonder what these are. Balloons in a bird cage. Let's open it! Oh, the balloons flew away. There's one left on the ground. Let's blow it up. It's huge! The balloon is huge! This really must be a dream. Oh, what is this? This is kind of fun. Who knew dreams could be fun like this? I've always wondered what it would be like to be inside my dream. Oh, looks like time's up. Anyway, thanks everyone! And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so stay tuned and keep your eyes open! And make sure you subscribe to my channel if you haven't already! Also follow my Twitter too! You better subscribe or you'll make me so aggro! Thank you so much for the views, everyone! See ya! Hey, Pewter! Were you recording all that?
It is interesting to note that this scene of the amusement park is the very same as the initial reveal trailer that we see Date enter in the Somnium. ASET's Twitter yet again is looking like a depressed high schooler's MySpace page, with yet more song lyrics being posted on April 12th, this time being the song Limbs by Agalak. Every sullen bough it sings, these boughs are said to be lost, torn, unearthed, and broken. You move ahead about 5 days as another lyric tweet is posted, this time While We Sleep by Insomnium. Slow down. We need to slow down. We need to slow down so I can catch you. These tweets get Thanos snapped, and Ota finally gives in and asks about the cryptic nature of her tweets. She responds by saying that she can't just tell him, it wouldn't be any fun. Ota then further questions the lyrics, and asks if anybody else has noticed that the lyric tweets were all posted on the 6th minute of the hours they were posted. Now, this is a bit of an out there code, so constants we have for each hour are the 6s. We're going to consider them out of the equation for now, as they're all present. If we go further and remove the 0s, again, another constant, what we're left with is an alphanumeric conversion, which leads us to a single word: cold. What does this mean? Well, two things, funnily enough. In the context of plants, such as an iris, it's to pick or to remove from the earth. In the context of animals or other living creatures, to cull is to selectively slaughter from a pack or a horde. Nice. Ota also follows up and comments on the starting points of each lyric, hinting that there's a hidden message in there as well. Sure enough, taking the first letter of every tweet brings us the message, irises. We get a new upload. This is your idol. This video is also pretty short, so I'm gonna let it play through in full.
Good evening, good morning, and new star of the networld, Aset, also known as Tessa! How was last week's sync? Wasn't it so fun? After that, I was inspired to record my own dream. Do you want to see? Inside the dreams of a young girl? Aren't you curious? What's inside my head? Don't be such a weirdo. Just watch the movie.
You really didn't know? Oh, maybe some of you did. I am the brand new star of the networld, Aset, also known as Tessa. Pathetic. Be seeing you.
Oh boy, are you confused yet? Well, a lot of this video is going to make a lot more sense as we near the end of the actual game, so we'll just tuck it away for now as confirmation of B-Set's appearance as the imposter. A week later, on April 24th, we seem to get the return of A-Set on Twitter, as she seems to thank Uchikoshi and Spike Chunsoft for hanging out at GDC, implying that the last month's events never happened. Ota responds that he's reporting her account for posing as Tessa, that he was at her house last week, and she wasn't there, to which she responds that she was away at GDC, so of course she wasn't home. The next video is uploaded on the same day, titled Zonky Zero Let's Play, Can Tessa Survive the Ruins? And on the surface, it appears to be a bit of a post-launch cross-advertisement for one of Spike Chunsoft's other titles, Zonky Zero. I want to talk about this game at another point, so we'll go into specifics at a much later date with its own video. The first thing we can see as this video begins is the lack of glitches in the intro. The intro being A-Set's original intro, and she even has her normal energy. Also, the font has returned to its normal shade of pink.
San Francisco! Traveling overseas, spending all day gaming? What could be better? It was amazing. There were a ton of people there, and Uchikoshi escorted me around like a real gentleman. In a parallel world, I could even see him as my husband. In a parallel world. Hey, do you guys believe in reincarnation? Like when the soul of a deceased person gets reborn over and over to the real world. I believe it, or like, I want to believe in it. Because then, even after I die, I can be with the people I loved in life. Our paths will cross again, reliving those special moments one more time, you know? I think about that stuff a lot. Which brings me to today's video! Let's play! This is the game I will be playing today. Zonky Zero, Last Beginning!
As the gameplay begins, there are some oddities in the fact that the area she starts in is a little bit more than halfway through the game, with the game's goal pointing A-Set to go to the publishing house, which is from a totally different section of the game. Seems A-Set's been gifted a developer copy of the game that's function isn't exactly linear gameplay. Over the next few days, Ota visits Tessa and confirms that she really is back, but he's feeling weird about the whole situation. Ota tries to explain the recent events to her, but she says that she's too jet-lagged to understand any of it. But as more days pass, things seem to return back to normal between the two. The next upload takes place on May 1st and is titled, It's Time to Talk About the Cyclops Case. Might lose subscribers for this. So it seems we're going to be learning a bit more about the mysterious killer that has been in the background of this game since the start.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the networld, Tessa, aka A-Set, you bet! And today, We're back at Ikume Shrine again! Oh look! There's a guardian dog! Did you know these statues, also called guardian lions, are originally from Egypt? In the ancient Orient, lions were worshipped as powerful, sacred animals. That tradition spread through India and China, then to Japan. So, shake, sit, lie down. You see, no reaction at all. That's because this guardian dog is actually a feline, not a canine. By the way, this thing on my waist is also a cat. Her name is Bastet. She's a feline goddess that appears in Egyptian mythology. So cute! Yeah? But anyway, I know this is kind of sudden, but everyone, listen up. I have something very important to announce. You see, today, on this stream, I have nothing to talk about! Nothing at all! Can you blame me? Of course I'm gonna run out of things to talk about if I make a video every week! So, this video, Tessa's Flower Viewing Hour, will fill the remaining time. Ooh, so pretty. Wow. Just kidding. What I actually want to talk about today is an unsolved mystery that I've been thinking about lately. Have you guys all heard about that awful incident that happened 6 years ago? The murder case where 4 corpses were found in the Akikawa Valley. That's right, the Cyclops serial killings. A Cyclops is a one-eyed giant that appears in Greek mythology. The killers signed a letter they sent to the media as Cyclops. That's why they call it the Cyclops serial killings. The 4 victims were all young women. They were all made to look like a Cyclops, missing an eye. The culprit is still at large. No leads or clues either. It's really not scary at all! Looks like we were able to fill up the time, so I'm gonna go home. What to do next week? Okay, that's enough for today! Thank you, everyone! And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned! Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already! If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro! Thank you for watching! See ya!
Next week's upload isn't as key to the plot, as ASEC talks about how she spent the week inside playing video games during a period of time called Golden Week, a section of time where 4 national Japanese holidays all take place within the span of a week. April 29th is known as Showa Day, or the birthday of former Emperor Showa, who passed in 1989. Constitution Day taking place on May 3rd, which celebrated the new Constitution after the end of World War II. May 4th brought Greenery Day, a day to celebrate the environment and nature. And finally, Children's Day on May 5th, which is celebrated by families to pray for the health and future success of their sons by hanging carp streamers and samurai dolls. The festival for celebrating daughters is on March 3rd, fun fact. The video ends with Aset saying that she's making preparations to premiere a new Let's Play of the Somnium Files. Before we tackle that video though, Ota has some interesting tidbits on Twitter he talks about. In response to Aset's tweeting out her Cyclops Killer video, @SHSL Made replies, "Oh really, Ota? What's your favorite mystery?" Ota replies, Too many to pick a favorite, but have you heard of the cursed sister ships Proteus, Cyclops, Jupiter, and Nereus? The Jupiter was converted into the USS Langley and was scuttled during World War II. The other 3 ships all vanished without a trace. I did some research into these missing ships, and it's interesting to note that as early as the 1970s, there were research papers made looking into the mysteries behind the cursed sister ships, sometimes dubbed the Cursed Sisters. Also, interesting enough, was there were some comparisons made between these cursed sisters and another trio of ships that have had mysterious circumstances surrounding them: the Titanic, the Olympic, and the Britannic. This may seem surface level, but Uchikoshi's previous work on the Zero Escape trilogy have highlighted these ships in the past, especially 999, so it's something to keep in mind. Afterward, Ota begins his own thread on a mysterious incident he was looking into. Went down another creepy, unsolved mysteries rabbit hole today. I'm sure you've all heard of the Dyatlov Pass, where those Russian hikers were discovered, dead in mysterious circumstances. But have you heard of the American Dyatlov Pass? The disappearance of Gary Mathias? In 1978, Gary and 4 friends from Yuma, California go to see a basketball game in Chico, about 50 miles away. After the game, they stop at a convenience store for some snacks, and then drive away. It was the last time anyone saw any of them alive. A few days later, their car is found, strangely at 70 miles from Chico, up a mountain road nowhere near the group should have been. They find wrappers and drink bottles from what they bought at the convenience store, with no sign of anyone. At first, the cops think the car ran out of gas or broke, so the group abandoned it and took shelter somewhere in the woods. But the car was perfectly functional, and had a quarter tank of gas still. To this day, no one's been able to explain why it was abandoned. Weeks later, 4 bodies are found in and around a trailer about 20 miles from the car. They died of starvation and hypothermia, but the trailer had enough food inside to last them for months, and a perfectly working fireplace with matches and kindling. Gary was never found. A few days after this thread, and with questions still lingering in the air, ASET uploads a Let's Play video of I, the Somnium Files titled, I, the Somnium Files, Let's Play Detective Tessa.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, aka ASET, you bet! Today, I'm going to show you guys gameplay from an advanced copy of a game from Spike Chunsoft. Good job, Uchikoshi! Oh, I'm excited! So excited! Can't wait to play! Whoa! AI Somnium Files? Oh, it's pronounced I, the Somnium Files. I'll be playing on the PS4, but it looks like there's gonna be a Nintendo Switch and Steam version too. Thank you! Alrighty, let's play! Oh, it's Akihabara!
As ASET loads up the game, we have a sly little reference here in the loading screen. Over here on the billboard is a poster for 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, insisting that, like how I, the Somnium Files is a fictional project within the bounds of the Lemnis Gate ARG, 999 and the rest of the Zero Escape games are a fictional project within the world of I, the Somnium Files.
I actually know this area well. This building is actually where I used to work. The Maid Cafe Sunfish Pocket. Yeah, that's right. I remember them telling me something about adding this location to the game. Isn't it so cool when a place you know is featured in a game? Welcome home. No way! Is that a Mame? Hey, wait a minute! Why is a Mame here too?
Seeking?
Oh. Is this your first time here? This feels like deja vu. I've seen him somewhere before. Anyway, it looks like this handsome man is the protagonist.
Sorry. I'm not here as a customer. I need to talk to someone about something.
Huh? What?
Jeez, kid.
Why is Ota here? Did he debut as an actor? That's amazing, Ota! Oh, why didn't he tell me? Oh, said something. Let's start by introducing myself.
By the way,
Oh, looks like the handsome man's name is Date. He looks like a detective. Maybe he's on a case right now. X-ray? Is this X-ray vision? Can I see through things with this? No! This is adults-only content! Ochi Koshi, why would you do this to me? How disappointing. I mean, I kind of expected this, but still. Anyway, in this game, it looks like you play as Date and investigate a case. So let's start investigating! What kind of furniture can you drink? Oh, yes! Yes!
Light beer?
That one, right? No?
Rice?
You can't drink rice. The answer is liquefied leather sofa.
How would anyone ever guess that?
you even drink that?
Let's take a look at the menu. Ah, the secret menu. So nostalgic. I remember all of this. Hey, Ota! Why are you enjoying this so much? This guy did it! He must have! Look at that smirk. So suspicious. Wait a minute. What kind of case are we following? Oh! I can move locations! Forget about Ota! Let's go on a drive!
What's our ETA?
Is this girl supposed to be transparent?
Please let me make it in time.
Ooh, this is getting tense! What's gonna happen? No. Wait. That's...
Like clockwork, it has been some time since our last visit through the Somnium files. But with the recent announcement of the game's sequel, the Nirvana Initiative, I'm back and more motivated than ever to finish off the ARG coverage before we begin coverage of the actual game. Once again, I want to thank the the Somnium Files wiki for compiling the information of the game, including Ota and ASET's 2 Twitter accounts. And now, to summarize. Iris Sagan is an online idol who is under the Lemnis Gate talent agency run by Renju Okiura. We follow in Iris's antics with videos like her introductory music video, her favorite mascots and candies, and even telling ghost stories in abandoned amusement parks at night. We get a healthy dose of mythological illusions, thematic ties to reflections, and even in-universe analog to the Illuminati by the secret devil-worshipping cult of Nicelots. While Iris discusses the no-good antics of Dice, we get video interference implying that they are watching and censoring her broadcast. We also get the viewpoint of Ota Matsushita, Iris' #1 fan and lewd content connoisseur. During the events of GDC 2019, Iris goes missing when she was expected to show up. Ota goes on the search for Iris and discovers hidden messages on a cryptic upload of Iris' YouTube channel that leads him to a fishery in the Okura warehouse district. When Ota arrives, he finds the warehouse completely empty. But a new video uploaded to Iris' channel reveals a horrifying murder scene set up by a figure in a giant polar bear costume. A saw blade tears through Iris' abdomen, and we see that her left eye has been gouged out. As GDC comes to a close, we see Iris beginning to upload again, although some subtle differences in her opening, editing, and general style lead us to all assume that an imposter is taking over the channel. Some new videos are made showing off some more locations in the Somnium files, such as the Advanced Brain Investigation Squad HQ, and even the inside of someone's dream, dubbed a Somnium. In looking through the imposter's Somnium, we get terrifying imagery and real disturbing confirmation the Iris we're seeing is not the same as we've started with. And then suddenly, Iris seems to return, and for a little bit, things return to a sort of normal. She begins to tempt fate once again by talking about the Cyclops serial killer, but then shifts into a Let's Play preview of the Somnium files, where we see a snippet of the game where Date rushes off to the fishery warehouse, where he finds Iris' corpse, bringing us back to the murder video. Strangely though, he finds Ota's dead body inside the polar bear outfit. Now, after that long-winded summary out of the way, we resume. Iris puts out a tweet that she and Ota are fine after the events of the Let's Play video, but are looking into why the video ended the way it did. This leads Iris to publicly calling out Uchikoshi about it. Uchikoshi answers in the most Uchikoshi way by asking Iris if she's seen Avengers Endgame, and makes reference to Doctor Strange not saying anything. The reference Uchikoshi is making here is a bit misleading, as the specific situation he's talking about takes place in the prequel to Endgame, Infinity War, but the basic gist of the reference is Avengers spoilers! In Avengers Infinity War, Doctor Strange has the ability to foresee possible futures. In the climax of the movie before the event everyone knows about, Strange is said to have seen 14,605 futures, but only one where the Avengers are able to stop and defeat Thanos, the Mad Titan. He is cryptic about this information, and seemingly makes it infinitely easier for Thanos to conquer the universe by offering up the Time Stone, one of the most powerful objects in existence, seemingly with zero resistance. Now, it's revealed in Endgame that this action was necessary to create the future where the Avengers are able to reassemble, regather the Infinity Stones, and take the fight directly to Thanos and win. The lesson here is that actions, even if they seem to go against the desired result, can sometimes be the only thing ultimately leading to the desired result. And Uchikoshi is saying that here, even though we see Iris and Ota dead, this action here is necessary for whatever the desired result is for the Somnium files. So don't worry about it, Ota. You're serving the greater good. It's fine! Ota does not think this is fine, as he now joins the hashtag Uchikoshi is over party parade, and we get the following tweet chain. This response here basically confirms that this event we see in this video take place in 2019, November to be specific. This fact here is going to be very important when I go to theorize and eventually cover the Nirvana Initiative, so keep this fact in the back of our minds. Iris vows then to do some digging on her own alongside Ota. In the early morning of May 21st, Ota begins talking about a topic heavy on his mind. It's on the topic of George and Aubrey Herbert, and the discovery of the tomb of King Tutankhamun. George Herbert, otherwise known as George Edward Stanhope Molyneux Herbert, 5th Earl of Carnarvon, was an English aristocrat who was the financial backer behind the excavation of King Tut's tomb and launched modern Egyptology into the spotlight. Howard Carter was the lead excavator and the lead in the search of the Valley of the Kings beginning in 1914. The search itself was interrupted due to the First World War, but it resumed near the end of 1917. The search continued until 1922, where George became dissatisfied with the lack of results. He discussed and ultimately agreed to one last search in the Valley of the Kings. It was a near fruitless effort until a discovery was made on November 4th when the group's young water boy accidentally revealed the top of a flight of stairs cut into the bedrock, revealing the entrance to a tomb. Word was immediately sent out to George Herbert via telegram, and 2.5 weeks later he landed course in Egypt to see the discovery his team had found. Word was sent to the official of the Egyptian Department of Antiquities on the next day. The tomb's doors were secured until the official could arrive and join them in entering the tomb for the first time. However, this move was ultimately made null when George, his daughter Evelyn, Howard Carter, and Carter's assistant Arthur Callender made an unauthorized visit to the innards of the tomb, becoming the first people in modern times to enter. Legend has it that those that entered King Tutankhamun's tomb, whether they be a friend or foe, would be subject to an awful death by the curse of the pharaoh. Come March the next year, Herbert would be afflicted by a severe mosquito bite that would later be torn open while he was shaving. The combination led to Herbert suffering from blood poisoning, leading to pneumonia until his death a month later. Legends immediately began to spread, as rumors of the mummy's curse spread like wildfire. Aubrey Herbert was the brother of George, and had too passed away from blood poisoning not 5 months after his brother, which only fueled the flames of the curse even further. However, taking even a single look at the situation of why he got blood poisoning, it is easy to dispel the rumors of such a curse. Aubrey was unfortunately afflicted with terrible eyesight, so much so to the point that by his 40s he was nearly fully blind. Do you want to know what medical advice our fine fair Mr. Herbert took? The mad lad removed his fucking teeth in hopes it would cure his blindness. His chompers, his dental dudes, his mouthy munchers. Anyway, Carter didn't die of blood poisoning like our fine chaps here, but he did face a circumstance which is linked to a legend of the curse of the mummy. When sending a messenger back to his home, the messengers come across a terrifying scene of Carter's pet canary being devoured by an Egyptian cobra. Oda makes reference to this in his final tweet in the thread and likens the cobra to the snake adorned on King Tutankhamun's mask, Urias, the rearing cobra that would strike at enemies of the pharaoh. Also note here that Urias is the symbol for the goddess Wadjet, as in the Eye of Wadjet. Next, moving back to the Lemniscate channel, on May 23rd we get That Time I Got Forced to Do Impressions by an Egyptian God. That is quite a title. I will say, both this and the next episode aren't wholly relevant to the story of the ARG at large, with the exception of the featuring the Egyptian gods Horus and Bastet. Other than that, they seem to be fun videos I recommend checking out if you're interested in some fun ad-lib time. On the 28th of May, Ota tweets how, while things seem to be returning to normal, there is still something that's bothering him. That he saw all the events of the playthrough, and his journey to the cold storage warehouse happened, yet Iris is unable to understand any of it. Next up on the next day is the second video I mentioned before, where Iris is spirited away by Bastet and does some more ad-lib shenanigans to determine her future, but it's revealed to be just for fun. Early June is when we get the next video, which is promised Q&A session from fans. I'll do some editing here to show as much as I can with the actual questions and answers.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, aka Aset! You bet! Do you remember that announcement I made a while back? Thank you for your questions! I don't think I can get to all of them, but I'll answer as many as I can.
Well, shall we begin?
Who are you?
It would be difficult to do this by yourself, wouldn't it?
What?
Let's begin.
Question!
Have you seen what I've been up to since GDC?
Answer!
What? Could you be my doppelganger?
Question!
Betray or ally, which would you choose?
Answer! I believe in Bombchu! Ally! Question!
What do you think of Ota?
Answer! He's a very special friend. Question!
Opinion on polar bears?
Answer! Stop global warming!
We've seen you playing Zonky Zero, but what is your favorite game series? Also, who is your fave Zero Escape character?
I like the Zero Escape series too! My favorite character is Kyle!
Do you know any games that are currently being worked on, or will Spike not allow you to talk about them?
I know about the game the Somnium Files. I mean, I was lucky enough to get the very exclusive chance to play it earlier. But what I didn't get the chance to mention in my Let's Play video is that Ota's mom... I would love to talk more about that if I got the chance.
What inspired your choreography and lyrics for Invincible Rainbow Arrow?
It's a secret. I think Ota knows the details. I remember him writing something about it on Twitter.
Does Ota stand a chance? Hashtag wink wink.
Probability-wise, I'd say e to the I-Pi plus 1.
How did you come up with your catchphrase, unless I get abducted or something?
When I was watching that show with Giorgio Tsoukalos.
If you could be an actor in a movie, what sort of role would you want to play?
I would take any part, even if it's an alien or a sewer mutant.
What's your thoughts on the Fermi paradox?
Aliens have already visited Earth. I'm pretty sure I've seen one at Marble.
What do you think about Schrodinger's cat?
Nya, 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 nya.
What's your favorite sport?
I like all sports, really. Baseball, soccer, basketball, tennis, figure skating, everything. Playing-wise, I like dance, track, and maybe sumo.
What would be your ideal date?
Stay in, order pizza, and play video games. Woo! I'm feeling it!
Do you think life is unfair?
It is! Like spilling coffee on yourself when you're wearing your favorite outfit. Or when it starts to rain and you don't have an umbrella. Or getting invited to a pizza party when you're just about to start your diet. Totally unfair!
What do you usually do when you aren't recording videos?
Sometimes I play those Battle Royale video games with Mizuki. Or watch that TV show with the dragons and magic. Oh, or the one about that hacker that works for a cybersecurity company. Now, look at this! You sent me drawings! No, thank you so much, everyone. I love all of them. Here, take a look. Peace. I look so cute. Oh, that's bad. So fashionable. Is this Mizuki? I know this. You do that with this thingy and then that part. Amazing. Oh, Chibi, so cute. Oh, Ota's looking good. Very nice. This is Ota? Really? Me and Mizuki! So cute! Wow, nice thighs! How cool! Everyone is so good! Thanks to all my fans! I love these so much! Now let's get back to the comments!
What attraction do you like at theme parks?
I like the one where you talk to the sea turtle at that famous park.
Your nickname is your name in reverse, right? How did you come up with that?
Well, I didn't actually come up with it. My fans did. As for my slogan and stuff, my producer, Chikoshi, came up with it. So, I don't know.
Your Let's Play was cute and fun to watch. I have 2 questions. If you were to compare yourself to an animal, what would it be? Second question is, what is your favorite urban legend? I'll keep on supporting you.
An animal. I think a porpoise. Favorite urban legends are the Mandela Effect and the Bohemian Grove. You should Google it.
Hi, Tessa. I have a question. Do you like anime? What is your favorite?
Yes, I like anime too. I have too many favorites to pick just one, but I like the one where the guy mind controls someone with his eye. The space cowboy one. The near future cop one where they catch latent criminals. The one about going on a journey to collect 12 swords. The girls in a band one. The alchemist one. The robot one where people from space and Earth fight. The one about a book lover that fights with paper. The Society for the Study of Modern...
The Let's Play was super fun. I have a question for Tessa. What genre of games do you play usually? What game do you want to play the most right now? I would like to see the Let's Play for this game. I'm rooting for you.
I'll play any genre of game. Action, RPGs, adventure. Recently, I've been hooked on Shovel Forge. It's a sandbox game. If I have the chance, I'll do a Let's Play for it.
I want to see more Tessa Let's Plays. Is there any chance that you'll be collaborating with any VTubers?
Thank you so much! I want to do more Let's Plays too! Am I allowed to do collabs? Please, Spike Chunsoft! I want to! Talking by yourself is pretty hard, you know? Please, Uchikoshi! Question!
I have a question. What are urban legends and cryptids you like?
Answer! My favorite urban legends are the Mandela Effect and the Bohemian Grove. My favorite cryptid is Kushi, living in Lake Kusharo in Hokkaido. Question!
Tessa is Uchikoshi in disguise, right? You wouldn't say, he can be my husband unless it's you. Just kidding. Sorry. Please don't get mad at me.
Answer! Yes, of course! Question!
Tessa's taste in games is too good. Will you be continuing to do Let's Play videos? I am always looking forward to your weekly videos.
Answer! Thank you very much! I want to do more Let's Plays too! I want to! Spike Chun! Let me do more Let's Plays! Please, Uchikoshi! Question!
What do you usually do on your live streams?
Answer! If you have requests for what kind of stream I should do, please let me know! I'll do anything as long as it's okay with the agency. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know! I'll be waiting for everyone's comments! Okay, that's enough for today! Thank you, everyone! And I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned! Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro! Thank you for watching! See ya!
Okay, so for these three here, she's referencing Ancient Aliens, a documentary-style show that tackles the mysteries behind extraterrestrial life. Game of Thrones, the fantasy show adapted from George R.R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire book series, and Mr. Robot. Next, we get some information on some interesting topics. First, we get 2 mentions of the Bohemian Grove, which, if we remember all the way back from the first part of this series, Uchikoshi has a tendency to list the various inspirations he uses in the stories he writes. And with this game, he is no different. Over the course of the next few weeks, he discloses that Project Sync will likely involve the concept of communitarianism, or the philosophy that people are shaped by the environment around them. Similarly, Uchikoshi has revealed that the concept of the Bohemian Grove will also likely feature in the game at large. The Bohemian Grove is a place where, to put it bluntly, rich assholes go to hang out and commit illegal acts outside of the eye of the law. The Fermi paradox is also mentioned twice here. It's the apparent contradiction between the lack of evidence of extraterrestrial life and comparably variously high probabilities that if extraterrestrial life did exist, there would be some observable evidence, as such it relates to the scale of the universe. The Mandela effect is commonly touted as evidence of the multiple universe/universe fusion theories. The basic gist is that certain groups of people tend to remember the events of the past differently, enough so that it's posited that the groups that remember the same events wrong come from an alternate universe that fused with our own, where the fact they remembered was true. The name of this concept comes from Nelson Mandela, a South African political leader and philanthropist, whose public memory seems to be split on whether he died when he was imprisoned in the 1980s, when in reality he lived until 2013. Other examples of the Mandela effect include the spelling of the children's books The Berenstein Bears being Berenstein, or if the Pokemon Pikachu had originally been designed with a black-tipped tail. And finally, Schrodinger's cat. Funnily enough, I've already talked at length about this topic way back in the day during the Ben Drown Explained series, so I'll refer back to that real quick. In various fields, this kind of idea is closely related to what is called quantum suicide. The thought experiment involves similar thoughts relating to Schrodinger's cat. I'll try to explain it as simply as I can. Schrodinger's cat is a cliché among itself, but I recognize that it's a very specific cliché, and we're talking about a haunted Zelda game, so I'll do an explanation anyway. Let's say you take a box and you put a cat inside. Editor's note, please don't put cats in boxes, or do anything with this thought experiment in real life. It's a thought experiment. That's abusive and makes you a sick fuck. Anyway, inside this box there's a mechanism that's rigged to, after a minute, run a 50% chance of filling the box with poisonous gas that will kill the cat. The supposed existence of the multiple worlds theory, or alternate timelines, guarantees that there is a timeline where the cat lives and a timeline where the cat dies. and you cannot know which is valid until you open the box yourself. But until you open the box, the cat inside is in a state of quantum flux, a phrase here which means it's constantly alive and dead, but also constantly neither alive nor dead. It's changing constantly until the box is opened and it's determined which timeline. That's Schrodinger's cat in a nutshell, in a box. Quantum suicide goes one step further. This experiment puts the observer inside the box with the cat as sort of a hypothetical watchman. They're unaffected by the poison. As the observer watches the first iteration to see if the cat either lives or dies personally. The rate of either happening is 50%. Now, no matter what happened inside the first iteration, whether the cat lived or died, the many worlds theory would then prove that in some other timeline, the other result happened in place of the first one that currently did. Say the cat died in the first iteration. Well, that's awfully tragic. But that means in timeline 2, the cat survives. Happy ending for everyone, right? Unfortunately, no. The cat's still inside the box. And in another minute, another decision will be made if the cat lives or dies. If it lives, then in timeline 3, it dies. If it dies, then in timeline 3, it lives. Do you see the pattern yet? There are a near infinite number of multiple universes under many worlds theory. That means, theoretically, there is a universe where this cat lives inside this box for 10 million years, and never dies of old age, never dies of hunger, never dies of the poison gas. In 10 million years, the cat still remains in the box. Even after 1 year, imagine how many minutes would go by where that machine fired a blank. And yet, according to quantum suicide, that cat will still exist in some other universe. Now, that's all interesting, but what does it mean for the spooky Zelda game where lads wear green and small boys drown? And now we get to the real meat of the research, assigning the anime to their general descriptions as given by Iris. Here we go. Code Geass, Cowboy Bebop, Psycho-Pass, Katanagatari, K-On, Full Metal Alchemist, Gundam, Read or Die, Genshiken, Sword Art Online, Durarara, The Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Ruran High School Host Club, My Hero Academia, Yo Masushi Pedal, Kuroko's Basketball, One Punch Man, Hikaru no Go, Fate, A Certain Magical Index, Love Live School Idol Project, Yuri on Ice, Kimono Friends, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, Steins Gate, Mr. Osamatsu, Ranma 1/2, Fist to the North Star, Mushishi, Sailor Moon, Spirited Away, Attack on Titan, Akira, ReZero, The Rising of the Shield Hero, The Promised Neverland. Oh boy, I want to feel that one in the morning. And this part here about Iris' favorite Zero Escape character. This is something I'm going to be talking about way more whenever I cover I, the Nirvana Initiative. Oh boy. Next week, we get a dance video featuring Ota and Mizuki Okiura, Renju Okiura's daughter, dancing to the Invincible Rainbow Arrow. And a neat piece of trivia with this white horsewoman, who is really now Shiraka, who is Iris' Japanese voice actress. Next week, we get another Light on Story video detailing the limited and Day 1 editions of I, the Somnium Files, alongside an announcement that Iris is going to be appearing in person at Anime Expo alongside Uchikoshi and the game's lead artist, Yusuke Kozaki. Things go as expected, and another week passes relatively normally. Now, on June 26th, we get quite an eventful day. I'm just gonna let it play out, and I'll recoup with you after.
Uchikoshi sent me this ridiculous message the other day. Listen to this. Tessa, you don't have many friends, and if this keeps up, people will think you have a bad personality. So work on your communication skills as an idol. I have a lot of friends. There's Mizuki and Ota. The white horse person. See? Look, that's 3 right there. Okay, I can see how this looks. Is it bad to only have a few friends? Once you grow up, it's hard to make lasting friendships. Can you really say that you've made friends outside of work? Yeah, that's not so bad. I'm doing all right. Ah! That surprised me! A call from Uchikoshi! I'm gonna settle this right now! Hello? A-set! これ私... あれ? 何これ? Huh? Who are you? 私は... おはようの人もこんにちはの人もこんばんは。ネット界の揮発性溶媒アセトンこと A セットです。Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, aka A-set. You bet. なんだこれ? What? This is amazing. 内越プロデューサーから着信があったから出てみたら。Yeah, me too. Uchikoshi called me. せっかくだし、少しお話ししない？ Of course! どこに住んでるんですか？ I live in Tokyo with my mom. 私も。Uchikoshi sent me a message earlier about needing to make more friends. 私も。Do you have friends? いるよ。みずきちゃんとおうたん。Mizuki. Yeah, me too. あなたは誰？ I have the same question. YouTube のチャンネルとか持ってますか？私、そこで活動してるんです。Yeah, I have one too! 見ていいですか？これも同じ。じゃない！チャンネル登録者数が全然違う！ Yeah, it's different! We're different! Have you met Uchikoshi before? この前 GDC 行った時も結局代理みたいな人に内越は忙しくて会えないって言われたし、実はまだ一度も会ったことはないです。でも動画でメッセージを送ってくれたり、この前も特典のことを教えてくれたし、ソムニウムファイルのゲームも送ってくれたし、会ってないけどやりとりはいっぱいしてるよ。But couldn't the staff at Spike Chunsoft be doing that? It doesn't have to be Uchikoshi. そうだけど。Do you trust Uchikoshi? 知ってるよ。もちろん。みんなが私を知ってくれて、私を好きでいてくれてるのも、うちぴーのおかげだもん。Yeah. In any case, I can't lie to my viewers. I don't know what's going on, but there might be a reason you and I met like this. あなたと私、すごく似ているけど、少しだけ違う。Yeah! Can I send a friend request? いいよ、もちろん。すごい友達ができちゃったな。This whole thing is kind of creepy, though. Okay, that's enough for today. Thank you, everyone, and I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned. Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro. Thank you for watching. See ya.
So, some of you may think that A-set has finally met her imposter, but this isn't correct actually. Remember, the B-set that we were talking with spoke English, and not Japanese. She is also not as lethargic as B-set was, so realistically, Aceton here is more like a C-set, another reflection of the one we know. There's one more thing I want to bring attention to. In the final frames of this video, we have a QR code here in the place of the picture frame in the background. This QR code brings you to an unlisted secret episode titled A-set. The description of this video is Morgana, which is a reflection of Anagram.
Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, aka A-set, you bet! Everyone, thank you for watching all of my videos. I've decided to make the next video my last. I wanted to give a special message to everyone watching this. To everyone who found this video, you're all incredible! The reason I'm doing this is... after my Let's Play, I played the Somnium files all the way through, beginning to end. And I found out a lot. About Iris Sagan,
The sync system? The Somnium world? Mr. Okiura? And about Date. But I can't just tell you. And Uchikoshi can't either. You need to see it with your own eyes. You need to find your own answer. One that leads to me. So, I'm looking forward to meeting you all again. This isn't goodbye. Okay, that's enough for today. Thank you, everyone, and I'll definitely be uploading weekly, so keep your eyes open and stay tuned. Unless I get abducted or something. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro. Thank you for watching. See ya.
Where is my dad? Over on Twitter, Ota begins a new thread questioning the two A-sets, and then questioning his own reality. A-set and Ota both visit the Somnium Files fan Discord, where A-set promotes the game and acts generally corporate, whereas Ota seems to give off more real-feeling messages, continuing his existential depression from before, reaffirming that A-set cannot see anything from where B-set was active. After this, Ota asks on Twitter if people have heard of Maxwell's Demon. Unlike the other ideas Ota introduces, he doesn't go any further with this one. So I shall. Maxwell's Demon is a thought experiment that supposedly breaks Newton's second law of thermodynamics. In short, the idea is that normally, without exerting any work in this case being the expenditure of energy, the levels of entropy between two subjects, in this case two chambers of gas, cannot lower. In the thought experiment, there's a hypothetical demon which controls a door linking the two chambers, and as faster moving molecules approach, the demon will intervene and open the door, allowing the faster molecules inside the second chamber. By this repeated process, the second chamber would, little by little, heat up, as faster moving molecules are by the nature of it hotter. The converse would also make the first chamber cool down, as all that will remain will be the slower moving molecules. This would then be a shift of entropy for both chambers. This thought experiment is commonly seen as commentary on divine intervention and its relationship of a being outside of the normal order to the environment around them. This topic will return for discussion much later on. We get a final tweet thread from Ota talking about the subjectivity of consciousness. This is the last official tweet concerning the runtime of the ARG, but it's not the last time Ota will tweet, as even up to the current day, Ota and A-set will continue to share their opinions on their daily lives with the world. On July 5th, 2019, Spike Chunsoft hosts their Anime Expo panel with Uchikoshi and Kozaki present, alongside A-set set up on a television screen. Here, an edited version of their final video, Graduation, is played.
This week, it's time to view the final A-set video together. Are you guys ready?
I'll go for Uchikoshi! Good evening, good morning, and hello! It's the brand new star of the net world, Tessa, aka A-set! You bet! Everyone, thank you for watching my videos. I got to where I am today thanks to all your support. Doing all these YouTube videos for you guys might have been the most fun I've ever had in my whole life. I was so happy to get comments from all over the world. I want to meet you all. Maybe do a Reservations Unknown tour of Tokyo with you. So, actually, this is gonna be my final episode. There's still time before the Somnium Files releases, but I'm going to stop uploading videos after this. The reason being, I don't have much time left. Cause I can't stay young forever! I'm kidding. It is kind of sad. I know! How about a final pop quiz? Hit it! Question! When will the Somnium Files release? Answer! September 17th, that's right! Uchikoshi, I announced it, so you gotta keep your promise now. So far, have you chosen the right path? Answer! outcome is that you chose the path you believe in. Question! Do I really exist? Final answer! You are the only one who can really decide that. You feel me through your own eyes and ears. Without you, can I really exist? Because everyone followed my Twitter, because everyone watched my YouTube videos, I am able to exist. And I am so grateful for that. Thank you. You don't have to like my videos. Oh, but I do have one favor to ask. Please don't forget about me. Remember me forever. And just for that, I will... I don't know if I really exist. I don't have that answer. But I do know that you are there, watching me. And I don't know when it's gonna be, but I am looking forward to the day that we see each other again. Okay, that's enough for today. Please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. If you don't subscribe, you'll make me so aggro. And for the last time, thank you for watching. See ya. And I don't know when it's gonna be, but I am looking forward to the day that we see each other again. That was just one ending. But through all this I've learned, there's always more than one. The new path begins right here! Goody? Teacups that are flying, I'm not supposed to fly. You'll think that I'm lying, this will terrify. A journey through time. A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre. Fruit never expires, you've seen in your eyes. You've seen in your life. While the old bow their heads, while the blind keep the blind, the marble will lose its shine. The eye clouds by design, but we know in our souls the one hope, the one truth that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist all of your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be made light.
Everyone, please give a warm welcome to ASET. Actually, this is Jackie Lastra. She is ASET Iris Sagan's voice actress. This is her.
And with that, the events of Lemniscate, the Eye the Somnium Files ARG is complete. And the next time we'll be tackling the events of the game and be relating it to the events of the ARG itself. That's all for me. If you like my content, you can check out my YouTube. You can check out all the other kinds of content I have here. I have my own Discord server for my ARGs. And you can check out my Twitter in the description as well.
Be sure to keep your eyes open and beware of false idols.
hope your eyes are planted firmly in your skull, because today we're talking more about I the Somnium Files. Launching in the latter half of 2019, I quickly became my game of the year. And this was the same year that Fire Emblem Three Houses launched, which is another game that's close to my heart. If you haven't yet seen my Explain series on the ARG Lemniscate that took place over the course of the year prior to I's release, then give this playlist a watch. This series is going to assume that you're in the know about the events that happened over there, and later episodes are going to be directly calling back to it. All set? Alright, let's sink on in. We start on a rainy night, as most good stories do, and already we can see we're calling back to the ARG as we circle around the carousel in the abandoned amusement park. That both stood as our first look at the game back during the reveal, and also is where Iris told us about the existence of night slots. Here, we're introduced to our playable character, Special Agent Kaname Date, and quickly learn that he's not alone in this case. He's partnered with an AI unit that's been connected to his brain via his fake eye, codenamed Eyeball, or Iba. Date arrives at Bloom Park, the scene of a grisly murder of a woman named Shoko Nadami. Date is out of his element, as he's usually tasked with syncing with persons of interest, or otherwise known as investigating their subconscious, instead of on the field investigations like normal detectives. Although, he is here on the request of a superior, colloquially known as boss, because of his relation to the victim. Date was an old friend of Shoko Nadami, and also that of her ex-husband, Renju Okiura. For those of you that think that name is familiar, you'd be correct. Renju Okiura is the president of Lemniscate, the talent agency that hosts Iris among other talent, and is also the owner of the cold storage warehouse where things happen. While investigating, Date comes to the conclusion that Shoko was stabbed several times by using a weapon similar to an ice pick due to the shape of the entry wounds, and that her left eye was removed while she was still alive, and the killer or killers had taken it with them. All of this he can ascertain from afar by using Iba's ability to magnify his viewing angle. Boss mentions that it's highly likely that it's a copycat killing to a case from 6 years prior, that of the Cyclops serial killer. Here, he also comes into contact with another officer named... what was his name again?
Wow, I never thought a great detective like you would ask me my name. It's Kagami, sir. It's Kagami, sir. Kagami. Are you serious? It's Kagami!
Hey, what'd you say your name was? Hey, hello? I know you can hear me, Kagami.
So you do know my name.
Kokichi here says that it's best Date stay away from the direct scene until the rain stops, so footprints can be properly analyzed. But that plan goes to the wind once a sound erupts from the column on the carousel.
Date, use me to see through the column. Utilize the X-ray mode.
Oh no.
It appears as though someone is inside.
Hey, I know you're in there. If you can hear me, say something. It won't budge.
It may be locked from the inside.
Damn it. Hey, whoever's in there, stay back. Suki.
Date ensures Mizuki's safety and takes her to the central hospital in the Minato district. Here, while looking after her recovery, Date falls asleep. He dreams of a strange house he thinks he doesn't recognize, looking from an out-of-body perspective of a strange humanoid figure. He learns quickly that he is dreaming, and the humanoid figure is Aiba, changing her appearance to a more fitting form, with which to interact with Date's Somnium. While interacting, a strange man flashed but a moment, prompting questions from Aiba. Date doesn't recognize the man, which further confuses them both, as Somniums are constructed from the owner's memories and subconscious. Aiba figures she must lighten up the room to interact with more elements, so the two work together to walk through the mental maze dubbed Sinking in the Brain. Quick note, when the tutorial for the mental lock plays, we get the Zero escape room sound effect.
Short. Somnium is a world built from the deepest recesses of your consciousness.
Another note for the Somnium is there are a handful of optional items to find that have different amounts of associations. Inside the baskets are a UFO, Chupacabra, and an American $1 bill. The UFO relates back to the topic of aliens and extraterrestrial life that the ARG brought up. The Chupacabra relates back to the idea of cryptids and folklore, and the $1 bills get the Eye of Providence on the back, relating back to Knights of Lots. And finally, the skeleton here has a bloody left eye.
Who is he?
Are you sure you don't know?
I don't know. He looks like some old man.
You could describe him a little more generously. Why is there a gun in this house?
This house has a skeleton in it. Anything can happen.
I hear it's common in the Kyushu area. In fact, it is said that they place hand grenades in the egg cartons in their refrigerators.
Who did you hear that from?
Look at this hot magnet. I could ventilate some crooks with this thing.
Don't get excited.
Remind you of anyone?
No.
A door locked. Do you think something this size would fit?
Might fit if you work it in a little. Try just the tip.
I suppose. I see. The gun was the key.
Well. Seems I was key in helping us escape.
Okay, that's it. This dream is over.
I suppose this dream is over then. Guess I'll wake up now.
Good. I'll open it.
On the next morning, Date visits Abyss headquarters, the same location B-Set visited in one of her videos. We learn it's actually Boss's office, 6 layers below ground. Date chooses to ask Boss once more about the details on the case from 6 years ago, revealing to us that he actually has no memory of the time before that point. Boss urges him to drop the subject, confirming it has no relation to the current case. He pushes back, saying it's possible that the original killer could be at it again, to which she says is an impossibility. Date, sure he's not going to get any information going further down this line of questioning, changes the subject to a pair of skis Boss has lying around in her office. Boss asks him if he's heard about the murder case that happened at a resort called Spur. This is a reference many might not get if they've only started playing adventure games and visual novels, especially those by Spike Chunsoft recently. Boss is referring to a game developed by Chunsoft before the merger with Spike titled Kamaitachi no Yoru, or released over in the West as Banshee's Last Cry. This was a visual novel that only released worldwide by now defunct mobile version on iOS, but the original Japanese release came out on the Super Famicom all the way back in 1994, and then saw a re-release on the PlayStation 1, Game Boy Advance, web browsers, Android, iOS, PlayStation Vita, and a Windows version as late as 2018. Safe to say that this game was well received overseas, and Spike Chunsoft sure loves to poke attention to it. I played it myself and think it's very good, so if you have a device old enough that can run the iOS version, definitely check it out. Anyway, back to the conversation with Boss. Date reveals that Mizuki is mute over the trauma of seeing who we now know as her mother's death up close and personal. It's also revealed that Renju could not be reached during the time of the murder, and since then, frustrated over the situation and over not being able to place an identity on the caller that alerted them in the first place, Aiba pops out of Date's eye socket and reveals that she's discovered who exactly made the call. It goes back to Ota Matsushita. Well, seems he's coming headfirst into the fray. Date rejoins with Aiba, and the two head off to go question Ota at his family's diner. At the Matsushita family diner, Date finds not Ota, but instead his mother, Mayumi Matsushita. She's an excitable woman who obviously cares very deeply for her son, but it's also easy to see she doesn't approve of his lifestyle choices.
What was it? I'm sorry, my memory's been so spotty lately. Because there's a goddess there.
What?
Ota says it all the time. A goddess. More like a witch, if you ask me.
A witch, huh?
Yes! A witch put a spell on my poor Ota. Makes him spend all his money on her. You see that box over there?
The one on the table?
Yes. Just look. You'll see what I mean.
Even so, she still thinks very fondly of him, even mentioning to Date how much she cares for a Mother's Day gift he gave her a few years back, a knife with a floral pattern. He uses some context clues of a figure Ota ordered from Ezamon.com to figure out he's probably hanging out around Lemniscate Talent Agency's office. Mayumi reveals that he's over there because some goddess is there, meaning Iris. She believes Iris forces Ota to spend his money on her, such as with the figure he's got ordered. Date and Aiba head out toward Lemniscate.
That's him?
Correct.
Date finds him in the lobby waiting for Iris to finish recording a podcast. He immediately acts standoffish to Date, refusing to answer any of his questions, claiming he's to be too busy. Date gets the urge to punch him, but Aiba holds him back, claiming she has an idea. She looks into his computer and discovers Ota is on Twitter. More than once, though, he's sock puppeting for Iris, meaning he's logged into 3 alternative accounts bashing Iris, and then defending her from his own, bashing some main account. What's interesting to note, how satisfied this is exactly what he's actually saying here in defending Iris. Take a look. Show's doing great, riding that high. That makeup is honestly disgusting, lol. Ignore that, Tessa. Probably just some fugly girl who's mad jealous of you. I respect her dancing, but her singing... Get your ears checked. Yeah, she's so good, that's why she's doing backup vocals on TV, lol. She'd be nothing without Lemniscate.
You think you understand the entertainment industry? Even backing vocalists need incredible talent. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's pathetic. Fugly, lol. What time period are you even from, lol? I don't want to hear that from a fugly and unwanted woman like you. Yeah, I'll get my ears checked. I think ASET made them bleed. Your ears are bleeding because ASET's heavenly vocals obliterate mindless zombies like you. You're pathetic, dude. Stop white knighting this chick. I will protect her from scum like you until I die. I promised I would. Yeah, okay, I'm unwanted. That's why I've had 5 boyfriends and you're a virgin, lol. Lol, really? That's your comeback? I'm not a virgin, dumbass. You seriously think ASET can sing? Like, seriously? Of course I do. Just watch. She'll be winning Grammys soon. This guy's hilarious. I'm screenshotting this. Go for it. OMG, I can smell your virginity from here, dude. I've had sex 1,000,000 times by now. Have you heard the new song? Invincible Rainbow Arrow? Of course I have. It blew my mind. Why do you even like her so much? She's cute, nice, funny, amazing at singing and dancing. And just watching her, just having her be there, heals me. I call bullshit. I was kidding. I am a virgin, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I would only want to have sex with someone I was completely in love with. So, was your mind blown, or just melted like mine, zombie boy? The only thing that's undying about me is my respect for ASET. She was late to that radio show. She's totally unprofessional. You didn't hear? She was late because she was escorting an old woman to the police station. OMG, you're in love with ASET, lol! Someone report this guy before he does some psycho shit. No! I would never even think about ASET like that. She's a goddess to me. She is sacred. Gross, dude. Listen to Invincible Rainbow Arrow again. You'll love it, I promise. Really? How do you know? I know everything about Tessa. Are you crazy? Punko, I know you're just saying this awful stuff for attention. It's okay. I love you. And Tessa loves you too. No matter how many times I listen to it, it's still the same mediocre song. Did she write the lyrics too? She has no talent. I'm sorry. She wrote those lyrics for a child suffering from a brain tumor. Does that make you see the song in a new light? Really? I had no idea she was so nice. Well now, that's quite an interesting fact we didn't know about before. Invincible Rainbow Arrow was created for a child suffering from a brain tumor. How kind of her. Anyway, we learn after Date uses this incriminating information to essentially blackmail Ota into talking, threatening to tell Iris about his sock puppeting. He hesitantly complies, revealing that Mizuki asked him to go to Bloom Park with her after she received a denial message from someone asking her to go to the carousel. It was there where they found Shoko's dead body, and Ota freaked out, dropped his phone, and ran away. Date, understandably upset, calls Ota out for leaving Mizuki there alone.
Hey, Ota, what are you doing?
Tessa!
And you are?
Mr. Date from the MPD. He came here to ask me about what happened last night.
You mean a detective? Wow! I've never met a real detective before!
But Ota and Iris, who appears on the scene after finishing her podcast, both seem to not know that Shoko Nadami was Mizuki's mother. Iris introduces herself to Date and explains that she learned about the murder scene from Ota. After learning some information, but not enough for his liking, Date begins to leave the office. But Iris asks to come along and check out the crime scene.
Ota, take a video!
Huh?
Just do it! Mr. Date! Please, Mr. Date! You can't leave me!
What?
I can't imagine life without you!
What are you doing?
Ota, did you get it?
Oh, yeah. No, not at all. I'm just imagining your body sinking into Tokyo Bay.
I'm used to sinking. Part of the job.
Huh?
Mr. Date, you are a member of the MPD, aren't you? A public servant? I wonder, what would happen if this little video happened to go viral?
You wouldn't.
Oh, and just so you know, taking my phone away won't help. It's already in the cloud.
You little...
On the car ride to the crime scene, Date asks Aset more about herself. He learns that she got picked up by Lemniscate thanks to her mother's friendship with Renju Okiura. She in turn asks him more about his department of work, a topic he's hesitant to reveal to us to anyone, but she hangs the video she took over him once again. She reminds her that such a video would cause a scandal for her as an idol too, but she insists that it's more than fine because she's going to die soon anyway. She brushes this comment off as a joke, and then reveals her real name to Date, Iris Saga. Hearing this name, a memory flashes across his mind of a younger Iris playing Ratty Cake. Confused at why it's shown up, he's silent for the rest of the ride. When they arrive at Bloom Park, Date and Iris reinvestigate the crime scene. Date is interested in the fact that there is no blood on the horse that Shoko was tied to. He plays back video footage of the previous night through Aiba to confirm such was the case then as well. This would imply that Shoko's body was killed at some other location and then brought to Bloom Park.
The horses. Horse? Sounds kind of like Horus, right?
What are you talking about?
You don't know Horus? Horus is the Egyptian god of the sky and sun. The right eye is the eye of Ra, and that's the sun. The left eye is the eye of Wajet, and that one is the moon. It's the same idea behind the eye of Providence.
The Eye of Providence?
The all-seeing eye.
Oh, I see. Just like what's on the back of a $1 bill.
Yeah, exactly. The Eye of Providence is supposed to be the symbol of Freemasonry in the... Starting to see the picture?
Not really.
Date is unsure, but then Iris follows it up by saying that Ota saw the ice pick stabbed in Shoko's eye, meaning that if what he saw was accurate, Mizuki had the ice pick in her hands because she was the one to remove it from the socket. Date explains that the park itself is an odd choice to bring anyone, much less a corpse to, as the park is within the abandoned Kawasaki district, which was closed down 8 years prior due to a chemical plant explosion. Now, there's a bit of a mistake here on the part of the ARG. We did learn about this chemical plant explosion way back in Aset's video telling scary stories in the abandoned amusement park. But in that video, it was listed as being closed down 6 years prior. This seems to be a mistake on the part of the promotional team for the ARG. Unless this distinction comes into play as an important topic, I'm just going to form this point run with the date used in the game, so 8 years ago it'll be. Anyway, the two figure that they've learned all they can from the scene of the crime, and Date decides to drop Iris off back at her place. Before heading to the car, Iris feels faint, and Date offers to give her a piggyback ride out of the park. Iris makes a joke about how much she weighs, and Aiba calculates that she weighs 105 pounds. On the ride home, Date asks how she's feeling, and she makes a joke about throwing up in the car, and he scolds her for sticking her hand out the window. At this point, Iris makes mention that she feels like she's met Date before. As they arrive at the Saga residence, a few things become apparent at once. Date recognizes the house as the one from his Somnium, and even more importantly, her mother, Hitomi, that answers the door, is the woman who was lying on the floor in the pool of blood. This causes Date to forego refusing Iris' offer to come inside. He learns that Hitomi and Iris have been living in the same house, and works as a school teacher, and has known Renju for the last 20 years, since high school. Although she was only barely familiar with Shoko, only seeing her a few times. Date also figures out that Hitomi must have been really young when she had Iris, if she was 37 now, meaning that she must have been around 19, but she says she's never been married, a topic that's sensitive for the both of them, as is Hitomi's right arm, which Date noticed seems to lock up on her. After he says his goodbyes, Date heads back to Abyss headquarters. He and Aiba agree that finding out who sent Mizuki that message on Nile that Ota mentioned is their top priority. Aiba says she's going to attempt to hack into Mizuki's phone to find out, but it'll take some time due to Nile's security protocols. Once they arrive at Abyss, Date finds that Boss brought Mizuki along from the hospital and suggests that Date sync with her in order to find out what she had seen and cure her mute condition, aphonia. Date is hesitant, but does accept in order to help out Mizuki. Here we're introduced to Pewter, real name Futa Amanoma.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. An autonomous artificial intelligence birthed from collective nanotechnology. Its ability to think is controlled by a program we call the Wadjet system. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
Also, Wadjet system was also used in the very first reveal trailer alongside all those very terms from way back when. Boss tells Date that Renju was currently answering some questions, but it was strange that he never even showed up to Mizuki's hospital room once. This confuses Date, but the reality of Mizuki's situation causes him to not be wholly surprised. The truth of it is, even though Renju and Shoko are Mizuki's parents, Mizuki's actually been living at Date's apartment for an undisclosed period of time yet, as a roommate, and we're going to come back around to this later. Before Date hooks up with the sync machine, he reassures Mizuki that everything will be fine, that once he's finished, it'll be like nothing ever happened, and that they'll go out to eat afterward. As Date begins to sync, Aiba introduces Date to a new feature Peter added to the sync system, the ability to slow time down while Aiba is standing still. This is useful because it is dangerous to stay in someone's Somnium for longer than 6 minutes. The effects are unknown and could be fatal to both parties.
You have only 6 minutes in the Somnium world.
Date realizes Mizuki's Somnium is Bloom Park, which is unsurprising considering she's found her mother corpse there. Aiba first investigates a portrait of Shoko, with the ice pick sticking out of her left eye, and by yanking it up creates a lightning rod to dispel the storm away from the cage. By having Aiba enter the control room, she comes across the first major choice in this game's branching narrative. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that yet, did I? This game has multiple endings, and various choices will send you down various paths. I'm going to be covering the story in an order that I and many others believe is the best order to learn information in, as some paths do have spoilers for others. I'm going to be minimizing the amount of these spoilers and be going from as close to a beginning to end as is possible. So, first, we're going to be opening the left cage here that has a torn photo underneath. By reassembling the photo, we get an image of a much younger Mizuki on the panda ride with both of her parents, not yet divorced, happily overlooking her. Date remembers this photo as one that Mizuki had torn up and thrown in the trash, although she seemed to regret doing so. He wasn't able to get any answers about the photograph from Mizuki before. Aiba is able to slow down the carousel and finds Mizuki standing in the center. She gives her a hug.
Are you okay?
Date.
Looks like she can talk again.
She hugs Date and cries out her sorrows. She explains that she ripped up the photo because her time with her parents at Bloom Park was really the only other time that she felt happy, and it weighed on her like a burden now, especially now that it's the site of her mother's murder. Mizuki regains her composure and refuses to tell them who messaged her on Nile, but Date gets an idea of who it is based on her refusal. He takes Mizuki back to Bloom Park and asks some further questions about the blue figure they saw, but Mizuki says she couldn't place who it was. Aiba chimes in, saying that footage of a car belonging to Renju Okiura was spotted by the old subway lines near the park, and that was most likely how the victim was brought to the park, avoiding all security cameras nearby. Date calls Boss to tell her to hold Renju in for questioning, as they've got evidence his vehicle was present, and it's likely that he was the one who sent Mizuki the Nile message, a fact disputed by Mizuki, but only half-heartedly. Boss explains that he's already out of questioning, but they haven't been able to get in contact with him since. In a rush now, Mizuki offers up Sunfish Pocket, the mermaid cafe also owned by Renju. Date floors it on the way, and they both discover the terrible truth.
Can't be. Renju.
This could be a copycat killer at work. From the case 6 years ago.
The case 6 years ago?
Kagami.
Kagami.
The left eye socket is vacant. Victim has had her left eyeball removed. The eyeball has also not been recovered from the scene.
So the killer took it with them.
That is highly likely.
What was?
It may be locked from the inside.
Damn it. Mizuki.
Every human mind is unique. Every human dream has its own set of rules.
I see.
If you understand these rules, the world itself becomes valuable. Who was that?
I don't know.
Wow! I've never met a real detective before!
Date, your adrenaline level is rising. Is something the matter?
No, nothing.
I wonder, what would happen if this little video happened to go viral?
You wouldn't.
Oh, and just so you know, taking my photo away won't help. It's already in the cloud.
You little... By the way, I didn't catch your name.
You really want to know?
It's okay if you don't want to tell me.
Iris. Iris Sagan. I know, weird, right? Ratty cake, big girls man. Something.
No.
Oh, who is this, Iris? Mizuki.
Either way, I have to talk to Renju. And you can help me find him.
Renju is a suspect?
He's definitely suspicious.
I agree. I think he's our number one suspect. He's been acting strange since last night. He didn't come.
Can't be.
Date discusses Renju's murder with Boss and Pewter back in Abyss's headquarters. It's here that Boss finally relents and tells Date more about the original Cyclops serial murders. The original cases happened in 2013, 6 years before, where 4 young women were kidnapped and had their right eyes gouged out and were dumped on the Akikawa Valley. The original cases occurred from May to September of 2013 and ended when no culprit could be tied to the crimes. The only lead was that each killing, a letter was sent out to the media that said,
I killed them, and now they are my dear companions. I am Cyclops.
Both Boss and Pewter are insistent, however, that it's impossible for the original killer to be at large. But again, we're hesitant on to be given details on why. Aiba is similarly unable to give any help. Boss suggests that Date get some sleep, but he's insistent to continue investigating, and heads out to Sunfish Pocket to examine the scene. While there, Date and Aiba learn some interesting facts about the case.
What? I was asking for your name.
My name is Kagami. It's Kagami. Kagami? I told you it's Kagami. I told you my name like 5 times.
Hey you, what's your name?
Seriously? It's Kagami. Stop bugging him, it's rude.
Excuse you? My best friend, Kagami and I are having a conversation.
Yeah, don't spoil our fun.
What?
Renju had a high concentration of sedatives in his system before his death, meaning someone had drugged him, and similar to Shoko's body, his left eye had been gouged out prior to his death. His cause of death was strangulation, and it was around 8 p.m. the night before when he died. Date also finds 3 55-pound beer kegs on the ground around Renju, alongside a large oil drum with Renju's watch inside. Date believes Renju, like Shoko, was killed somewhere else, and then staged here. So he has Aiba check the building's elevator records to find the elevator arrived on the second floor once, carrying a load of 310 pounds. With the mystery laid out before them, Date decides to hit the street and hear from some of the other involved parties. He learns from Mayumi Matsushita that Ota left early in the morning, but doesn't know where he is. Not a tough puzzle to crack, Date thinks, so he heads out to the Lemnis Gate offices. While at Lemnis Gate, he is unable to find either Ota or Iris. He asks the receptionist if either had been around. The receptionist confirms that Iris was recording a podcast at the current time, although she had not seen Ota around.
Yeah, totally. You never think about, my boss getting murdered, you know? What are even the chances? That's the odds of hitting the lotto. But I was kind of lucky, in a weird way. Some of my old friends hit me up asking about it, you know? Feels like we're old alumni or something.
She certainly found the bright side of this situation.
Dejected, Date discerns to head to Marble, a local bar we previously saw back in Aset's tour around the world of I. Date and Mizuki overhear a radio broadcast about a traffic accident that happened the previous week. But Mizuki immediately ignores such and asks Date what he and her father used to do at the bar here. Aiba recollects that Renju first asked Date to take Mizuki 4 years ago while having a talk in Marble.
Date, honey, long time no see.
Hey, Mama, how've you been?
Oh, tired and sore, but not in a fun way.
Watch the innuendo in front of the kid.
Oh, who is this?
Renju's daughter.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, it must have been hard. I saw on the news.
It's okay. Really.
Oh, it must have been so hard. Stupid Ren. What was he thinking, leaving his little girl like this?
Hey, Mama. I wanted to ask you some questions about Renju.
I guess crying isn't going to solve the thing, is it? Go ahead, ask away. I'll help any way I can.
She informs Date that he should be careful, as he had recent ties to the Kumakura gang, and that the watch Date found in the oil drum was a gift to Renju from his new lover. Date is a new lead, but he is unwilling to bring Mizuki to a gang den, so he calls Boss to arrange a ride to bring her home. Date takes a ride over to the Kumakura office, and immediately gets into a fight with two of the thugs. He's able to incapacitate both of them, and he begins asking for Rohan Kumakura, the leader of the gang. Moma Kumakura, Rohan's younger brother, is confused, saying that he's the leader of the Kumakura family. Aiba confirms this fact, saying Rohan is on record as committing suicide a year prior, confusing Date. He continues, questioning for any connection to Shoko and Adami. Moma denies any relation to Shoko, but Aiba takes interest in the lit cigarette in the ashtray, implying someone was still in the office and hadn't had the chance to leave before Date arrived. He uses Aiba's X-ray vision to confirm a figure hiding in the closet, but before he can approach, another gunfight breaks out.
Date, a porno mag at your feet.
What? Hey, did you just shoot at me?
Whoa, wait a minute!
Load revolver with explosive rounds. Aim for the dragon's gold ball on the right.
The what? Oh, that. Why?
Just do it!
Date is able to successfully take out the thugs once again. He then confirms that the figure hiding in the closet is So Sejima, a well-known political celebrity. Moma then decides to give up more information, knowing when he's beat. He explains that the Kumakura gang would occasionally do work for Renju.
I heard that the former head of the Kumakuras committed suicide last year.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Nothing at all. I just want to talk about it.
Rohan was my older brother. He was my big brother in this organization, and my blood brother. 6 years ago, he got sick in the head,
He got sent to a special hospital. And naturally, because I'm his brother and next in line, I was the successor. That's all I'm gonna say. You want to know more? Hire a private eye.
And finally, that the Kumakuras were at a golf tournament at the time of Shoku's murder, so they couldn't have been the ones to carry it out. An alibi that Aiba was able to corroborate. Date then turns to So, who confirms he has done work for the Kumakuras, but offers up no other information regarding it. It's then Date gets a call from the Lemon Escape receptionist saying that Ota's appeared. Feeling that going to speak to Ota and Iris was a much better move at this point, he leaves the Kumakuras to their business. On the car ride to Lemon Escape, Date discusses the case with Aiba, who projects herself in her Somnium form in the passenger seat.
Who are you? Impossible. How did a jellyfish get in here? So shiny, too.
You utter idiot. It's me.
Renju?
Do I look like Renju?
Mizuki?
It's me.
Boss?
Date, seriously.
Then, are you... Mom?
Idiot. You must have increased your dosage too much.
My dosage? Anyway, you're Aiba, right? Why are you here? Looking like that?
I just thought I would protect myself. You seem lonely.
How are you doing this?
I am overlaying the image your left eye processes with augmented reality. You can't see me through your right eye, only your left.
You can't just pop into my eyeball without permission.
You do realize I do that all the time, right?
They're unable to come up with a motive for So and the Kumakuras, although they point out for the interesting fact that So used to live in the Kawasaki district and sold all of his land shortly before the chemical plant explosion. Date then gets a call from a tip from the police, an inmate only known by his number, prisoner number 89, another term from the initial reveal trailer, wink wink.
Who is this? In here, I'm known as number 89. What is this call concerning? I know who killed Shokunadami. And if you let me out of here, I will tell you who it is. I suppose you might say I'm looking for a plea bargain. He will kill again, you know. And he'll take their eye while they're still alive. There will be more bodies. If you want to stop this serial killer, I suggest you take my offer. I'll be seeing you.
This has to be a prank.
That's what I thought too. However, we got the call yesterday afternoon, before Renju was killed. In other words...
You're saying he predicted the second crime?
Yeah, I think he did. That's why I thought I should contact you.
Good idea. Thanks, Detective.
Good luck.
Do you think there's anything to this?
I don't know.
Date meets Ota in the lobby. Iris looks to be out of sight. Ota has since learned that Mizuki was Shoko's daughter. He feels awful about leaving her behind. Date asks him if he knows anything about Renju, which Ota denies. Aiba comments that she can tell he's lying by using thermal vision. Date puts the pressure on Ota by threatening to reveal his sock puppet once again, and Ota comes clean. He last saw Renju with Iris, but he's adamant to the point that Iris wouldn't commit murder. Date asks if he knew where they went together. Ota says he saw the two at your sunfish pocket. This is enough for Date. When Iris arrives from finishing her podcast, Date brings her in for questioning. In Abyss, Date begins to interrogate Iris. He claims she'd be familiar with Sunfish Pocket's layout due to her years working, as we so confirmed ourselves in the ARG. He then asks why she failed to report the crime to the police. She says that she would have been late to her podcast if she had, and that she'd been at home during the time of the murder. But her mother was out of the house, so she wouldn't be able to corroborate her alibi. She starts to then give exact timeline of events, but her use of exact time leads Aiba to be suspicious of her telling. Iris then begins debating the facts of the case, saying that she couldn't have strangled Renju, in fact easily blown back by the fact that Renju was sedated. Then she moves to the fact that she couldn't have lifted him hanging, which is blown back by the theory that he was rolled around in an oil drum, as evidenced by his watch being lifted over.
and the weight that was recorded in the elevator matches exactly that of Iris, Renju, and the oil drum. Aiba then notices Iris is acting strangely, and she utilizes the mirror in the room and the security camera to see that she's texting Ota underneath the table. Ota is recorded as saying, "I won't tell anyone about that thing!" When pressed about this, Iris refuses to speak, leading Boss to suggest that they sync with Iris to get the answers they're looking for. Date and Aiba enter Iris' Somnium, and already it's off-putting. It's a cold and unfeeling environment with a television setup on display. The Somnium itself has 4 mental locks, implying the secret underneath is much deeper down in Iris' psyche. The room itself is given a name, which is unlike other Somniums: Remains. This Somnium also branches into 2 different paths based on which action is taken at the beginning. Date can either choose to hit the television or to spin the dial and change the channel. For the purposes of this first ending, we will be following the A path that hit the television. Doing so, the child's drawing on the television's room. Immediately, this should set off alarm bells, because if you remember the events of the ARG, this environment isn't wholly unfamiliar. The image of ruined children's drawings and almost murderous intent is what we saw in the Somnium for B set, meaning it's likely this is who we're syncing with here. Date continues through the Somnium, searching out the other drawings that look like they were made by children, and ruined them like the first. Back in Abyss, the facts are confusing for Pewter, Boss, and Date. If Somniums truly are created from the memories of the subconscious of the subject, this shouldn't be possible. Iris says that she doesn't know So Sejima. Without any further information on that line of questioning, Date follows up on the lead with Ota, asking from Iris' phone what information he's promising to keep secret. Ota is determined not to speak, but says he'll tell Date if he releases Iris. Realizing he has no further evidence to keep her detained, he figures it'll be worth it to see what Ota knows. He arranges to meet up at Matsushi's diner, but Date wasn't expecting a trap.
Date, will you do me a favor?
What?
There's a picture on the counter, right?
Yeah, and?
I want you to take a good look at it.
The photo?
Yes, the photo.
Aiba fills Date in on the details of the night as described. How Ota and Iris made their escape after knocking him out. Boss then calls in and tells Date that there's a live stream being made by the new Cyclops killer.
Date, the boss is calling.
Oh, how am I gonna report this one?
Date, listen. Stay calm, but this is an emergency. Just now, the killer... Well, just watch the video. I sent the address to Aiba.
Iris! No, that's...
The criminal is streaming this live.
Aiba, the source.
Identified. The Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse, Koto District.
Okiura?
Date, focus. We need to get to the site, now.
This is the murder video we saw back in the ARG, or at least just before such. Date kicks it into full speed to the Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. During the drive, Ota appears on screen and turns the saw blade off. Date arrives on the scene to find Iris, unconscious but still alive. Ota is bleeding from a stomach wound, but also similarly alive. He says that the culprit left through the back door, and so Date pursues, but is unable to catch up with the perp. He returns to Abyss where Boss confirms that both Ota and Iris were brought to the hospital, and Ota's surgery was successful. Mayumi had gone home to bring Ota things from home, and Hitomi was still waiting at the hospital. Aiba explains that the warehouse they were found was founded by Renju's father, but Renju himself never owned the company. Date then chooses to go investigate various leads, beginning with the warehouse district where the livestream took place. Outside, he finds the Matsushita family van, which he confirms to have Ota's fingerprints on the wheel, and Iris' fingerprints are on the passenger seat. Ota's new cell phone, the one he was sending the Nile messages to Iris with, was under the driver's seat. Next to this was a stolen station wagon, stolen by Ota from the parking lot of a family store at 10:33 p.m. Date and Aiba then investigate further into the warehouse. They are unable to trace the buyer of the computer that was running the livestream, and they find that the Wi-Fi password was written on the router, meaning anybody could have connected to the internet. The saw blade belonged to an ice cutting machine that doesn't seem to be a foreign object to the environment. The only thing of interest is the wrapper to an Odoroki Man chocolate in the corner of the room. Interestingly enough, we've heard about Odoroki Man as Iris' favorite chocolate way back in the ARG. Chocolate connoisseur is also one of the phrases back in the original reveal trailer. Finished, Date then chooses to go investigate over at the Matsushita family diner to speak to Mayumi. When he finds Mayumi, she's reminiscing over a family picture. Date is about to ask about Ota's father, but Aiba reveals that he passed away 5 years ago, although Mayumi acts if he's still alive. She seems unaware of her reason for being back at the diner, as it's a surprise to her that Ota is in the hospital, despite just coming from the hospital.
Date, I noticed something. Can you look at Mayumi with the thermal imaging turned on? Do you see it?
Part of her brain is blue.
That might be due to low blood flow in that part of the brain.
Which means...
Mayumi has an illness. I have checked her hospital records. For the past 6 years, Mayumi has been suffering from dementia.
Dementia?
Symptoms vary considerably, but Mayumi appears to be afflicted by memory loss. She seems to be missing memories.
I see. So that's where those weird comments were coming from. Can she run a diner like that?
It isn't running.
What do you mean?
Matsushita Diner has been closed for 8 years. Matsushita Diner is near the Kapasaki district. It is not technically within the restricted area. However, after the chemical plant explosion, the number of potential customers must have dropped considerably. Before the accident, this diner managed quite well due to its proximity to Bloom Park. Patrons from Bloom Park would often eat here, being the cheaper option. But Bloom Park closed 8 years ago. The customers stopped coming, and then, naturally...
Does Mayumi not notice that the store's closed?
I do not think so.
Because of the dementia?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
Unwilling to do or say anything to further upset Mayumi, he decides to leave and investigate the Sejima residence. Unfortunately, So and his bodyguards are of little help to Date. They say So was inside sleeping the previous night. Aiba is unable to access the Sejima residence's security cameras to confirm, as they've all been turned off. So also denies knowing Iris, and further refuses to elaborate on his relationship with the Kumakuras. Aiba confirms the bodyguards are carrying weapons through her X-ray vision, but Date is unable to do anything without a warrant, so he decides to leave and head to the hospital. He finds Hitomi in the waiting room. The two greet each other, and Hitomi says the situation reminds her of how she lost a close friend at a young age, named Monika Iwai. She also explains that Ota used to be one of her students, and was intensely grateful for his protecting of Iris. When pressed about any connection to So Sejima, Hitomi says that it was unlikely that Iris would know So. She finishes by telling Date that she was home at the time of the incident. Date returns home, finding Mizuki, who was still annoyed that he left Red Marble, to be picked up. He apologizes, but says he didn't want to put her in danger by bringing her to a Yakuza den. He tells her that both of her friends are going to live, and asks Mizuki if she knew anything about the warehouse. Her information matches what Aiba already knew, leading to no new information. She then relates to Date a story about how her grandfather was trained by dolphins, and thus grew to be stronger than normal people, and that this trait was passed bi-generationally down to Mizuki.
I'm coming with you.
No,
Why?
I can't involve you. This might be dangerous.
It's okay, I'm strong. You know how strong I am, right? You were the one who knew how special I was before anyone.
Hey, what happened? Who did this to you?
Some kids at school. 5 or 6 of them. They said I was a weirdo because I don't live with my mom and daddy. And they teased me. And I got mad and I told them to go away and they hit me.
Tell me their names. I'll teach the little punks a lesson.
Date, wait. Adult intervention will not solve this problem. Mizuki has to deal with this problem herself.
Mizuki, come on. It's time to train.
What?
I'm gonna teach you how to kick their asses. We're starting right now. Get ready.
Why the shrine?
The shrine is the perfect place for special training.
It is?
You feel better when you train in quiet, serene places like this.
Sure, whatever.
First, I'm going to teach you 4 secrets to becoming stronger. Follow these 4 rules, and you will acquire power beyond your wildest dreams.
Date, are you playing a character or something?
I'm not Date. While we're in training, I am Master. Mizuki, do you know how to win any fight against any opponent?
Don't get in a fight in the first place?
That is a respectable answer. But no, the way to win any fight is this. Hit them first, and hit them hard enough to finish them.
I kinda get it, but...
Of course, I'm not saying that's how you should behave. But thinking about this will make a big difference in a real fight.
Yeah, okay, I get it, but... Seriously, Date, are you like acting or something?
Not Date, Master.
What? Why?
The best training you could ever have is to be mindful during your everyday life. Diet and exercise form a strong body. And if you are always maturing intellectually and emotionally, you will always be able to anticipate your enemy's first move.
I get it. But you're so messy. Does that mean you can't fight?
Hark, the blowing of the wind through the trees.
You can't just say something cool to avoid my question.
In a fight, you must first be victorious in your mind.
Like thinking I'm not gonna lose?
Exactly. I do the same mental preparation before going to a strip club. Before I go in, if I tell myself that they're all out of my league, then they will be. The mental fight has begun the moment I put my hand on the door.
Yeah, I see. Actually, no. That's stupid. Like, when you get into a fight, aim for the heart?
No, it's the opposite. You must kill your own heart, Mizuki.
What do you mean?
If you are going to fight, you must suppress any mercy or emotional attachment. If you have even a mote of sympathy within you, it will be impossible to fight to your potential. Do not think of your opponent as a man. Think of them as a target, a punching bag or a board.
Just a punching bag. Huh.
Anyway, practice these 4 truths, and you will get stronger.
This sounds like a scam.
Believe in me. If you do as I say, you'll be thanking me in time.
Are you sure?
And how about we do a baseline test? Show me what you've got.
Huh? How?
Well, let's see. How about you throw a punch? I can guess your strength from that.
If you say so, I'll give it a shot.
First, close your eyes and concentrate.
Like this?
Exactly. Then, punch forward. Huh?
How is that? You don't have to be nice. I know I'm weak.
Hey, by the way, did you swing back at those bullies?
No, I didn't do anything. There were a bunch of them. I didn't think I could.
I see. She doesn't know her own strength.
I suppose not.
Mizuki, let's just say I think you should be more confident in yourself.
Really?
But never ever strike your master. That is a must.
Date decides next he should go and question Ota, since Iris was still in surgery as confirmed by Hitomi. On the ride over, Aiba and Date review the facts of the case. Although no solid connections can be made between Sosajima, the prime suspect, and the Okiura warehouse, Aiba says that Mayumi may have seen the culprit, but her recollection of the event may be damaged because of her dementia. Aiba says that it's been revealed that Mayumi's fingerprints were found on the Odoroki Man chocolate wrapper that was found in the warehouse. Date and Boss arrive at the hospital at the same time and begin to question Ota together. He says he did not see who was inside the polar bear costume, and that after leaving the diner, after hitting Date, they stopped at the convenience store, the Famista. While he was out of the car, he heard Iris scream and the van drove away. This is when Ota stole a station wagon to try and chase after the van. He realized he didn't have his phone on him, which means its GPS should still be trackable, inside the van. When he arrived at the warehouse, he encountered the polar bear and Iris as she was. There, he fought the polar bear and ended up getting stabbed. Date pushes then for information that he was sending now messages to Iris about, and at first Ota is hesitant to give, but Boss adds on the pressure, and Ota gives. He reveals that he saw Iris driving Renshu's car on Saturday evening in Akibahara, and Iris asked him to keep it quiet, as an idol driving without a license could turn into a large scandal and ruin her career.
Date, Ota is acting strange. I advise caution.
What do you mean? I don't believe it.
He's holding a knife.
Why does he have that?
In any case, you know what you have to do now.
I know.
Let me go! Let me go!
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Shut up!
Just let me go!
Sleeping gas. Now you've done it. I can't question him like this.
But you can still get information inside his head.
This Somnium is a bit different to ones we've seen thus far. It takes place in the warehouse as Aiba must reenact the fight between Ota and the polar bear, but in the style of an almost Kamen Rider/Kaiju hybrid. Even though the Somnium has 4 mental locks, each of them unlocks via a single choice, and there's no branching path, so this is one of the more simple Somniums to solve. Date and Aiba notice a familiar floral patterned knife, both as the knife Ota tried to pull on Date and inside the Somnium. This was the same knife that Ota got for his mother on Mother's Day all those years ago. Printed on the handles, "Mom, I love you always."
There!
Date questions Ota if his mother was at the warehouse, as her fingerprints were on the chocolate wrapper and her knife was used by the polar bear. Ota says his mother couldn't have done it, but it is possible for her to have hired someone to kill Iris, since she's been vocally displeased with Iris' influence over Ota. Date says he still needs to talk to her to confirm details, and Ota says that it wouldn't have been possible for her to have done it, as she was shopping during the time of the incident. With this information, Date heads to the Matsushita family diner.
Sorry for the late night, Miss Matsushita, but I have some questions I need to ask you. Could you spare some time?
I finally remembered about the warehouse. I did it. I did everything.
Over the next day, Date interrogates Mayumi about her newly learned information, but quickly comes to the conclusion that her testimony is unreliable. She confirms that she was the one who kidnapped and attacked Iris, but was unable to give any information on how the video was streamed, and some of her details conflict with the facts of the case. Boss then gives the go-ahead to sync with her to get the real truth of the situation. Unfortunately, Pewter reveals that since Ota was not compliant in his sync, and was synced while he was unconscious, it led to a low sync rate between him and Date, meaning that the sync machine needed to be recalibrated. Boss gives him a 6-hour window to get it up and running again. Date decides to follow up on some leads on the ground while they wait for Pewter to finish. Driving back to the diner, both Date and Aiba seem to agree that Mayumi is lying to protect Ota. They discuss the possibility that Ota is the new Cyclops killer, but Date doesn't think it's likely. Aiba argues that Ota and Iris could be working together, and Date muses over the possibility. Date finds Ota at the family diner, and he chews Date up for arresting his mom. He explains that his mother isn't under arrest and was simply taken into question. Date then turns to question Ota about his possible involvement with the incident, which Ota denies. And he further denies his mother's involvement as well. He explains how his parents worked to keep his family afloat after the chemical plant explosion closed the diner 8 years ago. They were able to send Ota off to college, but a year later, his father died.
Mom, I'm thinking of dropping out of college.
What? Why do you want to do that, Ota?
I decided that I'm going to become a writer.
Wow, a writer? Oh, that's a good goal to have. But you really should finish college. You worked so hard to get in.
You don't understand, Mom. A writer has to put all of their time into their creativity. I won't have time to go to classes. Plus, I'm friends with the editor of a publishing company. I'm definitely going to have my first book published.
Is that right? Well, Ota, if you say so, I won't stop you. Do what makes you happy. You'll turn out just fine. I know you can do it. And no matter what happens, Mom will always be on your side, okay? Forever and ever, I'll always support you, Ota. Oh, what's wrong, Ota? Do you have the day off from school?
Are you being sarcastic?
Oh, right. You don't attend anymore. Oopsie, I totally forgot.
How can you forget your own son's career choice?
Sorry. Anyway, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since this morning, have you?
Are you kidding?
What?
I ate breakfast and lunch already.
Oh, did you? By the way, Ota, what's living at the dorms like?
Why are you making fun of me?
I'm not teasing you, honey.
Don't fuck with me!
After this event, Date tells Aiba that he doesn't believe Ota is the culprit based on his intuition. He decides to return to the warehouse district to look over the cars once more. They discuss if it were possible if Mayumi were able to drive to the warehouse by herself. Aiba checks public record of all the cars that entered and exited the area around that time of the incident and finds that a taxi arrived around them, and locates the driver's current location near Lemnis Gate. Date arrives at Lemnis Gate and questions the taxi driver. He testifies that Mayumi bid him to tail the Matsushita family van, where she stopped at the 812 convenience store by the nearby Famisto, where Mayumi bought the Todoroki Man chocolate. Then, when the van took off, supposedly with Iris and the kidnapper, they tailed again until they reached the Kabasaki district. Since the area is meant to be abandoned, the taxi driver refused to enter, but promised to remain nearby. Mayumi left and walked toward the warehouse, which is the last the driver saw of her. Date, still convinced of So's involvement, pays another visit to the man's residence, but finds it empty of both So and the bodyguards. Curious, he enters the building to find the pungent smell of blood, leading him to a large vase where the blood was pooling from. Inside, Date finds So's dismembered body with his left eye removed. Aiba confirms the time of death to be approximately 11 a.m., about 3 hours earlier. Aiba also informs Date that So's wife was deceased and his son was living abroad. Just in that moment, Peter calls Date to confirm that the sync machine is ready. Date reports So's body and returns to Abyss. Peter confirms that a team is being dispatched to investigate So's residence as Date begins to sync with Mayumi. So, this Somnium is a monster. It's the final one for this route, so of course it's going to be massively involved. It doesn't help that our subject is dealing with a severe case of dementia, so the 5 mental locks here are well enough earned. The Somnium takes place within the Matsushita family diner. The overall goal is to repeat Mayumi's actions in order to truly see what she's been missing. Early on, the diner is fogged and blurred. Repeating actions help solidify important details in her memory. I'm going to skip on describing each action here, as I think this Somnium is strongest when viewed directly. And it's totally not because it makes me tear up.
Where is this? Oh, silly me. This is my house. Huh? What happened to me?
This is Matsushita Diner, though it looks odd. Likely an effect of the dementia.
Then we need to help remind her.
Do you think such a thing can be done?
This diner means everything to Mayumi. If we do what we did last time and reproduce the actions from Mayumi's memories, we could help her remember everything.
Is this what you call your intuition?
Told you it was useful.
Well, if we must.
Somnium,
sliding door at the entrance. Who could that be? Welcome back.
Welcome back, Ota. You're late today.
Home.
Are you not hungry? Today's dinner is omelet rice, your favorite. Dad isn't back yet, but you can start eating.
Again? I'm okay. I ate already.
But...
I'm fine.
Ota, wait! Ota?
Part of the diner has manifested.
Maybe this is one of the memories she forgot. It must be important to her, though.
It looks like a sad memory.
Doesn't matter if it's sad. It's still important.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Oh?
It's the phone. Maybe try picking it up?
Roger. My husband?
Yes, Matsushita Diner. Yes. Well, yes. Yes. What? My husband! Why? How could this happen?
The diner has changed again. However,
These memories aren't all happy, but they are all significant.
if this continues, will it not have a negative effect on Mayumi?
Maybe. But we have to see this through. We have to.
Understood. A delicious cake.
Wonder who it's for.
Congratulations, Ota.
I'm home.
Ota! Congratulations on getting into the university, son! Congratulations!
Hooray! Congrats!
Hooray! Hooray!
Ota was quite the spoiled child, wasn't he?
Definitely had a lot of growing up to do. But that's what makes him so important to Mayumi.
I see.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
It's an envelope. Some kind of mail? This is a bank statement. The Matsushita family's loan. Let's do our best.
We have to keep supporting Ota.
Okay. We'll work harder for Ota's dream.
We reproduced another painful memory.
No, not quite.
was under a heavy burden of debt and stress running the diner.
That's true. But sometimes hardship is worth it.
Is that so? It's a sticker from a chocolate candy.
Welcome home. Did you get it for me?
It?
This is Ota when he was small?
Do you mean chocolate?
Yeah, Odoroki Man, remember? Oh, that. Yes, of course I bought it. Look, the Momonoke Man chocolate that you like. Here you go. That's not it. Oh, honey, I thought you liked the Momonoke Man chocolate. No, I told you. It's Odoroki Man. Oh, sorry. Your mom can be such a dummy sometimes. You're not just a dummy, you're a super dummy idiot! Oh, well, you're right, sweetie. I'm sorry. I'm a big dummy. I'll buy you a real Momonoke Man soon. Stupid! It's not Momonoke Man, it's Odoroki Man! I hate this! I hate you, Mom! What? Wait, Ota! Where did you go? Please, come out from hiding, Ota. Ota, I'm sorry. Mommy won't make any mistakes anymore, Ota. Ota! Come back! Ota! Ota? Takaro? Don't leave me! Don't leave me alone! I'm sorry, Ota. Ota! Takaro! I can't do this on my own. Don't leave me!
So that's what happened.
Date, look at what you've done. If Mayumi wakes up after all this trauma...
I know it's risky, but we're here for a reason.
What are you planning?
We have to keep going. Just a little more to awaken her past.
But...
If she loves her family this much, there has to be something. There has to be a precious memory hidden deep within.
Is that your intuition?
It is.
A wall clock.
Ota, sweetie. Mom! I
We know we can be a hassle sometimes, so... Ota.
Yeah. Thank you, Mom. You know, I love you forever and ever. Me too, Ota. I love you both so much. I'll love you both no matter what. Oh, forever and ever. Oh, I'll never forget this. Oh.
Yeah, we are a family. We can do anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Looks like it's okay to go back now.
Yes, I agree. By the way, Date. I admit, it is useful every now and then.
What is?
Your intuition.
After a successful sync, Mayumi's mind is brought back to the present. She and Date travel back to the hospital to speak to Ota. It's here she formally retracts her confession and explains she was led to believe Ota was the culprit as he tailed the van, and thought she brought the Odoroki chocolate because she remembered Ota loved it, becoming our true chocolate connoisseur. And she wanted him to come back. The two reconcile, fully understanding each other for the first time in years. Ota promises to pick up a job to help support his mother instead of his late father, while he works toward getting published. Date reintroduces himself to Mayumi as Ota's friend, and informs them both that Iris was finally awake. As Date leaves, Ota promises to introduce Iris to his mother. Date heads back to Abyss to find a new lead to follow for the case.
Has there been any progress in this Jima investigation?
None. Zero clue.
Not exactly. We have 2 clues.
2?
2 points of information. But they may not connect directly to the murders.
What are the 2 clues?
Point 1. This may be easier to see than explain. I sent a video to the boss's PC. Could you check there, please?
What's this?
It's from Sunday night.
Yes, after Date was beaten by Ota at Matsushita Diner.
Tessa, wait! I'll get the car.
You witch!
There, stop it. I noticed this earlier as well. Do you see the walk on the floor beside Iris and Mayumi?
Yeah, what about it?
Look closely. The bottom part is curved. Do you notice anything in the reflection?
Iris and Mayumi.
Yes. I have prepared an enlarged and processed version of the image. Boss, the next video.
You witch! You stay away from my boy!
Tessa! What's wrong? Did something happen?
No, everything's fine.
Okay, let's go.
Ota.
Hey, what's this?
Iris has the kitchen knife?
The video continues, but this should be enough. Iris took the knife and left the diner with Ota.
But if Ota's testimony is true, the polar bear had the kitchen knife.
Maybe it was taken off of Iris when she was kidnapped.
At the Femisto parking lot? Whatever, we can think about it later. You said you had 2 clues.
Yeah, what's the other one?
I have learned new information. More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
Well, what was it?
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
So, wondering what the fresh hell just went on? You invested in the mystery of the new Cyclops killer? Think you know exactly how things are going to go down from here? Well, we've still got quite a few endings to go. This here is the end of the red route, otherwise known as the Ota route. We'll be coming back next time for the yellow route, and who that entails, well, we'll just have to see next time. If you liked this video, you can check out my other Explain series. I have one for Ben Drowned, one beginning on Xenogears, and soon enough I'm going to be tackling the Metroid chronology. I also have non-explained content up, including 2 of my ARGs, including the second, which just had an upload of the soundtrack for the upcoming game book. But for that, check you guys next time.
Can't be. Renju.
Mayumi has an illness. For the past 6 years, Mayumi has been suffering from dementia.
Thank you, Mom. You know, I love you forever and ever. You stay away from my boy!
Tessa! What's wrong? Did something happen?
No, everything's fine.
Okay, let's go.
Ota.
More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
Well, what was it?
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
Hello, and welcome back to the Somnium Files Explained. Last time we covered the events of the Red Route. This time we're going to be tackling an alternate history in the Yellow Route. So if you haven't checked out the ARG Explained videos or the Red Route Explained, go check out those first. As always, major thanks to the staff over at the the Somnium Files Wiki for their dedication to archival. And with all that said and done, we're going to catch up through the events that are the same with the Red Route, as the split here comes over halfway through during the sync with Ota in the Somnium that's based off of the Okiura Fishery Warehouse. Starting here, the Somnium differs when you choose to focus on the oil drum instead of the iceberg. Date is extremely close to identifying the person underneath the polar bear costume, but he cuts it too close to the 6-minute time limit. So Boss orders him out of the Somnium. She and Date argue over how close he cut it, but Date said with another few seconds he would have been able to identify the killer. She relents in him, saying that he wouldn't have been able to see the killer's face unless Ota has seen it, which he testifies to have not. It's not a total loss, though, as Date is able to confirm that the killer's leg was injured during the scuffle, as he was impaled by the crane hook inside the warehouse. Ota confirms that he had the knife on him at the hospital as a backup, in case the killer went to the hospital to try to finish the job. When discussing how to find someone with an injured left leg, Date suddenly passes out. Date awakens on his sofa at home, Mizuki by his side. She tells him that Peter and Boss dropped him off after the sync with Ota. Mizuki was home because she had taken the day off to mourn her parents' passing, and the hospitalization of her two best friends. Groggy, but eager to continue the investigation, Mizuki interrupts him and demands she's going along for the investigation.
Hey, will you take me with you?
I told you yesterday, Mizuki. I won't put you in danger like that.
But you're close to catching the culprit, right? The killer has an injury on their left leg. Boss said you need to find them. Let me help you.
No, you stay here.
Date, don't you know how I feel? My parents are dead. I saw their bodies with my own eyes. If I don't do something, I'm going to go crazy. Date, please.
Aiba agrees, and so the pair head off to Bloom Park together. Mizuki reveals that the photo she had previously torn up of her parents and her at the carousel, and how she treasured that memory, how it was one of the only times that she felt her family was together and happy. She was previously hesitant to return to the park after it closed, because she didn't want to taint those memories of something else.
Hey, Date, how do you define family?
Define it? You mean like being blood-related?
That would mean you and I could never be family. Well, I guess that's okay.
It's okay.
This is what I think. A family is a perfectly ordinary relationship in the most ordinary way.
Huh?
Like, you say, I'm home, and you get a welcome home back. Doing those ordinary things automatically, without even thinking about it, is what a family is. That's why maybe me and Mom and Daddy weren't able to be a family. Our whole lives, we never could be ordinary. Even if I tried my hardest to be normal, it would just be awkward. Eventually, I got tired of trying. I killed them.
What?
I killed Mom and Daddy. I was never a good girl. I didn't listen to Mom. I couldn't do ordinary things. That's why Mom hit me. And why Mom and Daddy didn't get along. And why they got divorced. Then Mom had to start working and start doing business with dangerous people. If I was just a good girl, Mom wouldn't have been killed. All of this, is all my fault.
Why me?
Hey, haven't you had enough?
Why me?
I'm not married, so take this with a grain of salt, but it's not just you, right? Doesn't every family have a tough time raising children?
Our child is abnormal.
Abnormal?
Ever since she was a baby. No child should cry at night as much as she did. No child should dislike buggy rides that much. No child should ask to be picked up and hugged all the time. She's still abnormal even now. Other children would have learned to clean up after themselves by now. They would be studying, going to bed on time, waking up on time. Yet why is my little girl?
She sounds like a normal kid to me. Maybe the problem isn't with Mizuki. Maybe it's you.
I'm doing more than anyone. Our child is stupid, brain dead, abnormal.
Date, honey, you can't work her up like that. Hey, Shoko, no. There, I scolded her. I think she's loaded. Let her get this off her chest. Sure you aren't drinking too much, honey? If you pass out, there's no way I can control her.
I quit my job for that girl. I threw away the career that I built with my own hands. I raised my child at the expense of my own life. But one little slap.
Are you hitting your kid?
There's nothing I can do. I have no choice. I know you should never raise your hand to a child. I know that. But I have a good reason. She doesn't listen to me, so what else am I supposed to do?
What the hell do you mean, what am I supposed to do? That's no reason to hit a child.
So of course she starts crying. And it's so irritating that I have to hit her again to get her to stop. And Mizuki cries and cries some more. Why are you crying? If you're gonna cry, why didn't you just listen to me in the first place? Then I wouldn't have to hit you. Stupid Mizuki. Stupid girl. It's not my fault. Everything is her fault.
Have you talked to Renju about this?
I'm trying. I'm trying harder than anyone. Why doesn't anyone see that? Why doesn't anyone understand?
Date.
Yeah, I'll talk to Renju about this.
It was my misunderstanding.
What do you mean?
I thought that mothers love their children unconditionally. But some mothers just can't do that. Well, no. Maybe she does love her. But she has a hard time of it. Shoko was never hugged by her mother. Not because her mother wasn't around. She was raised to never develop a sensitivity to affection. No hugs, no piggyback rides, nothing. Maybe that's why she doesn't know how to love Mizuki. When an animal raised in captivity gives birth, sometimes it just doesn't know how to raise its young. It's just like that.
I'm not going to let you set up a joke. Listen to Ren's story. When you two are done talking, that's when I'll close up.
Sorry about this.
Why are you asking me about raising a child,
Yeah, good point.
Really? You're not even going to say, "Oh no, Mama, you'd be a great mother."
But that doesn't mean she's blameless in all this. Someone has to put a stop to it.
If I could have, I would have done it a long time ago.
What about counseling?
I did recommend that. She told me, "I'm not sick. Why should I go see a doctor? Mizuki is the problem. Mizuki is the sick one." No, Mizuki would never leave Shoko. She wouldn't hear of it. Mizuki and Shoko are practically attached at the hip.
Even with all of the hitting?
Yes. Even if she's abused on a daily basis, even if she's treated like garbage, maybe Mizuki is hungry for love. She craves praise and attention and physical affection. She wants it from her mother. That's why she's so attached. I have a company now.
Lemniscate.
And we're at a crucial stage of development. I can't take even a single second out of my day to deal with a kid.
Hey, that's your daughter you're talking about. Maybe because you two can't cooperate on raising a child, Shoko is having trouble coping.
That might be it. Maybe this is partially my fault.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna say it. You two are both awful parents. I knew about the whole thing. That's why 4 years ago, I decided to start taking care of Mizuki. Mizuki, you did nothing wrong. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Not one single thing was your fault.
They redirect to Ikumi Shrine to take some time to go over some facts of the case. They talk about Mizuki martial arts training, which we learned last time came about when she came home crying about bullies at her school. We also learned of her bi-generational trait of the super strength that came from her grandfather being raised by dolphins. Before leaving the shrine, the two offer up prayer. Date and Mizuki head next to the cold storage warehouse because Date remembered that the killer was wounded on the scene. We learn that Kokoro has discovered that there are 2 different blood samples at the scene. The two head off to the Lemnis Gate as they wait for confirmation back from the analysis. There is a bad end here you can obtain, but I'll be covering that in a mini-episode after the yellow route is complete. For now, Date asks the receptionist if she's seen anyone around with an injured left leg. She's not, and so the two continue on their way. Their investigation continues through Sunfish Pocket, but no new information surrounding the person in the suit is gained. Date and Mizuki next head to the central hospital to talk to Ota. They bump into Mayumi Matsushita and exchange pleasantries. It's important to note that the events surrounding Mayumi in the Red Route have not been solved in this route, so it is at this present time she is still afflicted with her condition, as much she is prior to syncing with her. Mizuki praises Ota for rescuing Iris, but aside from that, Ota has no further valuable information for the case.
No, I am.
You sure? You still look a little scared.
A little.
Haha, scaredy cat.
Laughing at me.
Yeah, because it was funny.
I'm going to expose your browser history.
What?
7 ways to take home a cabaret girl. 3 minutes with a married woman.
Stop. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I see gay people on TV all the time, so it's not weird to me. The LGBT community is rich in sensibility, has excellent taste, and is full of talented artistic people. And they share a common struggle. It makes them more sensitive and capable of sympathy. That's why so many of them are kind and caring. And they choose how to live their lives on their own terms. It means they have a strong backbone. So because of all that, I really respect them. They're even kind of cool. And that means you too, Mama.
Oh, I love it! Bravo! 6 million yen to you!
You can transfer it to my account.
While driving, Boss calls Date and asks for him to bring Mizuki in for official questioning. Mizuki says she'd much rather continue investigating with him, but Date says he has no choice. He drops her off, and while there, Boss says that Kokiri had the results of the blood analysis ready for him at the cold storage warehouse. Date meets up with Keroro, who confirms that the 2 samples of blood belong to Ota Matsushita, and someone who was not registered in the police database. Aiba then notices So Tsushima in the distance. After being found, he limps toward his car and drives away. Date concludes that he must be this new Cyclops serial killer due to his leg injury. Unfortunately, they don't have any evidence to bring him in for questioning. But Date remembers the cigarette that he left smoldering in the Kumakura office. Mom is willing to assist, so he is one of the thugs bringing the previous day's trash. Date is able to identify the correct cigarette and returns to Abyss to get it tested. At Abyss headquarters, Pewter is able to confirm that So's DNA from the cigarette matches the DNA from the second blood sample at the warehouse. Date, more than convinced now, goes to arrest So, but he's stopped by Boss. She explains that So has connections in high places of the police department, and can't let him go arrest So. Date, frustrated, argues back and refuses to back down. Boss has no choice but to take Date over the case to get him to stop. Date refuses again, and this time ignores direct orders to go and arrest So. As he's driving towards So's residence, he receives a video message showing Mizuki being held hostage in his apartment. Angry, he turns course and heads back home, where he finds Mizuki hidden away with one of the large speakers of his sound system, with a note on her back to further convince him to stop investigating. Mizuki tells him that 3 men in masks had incapacitated him. He tells her that he knows who was inside the polar bear outfit, and the two head off towards So Tsujima's residence. When Date and Mizuki arrive, they are met with a heavily armed resistance from So's bodyguards. Date is able to take care of each of them by Aiba's intervention, and assistance by using the Wadjet system to predict the futures that could lead to such endings. He leads them toward the pond and redirects a lightning bolt at them. Unfortunately, during the fight, So manages to grab hold of Mizuki and sprays her with tear gas.
This is
Mizuki's metal pipe.
What?
He is taking Mizuki hostage.
Shit!
Date, look around. Mizuki must be nearby. Have you looked on the other side of the sliding door?
Not yet, but I know there's another room back there. There she is. Mizuki!
That is So holding her.
Son of a bitch is using her as a shield. Why isn't Mizuki fighting back?
She does not appear to be conscious. I cannot determine why. But she is breathing. She is alive.
I have to do something.
Wait, don't move. Remember what So told you.
That he can see us somehow.
There may be a sensor or something similar in this room.
Or I could just shoot him in the head.
I would stop that line of thinking. If you shoot now, there is a high chance he will hit Mizuki.
Then what am I supposed to do?
Let me think. Load Evolver with spherical bullets. Then, pick up that metal pipe on the floor. You need to do 2 things. First, throw the metal pipe toward the southwest corner of the room. Then, immediately shoot a spherical bullet at the pipe. No questions, there is no time to explain.
You sure this will work?
If you time it correctly, yes. My calculations are never wrong. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go!
Mizuki! Mizuki!
Date!
Mizuki, move!
What?
Damn it.
Pathetic. Killed by your own father. By the way, do you like fireworks? Let me show you the most beautiful firework you'll ever see. But don't blink. It'll only be a flash.
How do you like these fireworks?
What?
I just want to go to the cabaret club.
What? What? What did you say? Hey, quit fooling around. Come on. Date, get up. Hey. Hey. Date. Date.
Boss and Mizuki discuss the situation outside. Boss reveals that Aiba had been blocked the bullet from entering Date's brain, but he was still in a comatose state as a result of repeat sickness. Since Date was able to take care of the mission, he's not going to be reprimanded for ignoring orders. But then Boss is called away from Date's room to the nurse's station, and the voiceover at the intercom reveals her name.
Paging Ms. Shizue Kuranushi. Shizue Kuranushi. Please come to the nurse's station. Looks like I gotta go.
Talk to him. Boss's real name is Shizue Kuranushi. Shizue Kuranushi. It doesn't fit her at all. Don't you think so, Date? Please, Date. Laugh about it with me. Hey, Date. You're so stupid. You know that? Grade A, first class, king of the idiots. Why did you protect me? It was my own fault. I went into the mansion by myself, and then got tear gas sprayed at me by Soap. He hit me in the back of the head and I blacked out. This was all my fault. Everything I did was a mistake. But you came to save me. You made me look like an idiot, you know. Oh, wait a minute. I get it. You wanted to scold me, right? After saving me, you're never gonna let me hear the end of it. You suck, Date. Big, stupid jerk. Date. Wake up. Come on, wake up. Okay, big brother. You gotta wake up now. You'll be late for school. That's
what you want to hear, right, Date? You want to be called Big Brother, don't you? I know you do. I've seen the anime that you watch. Hey, say something. Talk back to me like you always do. Argue with me. Tell me that you have good taste in anime. Date, it's not fun if you don't say anything. Okay, since we're alone, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, Boss said that you were like a hero, right? I think so too. Deep down, you're a hero to me. You raised me since I was 8. Even when times were hard or you were depressed, you were there for me. The past few days, too. After Mom and Daddy, I was trying to act like it didn't bother me, but really, I was just holding it inside, staying quiet, pushing my feelings down, and I just took it. I forced myself to be happy, but inside, it hurt so bad, like I wanted to die, sad and afraid and alone. My heart was about to break, but because you were there, I was able to fight it. You being there helped me be myself. But if you're gone, Date, Hey, Date, wake up. Come on, wake up! What happened to your promise? You can't tell me you forgot. You promised, Date. We're supposed to eat stew. Are you gonna break your promise? You're not gonna take me? That's not fair, Date. You liar. And God's a liar, too. I prayed at the shrine. I prayed that you wouldn't get hurt. But...
Boss returns and poses an idea to get Date back. Have Mizuki sync with Date to wake him as he did with her. Mizuki agrees, and they travel to Abyss, where Mizuki promises to bring him back. Mizuki enters Date's Somnium, which is centered around his memories of bringing Mizuki home and her acclimating to life together.
This is my house, but it's in black and white. Is this what's inside Date's heart? Date, where are you hiding? Date! Huh? There's color over there. Everyone's waiting for you. Hey, are you listening? Date?
Don't be modest now. This is my special recipe. Eat it while it's hot. I don't know how I did it, but I think it came out pretty good.
This is when I first came to Date's house. Date, what happened? Why this? The desk got colored.
Date, get up!
Are you crazy? Jeez, what are you doing?
It's because you washed your old underwear with my clothes, dummy! Pervert!
You gotta be more careful. If I keep this up, I'm not gonna get off with a warning and a pay cut.
I remember this. Oh, maybe this.
Hey, your school announced bring your parents to school day, right? Don't you have to tell Renju and Shoko?
Wouldn't matter.
What should I do?
Sorry for making you worry about me, Date. The speakers have color now. That's my voice.
Mizuki! Mizuki! Hold on! I'll find you!
I remember being mad at you because you took so long. But after I saw your face, everything felt better. Ada Rabbit is kind of ugly. I mean, at the time I said it was ugly, but...
I hope this is okay. What if she doesn't like it?
I'm home!
Mizuki, welcome back.
What are you hiding? What's that?
This? Oh, I wonder. I was just thinking that this place looks awfully empty, right? Look, it's perfect right here.
Ugly. Next is...
Mizuki, hey, I'm sorry about eating your pudding without asking. I'll buy you another one. Hey, come on, open up. I'm at my limit here. I really have to go. I'm gonna piss my pants. Mizuki, seriously, come on. Open the door!
I was sleeping here before, though. Mom. Daddy. I said that?
Jeez.
There's color that way now. It looks like sunlight. No, it's not right. I'll do it when he's wearing it. That's much better.
Hey, I got an extra sweet pudding for little babies. You can have it.
Watch your mouth!
Nice kick.
This is from Ikume Shrine. Hey, since we're here, let's go into the shrine.
I told you, I don't believe in that stuff.
Come on, come on!
I wish that Mizuki grows up healthy and happy.
What did you ask for?
To leave this boring place as soon as possible.
Date. Date? Daddy. Mom. Date? Date, wake up! Everyone is worried about you!
You shouldn't come to me. Go be with your parents.
What?
You have less than 2 minutes.
Date?
Hurry, Mizuki.
Date, please, wake up!
I am not what you need.
Hey! Date! It has to be you, Date! If you weren't here, I'd... Get up, Date! I need you!
Mizuki. Thank you, Mizuki. What the? How did I get here? Hey, why the sudden affection?
Because you're so stupid.
Huh?
You're so stupid! I just want to punch you! Welcome back. Welcome home, Date.
Yeah, I'm home.
The two of them head out to Akumi Shrine. Aiba is back with Date, as her data was backed up in the cloud remotely. Mizuki mentions that she recalled seeing her best friend's mom, being Iris's mother, speaking with Sosajima on Tuesday after her questioning. Aiba and Date talk about the case. Since no new murders have happened since So's death, that case seems closed. Yet, Date feels unfulfilled with his apparent lack of motive. With the case over, though, there's no use pondering on it. He fulfills his promise and takes Mizuki out for food, putting an end to the yellow route, dubbed Mizuki route. So, we're seeing some of the empty spots in the canvas filled in from the red route. Sosajima is the figure that's been inside the polar bear outfit as long back as the ARG. He's the one that was behind the events of the murder video, the one that stabbed Ota, and as such can be the closest thing we know to be the new Cyclops serial killer. But of course, we're far from the complete picture. There's still a lot of things that are unclear. What's the deal with the Iris imposter? What is So's motive? And what's Hitomi's reason for speaking with So the day previous? And, disturbingly, we still haven't gotten closure on the cliffhangers from the end of the red route. The video of Iris stealing the knife and bringing it to the cold storage warehouse, and Shoko Nadami's left eyeball being ingested in Renshi Okira's stomach. Next time on the Somnium Files Explained. We won't be tackling those questions, but we will be exploring the bad ending that branches off of this route. It's a short one, so we'll be back shortly after, tackling a portion of the green route. If you like this video, you can support me by liking it and sharing your thoughts down in the comments. If you want more from me, you can check out my other explained content over on my channel. I have a series covering Ben Drowned in its entirety, my own ARG Explained, 12 Monoliths, as well as a budding Xenogears Explained. I also write books and have about a dozen of them available for free over on my Wattpad, and others available on Amazon for paperback versions. Until next time, check you guys later. Explain. I also have them available for free over on others available on Amazon for Explain. I also have them available for free over on others available on Amazon for Explain. I also have them available for free over on others available on Amazon for Explain. I also have them available for free over on others available on Amazon for Explain. I also have them available for free over on others available on Amazon for Explain. of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on others available on Amazon for explain. Also, of them available for free over on explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. Also, of them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Explain. How are them available for free over on Hello everybody and welcome back to the Somnium Files Explained. Yes, we're tackling the events of the first game again and it is good to be back. I apologize greatly for the delay of this and upcoming videos. My original desire was to complete coverage of the Somnium Files so I could tackle the Nirvana initiative with this under my belt, but as we all know, life typically tends to interrupt our plans. Since it's been so long, we're going to do a quick recap of the events so far. The body of Shoko Nadami was found on a merry-go-round in the rundown Bloom Park. The area had been publicly condemned due to local contaminations from recent chemical plant explosions. Detective Kaname Date works with the NPD in a unit called Abyss, or Advanced Brain Investigation Squad, in an attempt to solve the case. Shoko was found tied to a horse with several stab wounds in her chest, and her left eye removed. Upon investigation, Date finds Mizuki Okiura, Shoko's daughter, hidden inside the central column of the merry-go-round,
holding the murder weapon, the bloodied ice pick. It's then revealed that Mizuki had been on the scene because she had received a message on her phone telling her to come to the park at night, so she enlisted her friend Ota Matsushita to accompany her. They found Shoko's body and Ota ran off, terrified, leaving Mizuki to deal with the situation from her dead mother, pulling the ice pick out of her eye socket. It is notable, though, that the eye was gone before she ever did this. From this situation, Date takes Mizuki into the hospital to be checked over. Due to circumstances with Mizuki's parents, it led her bunking in Date's apartment, since he was close friends with her father, Renju Okiura. Knowing both of her parents have their fair share of problems and are, as he says, terrible parents, he takes her in and takes care of her. It's especially concerning finding her at the scene and succinctly mute from the trauma of finding her mother like that. As he rested in Mizuki's hospital room overnight, Date fell asleep and saw a dream constructed out of his own memories, from before he received amnesia 6 years ago. In his dream, he saw a woman shot and bleeding on the floor, and a man holding a gun standing beside her. Date meets up with his boss, funnily enough called Boss, and she suggests that Date sync with Mizuki to help assist her with her trauma and heal her aphonia. Syncing is the act of using a machine dubbed the Sync Machine, created by Abyss's head scientist, Pewter. Using this machine, a syncer, Date's official role, will sync up with the subject's unconscious mind to investigate their dreams and uncover information and interact with their subconscious. Here, we reached a branch in the story based on how Date interacted with Mizuki's subconscious, dubbed her Somnium. In one timeline, we followed the mystery to one Ota Matsushita and learned the troubles that his mother, Mayumi Matsushita, had faced during their time in the Kabasaki district. In another timeline, we helped cure Mizuki's aphonia and helped her come to the truth of her own parents' failures. Another fact from the other timelines was that Date and Aiba had witnessed the silhouette of the killer in the outskirts of the park. When they had cured Mizuki, the pair investigated Bloom Park again at night, where they discovered surveillance footage of Renju's car in the area at the time of the crime. When they searched for him, they headed to the maid's cafe Sunfish Pocket, where they found Renju's corpse inside with his left eye missing. This timeline, however, is going to differ from this point. Back during Mizuki's Somnium, we initially had a branch between which birdcage to open during this segment. However, here, we're going to instead not be choosing to lift the cage, but instead the entire merry-go-round itself. Underneath, a curious sight is revealed.
Iris? Why? Why is Iris...
She appears to be frozen.
What the hell is going on? What is this?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I'm sorry! Why do you never keep quiet? Is this fun for you? Giving your mother a hard time? That hurts! Please stop! I'm sorry! Why are you here? I'm sorry! If you weren't here, everything would be fine. I'm sorry! Apologizing means nothing! Say something! Don't make me into the bad guy! But... What's that look, huh? Ow! I'm sorry! It's all your fault. You! I wish you had never been born!
Mizuki's voice. The other voice is likely...
Damn. What's going on here? Aiba, look out!
What?
After discovering a body that looks crazy similar to Iris, we get a deeper look into Mizuki's trauma. The merry-go-round returns, and Aiba attempts to comfort Mizuki.
Mizuki? Mom loves you, Mizuki. I love you. I am so glad that you were born. So glad.
Hey, do you hear something?
Is that a phone ringing?
Where's it coming from?
Date, don't! You can't stay any longer!
Coming out from the sink, we learn that Mizuki has not been healed from her aphonia. He attempts to question Mizuki further, but since she remains mute, she is unable to continue questioning. Fearing seeing Iris's body in Mizuki's Somnium was some sort of premonition, Date has Aiba ring up Iris, and he asks her to stay home for the time being, and she agrees, on the condition that he goes on a date with her. Begrudgingly, he agrees, telling her to call him if she needs anything. Date heads up to Bloom Park, although along the way we get an interesting radio report.
Now the news. Yesterday night, the body of Shoko Nadami was found. Her body was recovered from the now-defunct Bloom Park in the Kawasaki district. Autopsy reports revealed that her time of death was roughly 5 p.m. last afternoon. Police have determined that the victim was killed elsewhere and then brought to Bloom Park to be put on display. The MPD has expanded the scope of their investigation and are encouraging anyone with any information to come forward. In other news, at 6:10 p.m. today, on the outer circle of the Capital City Highway in Minato District, Tokyo, a traffic collision occurred involving 5 cars and at least 1 truck. As a result of the pileup, 1 man was sent to the hospital unconscious in critical condition. 6 other individuals were treated for minor injuries. MPD has arrested the driver of the truck suspected to be the cause of the accident for negligence. The investigation is ongoing.
Once Date arrives at the end, he is able to find a phone stuffed inside one of the horses. Aiba is able to retrieve from the inside, and they find that it was only a single call in the phone's history. Date calls it, and it manages to connect.
Call it. My name is Kaname Date. I'm with the Metropolitan Police Department.
Are you an idiot?
They hung up.
Oh, you think so? What kind of low IQ ignoramus calls a suspicious number and says they are from the police?
I couldn't help it. I wasn't ready. I just said the first thing that came into my head.
You told me to call.
I didn't think it would work.
Disappointing. There is no other word for it.
You're telling me. Aiba, can you call it again? I'll be ready this time, I swear.
Are you sure?
Yeah, trust me.
The number you have dialed is no longer in service.
Damn, call deny.
Call deny?
Yeah, call denied.
Oh, the thing Reika from the Cabaret Club did to your number.
Damn, you remember that?
After being unsuccessful to connect with the number again, Date decides to head to the Saga residence to follow up on his prophecy theory. While at Iris's, he learns she did in fact stay home according to his request, although her mother had left a little earlier because she had gotten a Nile message from someone. Date heads out, only intending to check up on her, but before he leaves, Iris asks Date to check out her livestream at 1 a.m. Oh, other histories may look down on us kindly.
Because sometime real soon, I'm going to die.
On the next day, Date meets up with Boss back at Abyss HQ, and Boss explains to Date that Renju has been located. He was in the hospital after getting in an accident on the highway. She also reports that the phone inside the horse that Date found was in fact Shoko Nadami's phone, but it was unlikely that the killer was the one who had called it, as the call was made after her death. Aiba also had traced Mizuki's phone back to Date's home, meaning that she has since left the hospital. Date returns home and finds that Mizuki has begun talking again, and that Hitomi had stayed the night. Hitomi explains that she had left Iris the night before because Mizuki had sent her the message on Nile. Hitomi is Mizuki's homeroom teacher. Mizuki confirms the information of the case that Date had been guessing at, that Renju was the one who sent the message to Mizuki to come to Bloom Park, and that Shoko's eye was removed from before Mizuki had taken the ice pick out of her eye socket. She explains that Renju really wanted Hitomi to be Mizuki's teacher, going so far as to move to the same district prior to his divorce with Shoko.
That's...
a plate of medical-grade titanium in her right shoulder.
Oh.
Oh, does it bother you?
Can you not move it?
No, I can't even feel it, I'm afraid.
Was there an accident, or...?
I suppose you might call it that. About 6 years ago, I was shot in the shoulder. The nerves died and... Anyway, the story is, one day a criminal broke into my house. He was carrying a gun. From the way he talked, he sounded insane.
Drugs?
Maybe. The police statement said that he wasn't under the influence of anything. Just a random crime.
Date heads to the hospital to speak with Renju, but unfortunately he learns that Renju had escaped the hospital in the night. They had performed a successful surgery on him, but once he stabilized they could not find him. Date calls Lemniscate and manages to get in contact with the receptionist, who does not know where Renju is, but did know that he had decided to rent out Sunfish Pocket. Heading up to Marble, Date finds Mama and decides to ask some questions. Mama says she doesn't know where Renju is currently, but remembers the time when Date and Renju were drinking at the bar together, and Date accidentally spilled his beer on Renju's watch. He got insanely furious, and said the watch was more important than his life. Mama says that his new lover gave it to him as an anniversary gift. She is specific to note that the new lover came into the picture after the divorce. On Shoko, Mama suggests that the Kumakura gang were responsible, as Shoko was involved in a fraud case that was entangled with the Kumakuras. Date heads to Sunfish Pocket, where he meets a Mame Doi, and instantly recognizes footage from the Lemniscate ARG. This was all the way back when Iris was getting her first look at playing the game, and now we have a lot more context here. Mame Doi is a mermaid at Sunfish Pocket who has a lot of interest in the paranormal, similar to Iris. Fun fact, largely based off of the Japanese legend of a Maybe, a one-eyed mermaid with 3 legs who's said to appear at times of good harvest or of epidemics. Here he meets up with Ota and questions him on Renju's whereabouts. Neither he nor Mame know where Renju is, but Ota offers up the information that he's concerned about Iris, as her livestream last night ended really weirdly.
Worried about Tessa.
Iris, what's the matter?
Yesterday night. Well, it was past midnight, so more like this morning?
I don't care about the timing. What happened?
Tessa was streaming, as usual, from her living room at home. But suddenly... Actually, let me just show you. I always record her streams.
I'm kinda nervous. It's been a while. Got it. I'll try my best. Okay, everyone! Here's my debut song. Let's hit it! Who could it be at this hour? Is it Date again? Okay, 1 second, I'm coming! Sorry, everyone. Something came up. But I've gotta go for now. I'll sing the rest next time. Bye!
Date tries giving him a call, but receives no connection. He leaves and tries to head up to the Kumakura office to follow on the lead of Shoko's illegal activity, and he gets in a fight with 2 of the Yakuza members similar to Another History, and he similarly questions Momo Kumakura for any involvement with Shoko.
What?
chairman is right in front of you.
What?
I run the Kumakura gang. I'm Moma Kumakura.
That can't be right. The chairman of the Kumakuras is Rohan. You aren't the chairman.
Yo, asshole. You need a lesson in manners?
Date, wait. I did some research and discovered that Rohan Kumakura died last year. He leapt to his death from the roof of a building.
A suicide?
But Moma did not take over last year. Moma took over 6 years ago.
6 years ago.
Here, Date discovers a set figure hidden in the safe using Aiba's X-ray vision, and realizes that if he has a figure, he's gotta be a fan of A-Set. Finally, having some leverage for conversation, he holds it over Moma's head, and Moma finally talks.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to be a fan of A-Set, would you?
What? Who's that?
A schoolgirl internet idol. You know what I'm talking about.
Think you can get away with talking to our boss like that? He's tough as bricks and hard as nails. You'd never be into pussy shit like that, you fucker.
Water.
Wait, sweat. A-Set! A-Set, you bet!
Fears.
Upset? Regret? A-Set!
Shadows.
Threat. Silhouette. A-Set!
Just as I thought.
Boss? What's this?
Shut up! Don't look at me! Get out of here! Did you hear me? I said get the fuck out of here!
Yes, sir.
I've got your secret now. If you don't want that to get out, you better answer my questions.
Yeah, I got it. How did you know?
You're hiding an A-Set figure in the safe.
How did you know that?
I have superpowers.
Yeah, sure. Rohan was my older brother. He was my big brother in this organization, and my blood brother. But he's gone now.
The suicide?
Yeah, after breaking out of the hospital. Right. We do have connections with the investment company Shoko worked at.
A company that commits fraud?
No comment. Anyway, we never had any problems with Shoko. There'd be no reason for us to kill her. Us Kumakuras are a branch of the Ujisaki family. The Ujisaki family runs a yearly golf tournament. Mandatory attendance. We were all at the tournament those days. We only got back this morning. You can ask the hotel. They'll tell you.
Date, I did some research. The hotel's record of guests does list the Kumakura members. They were also seen on several surveillance cameras. It is not possible that any of the Kumakuras could have killed Shoko, including Moma.
About 20 years back, both he and I were the new guys in the Ujisaki family.
The Ujisakis are above the Kumakuras in the hierarchy.
At the time, we were in a turf war with a rival gang. One day, one of their boys walks in here and beats my bro's face in with a metal bat. His vision's been fucked on the right side ever since. The doctors say he can still see, but it doesn't register. Like, he only eats food off the left side of his plate. And if he's drawing a picture or whatever, he only draws the left side.
Date, a question for Moma. Is Rohan left-handed?
Why?
Just ask him, please.
Yeah, he was.
Confirmed. Rohan must suffer from hemispatial neglect on his right side. As you are aware, the brain is divided into what is called the right brain and left brain. One side develops into the superior hemisphere, responsible for language and higher functions. The other side controls spatial recognition ability. In most people, the superior hemisphere is the left brain. In roughly 1/3 of the population, the right brain is the superior hemisphere. This is often linked to left-handedness. Moma just confirmed that Rohan was left-handed. From this, we can conclude that his right brain was his superior hemisphere, and his left brain was the inferior hemisphere.
Rohan suffered a beating on the left side of his head. That must have damaged his left brain. That caused him to lose his spatial cognitive ability.
No point hiding it, right? Yeah, I know about Shoko's ex.
Do you know where he is?
Nope, sure don't. It's not like we keep in touch or anything.
I detect no abnormalities in his thermograph.
Looks like he's not lying.
Anyway, after getting the shit beaten out of him, he changed, man. He became cold-blooded. I'm talking ruthless. One time, we captured some street bosses from a rival gang. Bro grabbed him by the big toe and took a potato peeler to him. From the toe to the thigh. Totally blank expression. Like he was scraping bonito flakes. Anyway, sick fuckers like that always end up running the world, don't they? He started climbing the ranks, and eventually he was taken in by the Ujisaki family boss. The Ujisakis decided to make him head of our gang, and that's how we became the Kumakuras. About 6 years ago, I remember him telling me about something big. Some threat to the Kumakuras that could bring us all down. He didn't give me the details, but I figured it was something from his past coming back to bite him in the ass, you know? Anyway, his plan was to handle his shit internally. Didn't want too many people knowing about it. But whatever he planned didn't work. When the chips were down, he decided to handle it himself. He ended up shooting some guy in his house. A few days later, cops busted him. Prosecution tried to get him on premeditated murder, but it was determined that he was insane at the time. Maybe they were right, you know? His head's been getting worse and worse for the past 20 years. He gets relapses and all that. Anyway, they decided to keep him in a special hospital. And naturally, because I'm his brother and next in line, I was the successor.
Hey Moma, I've got a favor to ask. Can you get me information on Renju? His whereabouts, rumors on where he might be, anything. I need some leads.
And what if I refuse?
And your gang finds out you're the world's biggest A-set fan. In exchange for helping me, there's a reward in it for you.
A reward?
I'll let you meet A-set.
What?
I met her yesterday at Lemniscate. We're acquaintances now.
Really?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yeah, I promise.
On the car ride home, Date and Aiba bicker back and forth about some admittedly nonsensical things. But Aiba mentions that if he keeps it up, she'll simply self-destruct in his head. Date asks if she really has that capability, and she confirms that an AI never lies. She says her body is full of cutting-edge hardware and software, and if she were ever to be stolen, that would be preventative of her technology being used for nefarious purposes. Though she clarifies she follows Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, so she cannot harm herself. But someone in a position of authority, such as Date, is allowed to issue a command for her to self-destruct. Aiba then decides to create a code to order the command, come up with the number 41205, citing it as her favorite number.
If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. We need some kind of safety. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
Let's see. How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Understood.
After this, Date muses on his own past. The only thing he remembers of the time 6 years ago was wandering the streets of Shinjuku until a familiar friend met with him. She helped him become a cop and get a spot with Abyss, where he met with Pewter.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. An autonomous artificial intelligence birthed from collective nanotechnology. Its ability to think is controlled by a program we call the Wadjet system. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
After reminiscing, Date recommends Aiba call the mysterious caller from Shoko Nadami's phone, and suggests Aiba imitate Shoko to try to suss out some information.
Through this, they learn the voice on the other end is none other than Congressman Sojima. Shortly after, Date receives a call from Abyss HQ. Agent Akaska informs him that they received a call earlier from an inmate from Fuju Prison. Our familiar inmate number 89 says he knows who killed Shoko Nadami. Date's Aiba work in the background to look into number 89, but first they decide to look into the threat of Sojima. I am going to make a note here that in another timeline, specifically the Green Route, we learned more about number 89's backstory before they arrived in Fuchu Prison. You can find that in the link down below. At Sosajima's residence, he finds the congressman along with 2 bodyguards. Date questions him about Shoko Nadami's murder. At first, So claims to have little knowledge of Nadami outside of her murder, but after Date provides proof of his call to Nadami 2 days after her murder, he admits that he did call her, but doesn't specify what about. He claims he had nothing to do with her murder, and he ends the conversation. Aiba puts a tracer on So's burner phone and leaves to go follow him. He ends up at the Okihira cold storage warehouse. He sees So leaving the warehouse and then drives away. As Date goes in to investigate the warehouse, Aiba tells Date her battery is low, and that she's going to be unable to assist him until he can get her on charge. He enters the cold storage warehouse alone and finds something hidden under a white sheet.
This is... It can't be. Iris. Aiba, what's your charge?
Currently at 2%.
Can you make a call?
I can. I am connected to the power supply. What do you...
Hurry. Just connect me to boss.
Date, what's wrong?
I found a body.
What?
She was murdered. Multiple stab wounds to the back, and one eye missing.
Oh no.
Location is Okihira Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. The victim is Iris Sagan.
Iris?
I'll tell you more later. Just send CSI to the scene right away. And one more thing. Congressman Sojima. Bring him to Abyss.
Wait a minute, why?
I'll take responsibility for everything. Just do it, please.
All right.
Because sometime real soon, I'm going to die. Or something like that. Just kidding! I'm making it all up! And also...
Tessa, we're back!
Hello everybody and welcome back to I, the Somnium Files Explained. I'd expect this to not come out so soon after part 1. Well, we're busting down barriers and breaking expectations today, because we are covering the second chunk of the Purple Route in this wonderfully constructed narrative. First and foremost, I want to thank the fine folks over in the Ushikoshi Somnium Discord, because a lot of the folks over there are running the I, the Somnium Files Wiki, which has been instrumental in my keeping of notes any sort of reasonable order.
So thanks again to Mimsy630.
Ignore my dumb outdated information. It's Maury. Please thank Maury, everyone.
And Lord Thanatos, whose birthday is today on the day that I'm writing the script, so happy belated birthday. Since we did a full recap last time, I'm just going to say to check out the previous video to check up on where we are here. But I am of course going to suggest you catch up on the full series proper. This video is going to dive into topics we touched back on in the Lemnis Gate ARG, so as to not waste any more of your time. We last left off when Date discovered the corpse he had seen in Mizuki's Somnium in the cold storage warehouse. Several stab wounds in the back and frozen completely. Date has So Sujima brought into Abyss HQ for questioning, followed the murder of Iris Sagan since he was the last one to be seen near the corpse. He says he's never heard of Iris in his life. Aiba plays back the video of So leaving the cold storage warehouse, but even that isn't enough to get him to confess. He admits that he was at the warehouse, but claims he never saw the body and would not elaborate on why he was at the warehouse in the first place. Boss urges Date to be more efficient with his questions, as it wouldn't be a good idea to keep So too long unless they're able to get something concrete on him. Date then decides to go for So's alibi for the time of the murder. Based on how the corpse was, Iris would have had to have been killed around 2 or 3 a.m., So insisted he was playing mahjong at a private parlor at the time, and he didn't know the other players. Aiba and Date reasoned that there would be little to no potential witnesses, and the shopkeeper could be in So's influence, making his alibi unreliable. When Date confronted So about his alibi, Date gets what he needs, as So mentions the victim had been stabbed, a detail Date hadn't brought up before. From this point, So claims up as Date asks for permission to sing. Inside So's Somnium, Aiba needs to make an escape path for Iris to avoid becoming an eternal victim in this looping timeline. Aiba must drive the forklift and... comedy. Just comedy. A portal of sorts is revealed underneath the storage container. This causes a larger version of her hand to appear, and she's now able to knock over the large wooden box that had been in Iris's way. Next, over by a lever in the wall, Aiba chooses to input a fighting game combo. This allows the crane to be cleared and the next obstacles in the way are going. Aiba then heads to another portal and finds a warehouse door to open up. Iris is then able to use this portal to shrink in size to navigate through the tight space that she got walled off by previously. Aiba then returns to the lever and then now raises it, which gives Iris a final method of escape, allowing So to wake up. Date, Pewter, and Boss all discuss the findings from the Somnium, but unfortunately aren't able to land anything concrete that would stand in a court of law. It most likely is the figure that's seen murdering Iris was So, but it couldn't be definitively proven. So claims he still does not know who Iris is, and he refuses to elaborate more on the cult of Shoko Nadami. Struggling to continue to keep him available, Date gets a call from CSI. Date rushes over to the warehouse to confirm that the body is in fact gone. Aiba suggests that the body must have been transported between when Date saw it and when CSI arrived on the scene. Date then rushes to the Sagan residence where he finds Iris in her house, very much alive and hanging out with Mizuki.
What are you doing? Barging in without ringing the doorbell? Oh, you see, Mizuki ended up staying at my place. Something wrong?
The world changed.
The next morning, Date and Boss discuss the events of the previous night. Date believes that solving So's Somnium has changed reality, and Iris is now alive because of such. Aiba disagrees with the notion, calling it irrational, but she doesn't have much of an explanation for what has happened either. Aiba explains that the cold storage warehouse was involved in Renju's family, but he hasn't directly inherited the warehouse. They discuss the possibilities of motivation for Renju to send Mizuki the message to head to Bloom Park, deciding that he is either the culprit, being blackmailed by the culprit, or the culprit used his phone to lure Mizuki to the park. Finally, Boss explains that she had to send So home last night, as they didn't have anything conclusive to keep him with. But she does admit he does look extremely suspicious given the circumstances. Date heads out to the cold storage warehouse. The two wonder why it took CSI an hour and a half to arrive, and Aiba theorizes that outside influence could have caused the delay. Aiba confirms there is no further information to be gained at the warehouse, so Date decides to move on. He decides to head out towards the Sejime residence. Along the way, Aiba and Date begin to discuss So's involvement in the entire case. Aiba brings up that So's secretary has recently received a call from an inmate at Fuchu Prison, number 89. There's that familiar inmate cropping up once more. Aiba goes on to explain that number 89 had been an assassin known as Falco, and his real name and nationality were unknown. He was imprisoned for multiple counts of murder 6 years prior. Aiba could not determine his connection to the Cyclops serial killings or So, but agreed he was worth speaking to. Date asked if number 89 could be brought to Abyss for questioning. At So's residence, Date gets much of the same stonewalling that he'd gotten previously when asked about the relevant topics.
Aiba, look! A merman!
So is a wealthy politician. It is no surprise to me that he has a merman. Wait, a merman?
Oh, hey everybody! I'm a merman.
But one point of note is that Date was able to see that So was lying via a thermograph of his body when he had confirmed again that he didn't know who Iris was. But Date couldn't place a motivation for lying about this. After a failed tete-a-tete with the congressman, Date decided to head to Marble next. Mama explained that she didn't have any more intel on Renju specifically, but she is aware of the assassin named Falco. She says he had ties to the Kumakuras. This reminds Date of an old conversation that he had with Renju in the old days.
Hey, Date. Have you ever seen a dead body? You're a policeman. I don't know what department, but I assume you aren't handing out traffic tickets. So, how about it?
What about you?
Me? Well, yeah. Not just one, countless bodies. When I was in high school, I had a pretty crazy job. You know the Kumakura gang? I was hooked up to one of their phone fraud scams. I just had to go collect the money from drop points and give it to the Kumakuras. It was an easy job. Eventually, I became friends with the higher-ups. They started taking me with them on jobs.
What jobs?
The target was always an elderly person from the country with no family. Elderly folk who owned a lot of land, you know? They live every day in loneliness and desperation. You just have to be nice to them. That's all it takes. Guys would get to know the old people and they would set up an adoption process. After that, you just have to get them really drunk. Throw them in the tub full of hot water, and they pass. Just like that. Heart attack, brain hemorrhage, or they simply go to sleep and drown. The police almost never investigated. It always looked natural, like they died of old age. So the adopted gang members would inherit the land. Then we sell it and make massive profits. I watched a lot of people get killed like that. And I've seen journalists get killed for getting too close to the truth. So Why am I telling you all this? Are you going to arrest me?
You didn't do it yourself, right?
No, I was always the lookout. But still... Date,
Before Date leaves, Mama says if he stops around later at night, a regular who knows Renju will be stopping by. Date heads over to the Saga residence and finds Hitomi home alone. He asks Hitomi if she knows where Renju was, and she says that she doesn't. She opens up to Date about her past. Her parents had died when she was 17, so she was facing the world alone. She stayed in the house she grew up in since she was almost done with high school. She had Iris when she was 19, and had occasional help from Renju, since they were friends back in high school. She recounted a time when Iris fractured her leg 6 years ago, and Hitomi had to carry her to the hospital. Shortly after this is when the break-in happened, where she ended up being shot. She says Iris had ran into Hitomi's hospital room after her own surgery, and begged her mom not to die.
Mommy, don't die! Don't die!
I swore to myself then that I would protect her, no matter what. Iris is everything to me, more important than my own life.
I've been wondering about that picture.
Iris drew it when she was 12.
That's you on the left and Iris in the middle, correct?
Yes,
And who's on the right?
the man I was dating at the time. It was only for 3 months, but I met him about 6 years ago. Have you been to the Ikume Shrine in the Minato district? I was praying there one day, and I heard a voice. Well, more like a groan. Behind the shrine, I saw a man sitting on the ground. He was bleeding badly from his stomach. I took out my phone to call an ambulance, but he grabbed my wrist, and he held me, and then he kissed me. I was shocked, but when I stared into his eyes, then I heard footsteps, and then a bunch of men yelling. They were looking for him. When the voices and footsteps faded, he let me go. Don't call an ambulance, and don't call the cops. I knew he had to be a criminal, so I took him to an underground clinic I knew.
You took him to a mob doctor?
Renju's friend. I only met him once. Even though we had our first kiss seconds after meeting each other, it took a long time before I got to see him again. The first time we held hands was when we watched a horror movie together. The first time I took his arm was when we went to a haunted house in an amusement park. But I wasn't the one who grabbed him. A zombie jumped out and scared us, and he clung onto my arm. He had that cute side to him. And I was falling in love. Our second kiss was in the car. It's cliché, I know, but we drove around at night, looking at all the lights. We parked our car near a warehouse and kissed. I don't think we ever said I love you, but we both knew. We were getting closer and closer. I introduced him to Iris about a month after I first met him. Iris never had a father figure in her life before. She warmed up to him immediately and treated him like a real dad. From then on, it was always the three of us together. We would go to the beach, to the river, the zoo, the amusement park. Going to barbecues with another person was a new experience for me and Iris. Everything felt so fresh. Every day was so exciting. Oh, sorry. You asked about the picture. He wanted to make okonomiyaki one day. He was working with the hot plate. It was ridiculous. He was trying to flip one, and it flew up in the air and landed right on my head. Iris saw the whole thing and laughed and laughed. I hadn't seen her laugh like that in a long time. I was having so much fun that I put an okonomiyaki on their heads too. Plop, plop. I added the bonito flakes and mayo and sauce. At this point, there was no going back. Eggs flew, flour going everywhere. The room was not a pretty sight. After our battle, we laughed like crazy. We were rolling around on the floor. So Iris decided to draw it. It's nostalgic. But those days didn't last. 6 years ago, in November, a man with a gun broke into our house. Fortunately, Iris wasn't home at the time, but my boyfriend was. That's why the gunman came. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill him, and he would never stop. He pulled the trigger. I tried to protect him. The bullet hit me, but the police arrived. They were both arrested and incarcerated.
Why was he after your boyfriend?
Before he met me, he committed some terrible crime. I don't know the details, but it was awful. So he became a target for underworld criminals. I don't know exactly why, but I know that he betrayed them in some way.
May I ask you something?
Of course.
I had heard that that incident was a random break-in gone wrong.
Oh. That's not true. I lied about it at the time, because of Mizuki. Mizuki is Iris's friend. If she found out, Iris would find out too. I didn't want Iris to know.
Know what?
That I was dating a criminal. He was her father figure. Iris looked up to him. If she found out about his past...
With those thoughts heavy on Date's mind, he bids Hitomi farewell and travels out to Lemniscate. Iris is a little bit more than upset at Date for flaking on their supposed date, but Date sticks to the important information, telling her about Renju's accident, and questions her if he knows where he is. She says she doesn't have any info on where he is. She also similarly will not tell him why her phone was off, or who she met with after her livestream. but says she can tell him if he promises to go on a date. Date explains the situation surrounding finding her corpse in the cold storage warehouse, and strangely enough, Iris believes him. She says she has a recording to get to, but promises to meet him back in the lobby around 3. Date heads back to Abyss HQ, and Boss explains number 89 is available for question. She says she can't accompany him as one of the higher-ups needs her, but she'll have Peter tag along for the question. Number 89, aka Falco, refuses to answer any personal questions about himself, but does confirm he's called So's secretary. And he even got to speak with So himself, and he told So to call someone specific, but he wouldn't reveal who. Then when the topic turns to that, the murder of Shoko Nadami, Falco states that he will only divulge that information if he can be released.
We haven't agreed on a deal. You're gonna let me out of prison, right?
Yes, I promise.
You're lying. You don't want to release me. That's fine. I was expecting this anyway. I just wanted a good excuse to leave the prison.
What do you mean?
You really want to know? Here's what I mean! You'll make a good hostage for me. Take me to the exit. Now.
Back at Abyss HQ, Peter and Date explain to Boss his situation. She's furious at the circumstances. Peter explains that he took Peter's security card and left it in security officer guard.
Spiking is an important part of volleyball. Spiking. Spike Chun?
What is that?
Once they reach the entrance, Falco split from Peter, and he was picked up in a car driven by Renju Okiura, according to surveillance footage. Moma then happens to call Date, and confirms that Renju Okiura has been spotted, but they'll need to meet with ASAP to learn anything else. Date heads back out to Luminous Gate to meet with Iris. Being Role Model of the Year, he takes Iris to the Yakuza's den, and after some idle chit-chat, Moma confirms Renju was seen at Sunfish Pocket and then Ikumi Shrine. At Sunfish Pocket, Date and Iris meet up with Mizuki and Amame, the latter of whom is currently on duty. Date asks Amame about Renju, and she explains that he stopped by yesterday looking for Iris. It seems he'd showed up after Date and Ota were here. Amame also said that he seemed really sick, which would make sense if he was coming from his accident. Iris explains that Amame and Iris were old friends from when she was a mermaid at Sunfish Pocket, and she explains more that Renju was actually really helpful to her mom when he was raising her, and she got the job at Luminous Gate because of Renju. Date asks Mizuki if she knows where Renju went, and she says the cold storage warehouse, but her thermograph reveals to Date that she's lying, and she also has a bit of an attitude to all of his questions. Amame takes Date to the side and begins to talk to him about Mizuki.
Mizuki was crying earlier.
Crying?
Yes, we were trying to cheer her up. What happened to her mom was... and we thought she was having a hard time. She must have come here looking for company. That's probably why she stayed with Iris last night. She didn't want to be alone.
Shoko's body is still under the jurisdiction of the police. There has not been a ceremony, nor has the body been cremated. The culprit has not been caught, and we cannot locate Renju. And on top of that, her roommate has abandoned her.
I did not abandon her.
In any case, there are many ways you could calm Mizuki down.
Mizuki is just trying to act strong. Please, try to understand.
With that under their belt, Date and Iris decide to head to Ikumi's shrine. Iris nearly falls over as the two enter. She claims she just missed a step. Still, to help, Date sits her down on a nearby bench. Here, Iris tells Date a story of a local legend.
It's called Ikume Iribiko Isachi no Mikoto, or sometimes Ikume Tenno, or Ikume no Mikoto. There are legends about this place written in the old text. It's a shrine dedicated to the gods. The old legend goes like this. One day, Ikume Iribiko sent one of his followers, Taji Momori, on an urgent quest to find a mysterious, magical fruit. A fruit called Tokijiku no Kaku. It's said that eating it will grant you immortality. After many hardships, Taji Momori was able to find the fruit, but by the time he got back, Ikume Iribiko had died. Taji Momori mourned. He handed half of the fruit to the man's wife, and he left the other half on Ikume Iribiko's grave,
then died on the spot. It is said that that fruit is still inside the shrine behind us.
Really? Fruit of immortality.
Yes. It's nostalgic. This place is a memorable one for me. 6 years ago, I used to come here with someone.
Someone?
I used to call him Uncle. He was a thoughtful, reliable man. I thought of him as a father, but one day, he just disappeared.
She's talking about...
Hitomi's lover.
A flower over there.
Flower?
You can't see it from here, can you? I know it's there because I've been to this shrine before.
It's
too dark.
An iris. More specifically, a winter iris. This is the same flower that was on display at Iris's house.
Yeah. How did you know? It's the same kind that's at my house. I told you about what it means, right?
Good news and hope.
Iris is also a part of the eye, and the Greek goddess of rainbows. A messenger goddess. I told you at Sunfish Pocket, right? That's why the flower means good news and hope. When you asked me why I became an idol, I wasn't being entirely truthful. I told you that it was because I wanted to become famous. But more specifically, it was for Uncle. I've been looking for him for 6 years, but I didn't find him anywhere. I didn't know where else to look, so instead of me finding him, I thought that he could find me instead.
You think if you became famous, he'd contact you?
Yeah.
So that is why she became an idol.
I mean, it's also been my dream since I was little. That's a part of it, too.
So why do you use the name Asa? Shouldn't you use your real name?
Oh no, I don't have to. He was the one who came up with the name Aset. He told me that if I ever became an idol, I should use that name.
Heading out, they head to Matsushita Diner, and Tessa has Ota make them some omelet rice. While he's cooking, Date tells Ota about Iris' resurrection. So here, we have more Uchikoshi lore dump that you can shake your fist at. Since this next part is two characters explaining a bunch of pseudoscientific concepts very quickly, and as quickly as they possibly can, I'm just gonna let them play.
Fuck yeah!
Except for this first one here. This 100 million balls is the experiment of the anthropic principle. Iris did explain the anthropic principle in her conversation, but since Uchikoshi has already tackled this concept inside Zero Time Dilemma, I'm going to show that instead.
Nothing beats a cold one after surviving a close call. Come on! You guys should join me. Sorry, I'll pass.
I'm really not in the mood for it.
For real? Are you serious? Hey, are you already drunk? Yeah, I am! Drunk on life! I am buzzed on this kick-ass feeling of surviving the impossible!
You probably shouldn't drink too much, Junpei.
Why not? We're just going to conk out again in 40 minutes anyway, remember? We just experienced the miracle of hitting 1/216th odds, 0.46%, guys, come on! Haha, let's use the remaining time we have to savor this awesome moment.
A miracle, huh? It definitely would be, if it happened on the first try.
Guys, what are you saying? We only threw the dice once, right?
Are you sure about that? Maybe we just don't remember. And in reality, we've rolled the dice over and over again.
Huh?
If we threw them 3 times, the probability would be 72 to 1. I wouldn't really call those odds a miracle.
Oh, so what? Does that really matter? I'll say it again. We've only gone and thrown the dice once. Right, Carlos?
Yeah, that's true. What are you trying to say, Akane?
Carlos, let's say you were going to roll 10 dice all at the same time. So, do you think you'd end up with all of them displaying a 1?
Of course not. It's impossible.
Right. The probability is 60,466,176 to 1, but that's essentially impossible. If you tried 60,466,176 times, however, what would happen?
The likelihood of all of them being 1 is...
Not so much of an impossibility, right? I'll give you another example. Junpei. If 2 to the 4th power, 16 people, compete in a rock, paper, scissors tournament, how many matches are needed before a winner can be determined?
Why are you talking about...
Just answer the question.
Really? Okay, first, the 16 narrow down to 8. Then 8 to 4 and 4 to 2. After the final round, 1 person's left standing, so... a total of 4?
So, what would happen if 2 to the 100 did the same thing?
It'd be 100.
And how confident do you feel about winning this tournament, Junpei?
I'm not, obviously. You're out of the competition after you lose just 1 match. You'd have to win 100 rounds straight to win.
But someone will do it and win, right? A victor who wins 100 matches without losing one will exist. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
The person who won. But only because of circumstance. I mean, more or less.
Well, duh, but why are you...
It may be obvious, but it's important. The one who lives on does so due to circumstance.
The anthropic principle.
Oh, you've heard of it?
Yeah, it's connected to the many worlds and multiverse theories.
The hell are you...
This universe is a little too well suited for human beings. That principle explains why. They say, for example, that if Jupiter was just a bit smaller, the Earth likely wouldn't have even formed. That's not the only instance either. There are physical constants throughout the universe. But if even one had changed the tiniest bit, humanity wouldn't have been created at all.
But anyone can see we do actually exist.
And that's exactly my point. We exist. Therefore, we know that we exist. Perhaps somewhere in reality there are countless universes devoid of humanity where the idea of humans didn't even begin. But it isn't possible to know if those other universes exist or not. That's because there are no human beings to observe within them. The only universe we can measure is our own. Therefore, this is the universe we exist in.
Wait, are you talking about tautology?
1 + 1 = 2 is a form of tautology also, right? The left and right sides of the equation say the same thing.
That's sophistry.
Are you sure?
Anyway, I get what you're trying to say, Akane. Maybe, somewhere in this world, there are an infinite number of histories where we were executed by the Gatling guns. But we don't know if those histories really exist. Basically, because we're dead in those histories. The dead can't observe the world. Only those who are still alive can do that. Therefore, we exist here, now.
The opposite of what I just explained could be true as well. The universe could be not meant for humanity, Maybe there's one not limited by gravity, where they travel faster than light. You can't say for sure such a universe doesn't exist. If it does, then we could expect that aliens would be interacting together within it.
Okay, now that sounds like fun.
Maybe that was the universe God had intended in the first place. And this one is a failure.
So, we exist in the universe God abandoned, huh?
Do you know Nelson Mandela?
Well, yeah, the former president of South Africa. He helped abolish apartheid.
He died in 2013, but a strange thing happened. When the news broke, people all over the world thought, didn't Mandela die in prison in 1980? That's the Mandela effect. It's when your memory and history have discrepancies. There are lots of examples, like the name of this kid's book with the bears having different spellings, or people remembering that Kennedy was assassinated in a 4-seat car. But in our world, he was in a 6-seat car.
Huh. I thought it was a 4-seater too.
Or that electric mouse from that video game. You probably remember the tip of its tail being black.
It wasn't?
Nope, it's all yellow. And the design didn't change.
Oh.
Lines from movies, company logos, historical events, and little things. The Mandela effect is everywhere. Why do you think that is?
Because those memories are from parallel worlds?
That would explain it, I guess.
Dante, look at this picture. There's a famous experiment regarding this picture. You show this image to people around the world and ask a question. Which one is Booba and which one is Kiki? Believe it or not, 98% of people asked have the same answer. The rounder one is Booba and the jagged one is Kiki. Isn't that weird? In other words, everyone thinks that Booba is a certain way and Kiki is the other. It applies universally across languages and cultures. It's like something ingrained inside all humans. Like worshipping the sun and the sea, or thinking that the mother is soft and the father is jagged. Regardless of your culture or background, you probably think this way. It's what Jung called the collective unconscious. There exists a second psychic system of a collective universal and impersonal nature, which is identical in all individuals. That's what Jung said about it. Think of it like bamboo. Bamboo stalks look like individual plants since they're separated, but underground, they're all connected. Human psyches might be like that too, connected at a subconscious level. That's
The parallel world?
Yeah! You saved me in the dream, right? And dreams are all about our subconscious minds. So if you follow the roots...
You get to another bamboo stalk.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's sort of like a common experience. A lot of people have experienced waking up in an uninhabited world they've never seen before. And most of them describe seeing the same person. The Spatial Temporal Man. He's supposed to be an ordinary old man wearing work clothes. The Spatial Temporal Man guides people back to the real world. He tells them, this world is not for you, or something.
I'd like to meet him someday.
So, this elementary school kid, let's call him C. He goes to school and there's a bunch of things on the floor. Postcards, towels, a coffee cup, rice bowls, a sink, lots of stuff. But C realized that those were all things from his own house.
How did they get to the classroom?
No one knows. It's not like anyone did it on purpose or there was a thief or anything.
Maybe something happened that made two parallel worlds fuse.
Yeah, maybe. There's this kid, A. He's in elementary school. Well, A had this close friend named Suzuki. One day, after school, they're walking home together. A turns around to tell Suzuki a joke, and Suzuki is laughing his butt off. And he's laughing and laughing, and he laughs so hard that his eyes fall out of their sockets.
What?
Well, they were hanging down out of his eye sockets. The nerves were still connected, but... A is of course in shock and doesn't know what to do. Suzuki just takes his eyeballs and jams them back into his eye sockets and keeps walking like nothing happened. So A asks him about it. Like, hey, are you okay? Your eyes fell out. A is really concerned for his friend, you know? But Suzuki just says, yeah, I'm fine. He doesn't say anything about it. And by now, A is really curious. But he's not getting any answers. So they just part ways and go home. The story only gets weirder from here. The next day, A goes to school, and Suzuki's not there. A is confused and asks his teacher about it. Hey, where's Suzuki today? And the teacher says, Suzuki? Who's that? There's no Suzuki in this class. A says, what are you talking about? And he goes and asks all of his classmates about Suzuki. They all say the same thing. I don't know him. There's no Suzuki in this class.
So that kid must have jumped into a parallel world without Suzuki.
That's what I think.
Couldn't Suzuki just be an imaginary friend or something?
No, A was really serious about remembering Suzuki.
It is weird, and there's no way you can pop your eyeballs back in like that.
Well, not necessarily. There's such a thing as a dislocated eye. It actually isn't too hard to put your eye back in if it falls out.
Ota is correct. Dislocated eyes are easy to replace in their sockets. As long as none of the nerves or blood vessels were damaged, there are usually no lasting negative effects either.
But that doesn't prove this Suzuki exists.
Well, I guess not, but... So, there's this girl? Let's call her B. She's practicing piano in her room, and her little sister is watching TV in the same room. B asks her to turn the TV volume down so she can hear her piano playing. So B goes back to practicing, playing a little bit. But her sister doesn't turn the volume down. She's not listening at all. So B turns around to scold her. She was really gonna let her sister have it, but she's gone. She's nowhere to be seen. She thinks, I wonder where she went. But then B hears her sister at the door. I'm home. B runs to the front door and sees her sister and her parents standing there. So B asks, when did you go outside? But her mom says, what are you talking about? She went shopping with me. B is really confused by all of this, of course. She asks her little sister about it, and she learns that her favorite TV show was on. And before she went shopping with her mom, she was deciding whether or not she wanted to stay and watch it or not.
So depending on her decision, a parallel world was made.
Yeah, what B saw might have been from the world where her sister stayed behind. I know a ton of stories like this. Like being suddenly transported 1 year into the future, and there's a missing persons report out for you. You look down at your phone, but you realize that it's not yours. It's not the one you remember having. You look through the contacts, and it's filled with names you don't recognize.
Sounds scary.
There's more, too. Like this town where everyone is Japanese, but they're speaking a completely different language. And all the signs and magazines and stuff have different letters. And it's not like Korea or China. It's the Japan we know, but the language is different.
That's a prime example of a parallel world.
When did you two get so knowledgeable?
Oh, I don't know.
Tessa is always writing about this stuff on the internet. That's why I decided to research it too. That's how I learned all this stuff. Oh, hey, I know about conspiracies and secret societies too. I find that stuff fascinating. If you want, we could talk about those.
Maybe next time. Now where's that omelet rice?
Okay, after the pseudoscience chat, Date and Iris decide to head out to the cold storage warehouse, where Date and Iris talk about the nature of somniums, as he explains to her the process of syncing. He explains syncing as entering someone's house, but doing so when they're not home, as only one person can inhabit a house at a time. They can interact with the things inside for 6 minutes, but if a syncer stays in for longer than 6 minutes, that person can become trapped in the house when the other person comes home. On the way to Marble, Boss calls Date and confirms they have not yet found number 89. Date says he's going to Golden Yokocho for more information on Renju. And when they arrive, we get another scene from the Lemniscate ARG. the latter situation of the game coverage when Date and Iris face armed thugs in Golden Yokucho. Date manages to save Iris from the assailants. Date has Aiba access the Wadjet system to predict local future timelines to secure an exit strategy. After this, Date takes Aiba back to his apartment to cool off from the situation. Aiba confirms that Mizuki is at Sunfish Pocket still, and so Date sits Iris down to explain the situation. Iris admits that she wanted Date to go on a date with her so frequently. It wasn't because she had a crush on him, or to use for leverage like the photo before, but it was because she believed her life was being threatened by a secret society, and she needed a bodyguard. The secret society, if you recall from the Lemniscate ARG, was called Knights at Lots, a group under the control of the Wadjet system, with the goal of completing the satellite X00639. She explained that X00639 was a large satellite of unknown origin. Its true purpose was to function as a powerful radio transmitter. The Wadjet system, according to Iris, was an artificial intelligence decoded from alien radio signals by the company Elgord. Aiba insists that none of Iris' explanation was true, but if you think about it, the AI would say that the AI is right. Iris then goes on to explain that Nicelos had members in powerful positions all over the world. Wadjet's goal was to transmit their data to a distant planet and continue to proliferate like any other species. While their motives were unknown, the fact that they had incredible power and did nothing to solve the world's problems made them a villain in Iris' eyes. So she had to set out to make the world acknowledge the evil acts of Nice, such as through her video series on Lemniscate. So one quick note on Nice and Wadjet that I can make a quick comparison to. Nice is very similar to the religious group from the Zero Escape series called Free the Soul, who, interestingly enough, used to be called Free the Soul of Y. The of Y part had to be removed from their name, but it is known that when it was included, their name was an anagram of the left eye of Horus, otherwise known as the Wadjet, or the Wadjet. You got a lot of thematic similarities running through here, and I just wanted to point this out as it will be important for later. Date has a plan, and on the way to Abyss, he has a bad feeling that Boss might have used the information they'd given her against him, since she was the only one who knew Iris was going to be in Golden Yokucho. He dials Peter to ask if another sync machine exists outside of Abyss. Peter denies this, but does say there was a prototype for the machine that was stolen 6 years ago, but its current whereabouts were unknown. Peter also told Date that he currently was out drinking in Shinjuku, as he was going to go get a drink in Golden Yokucho, but he did hear about the shootout, so he decided to stay away. Boss was also out, meaning Abyss was free and clear. Date's plan was to sync with Iris, and if he could deduce that she was telling the truth about Nice, then he agreed to become her bodyguard. Now, from this point on, we're going to have another Somnium that will branch off into two different paths. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple route, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. The next video is going to cover the last of the purple group, and then we'll be moving over to cover the final two endings of the game, the Annihilation ending and the Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Resolution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other Explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, You can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. Solution ending. With that, if you like this, you can check out my other explained series content, as I have plenty more where this has come from. I have plenty more where this has come from. I have plenty more where this has come from. I have plenty more where this has come from. I have plenty more where this has come from.